transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
What's up, dudes? All right, sorry about that extended start. Techno problems. I live in the digital realm. Hi, chat. So, how much stuff can happen over the 24 hours that I'm not streaming, right? How much stuff can happen? That's the big question. How much crazy bullshit can go down in that short period of time? Show good night. Thank you. Piro Mayhem. Yikes, it's Mikey. Ariel Cullinart. Null, Red Flame, Anonano, Tyrannex, Faint Twin, Lothias, and Vanta Aurelius. Appreciate it, dudes. Hi. You put on a shirt? I did. I did. I went to go put on a shirt. I'm sorry. 2XKO got updated. Yeah, which is about right. They're taking it a step at a time. Game Awards bullshit as always. Yeah, I mean, so here's my plan. My Steve Jobs fit. Trust me, bro. It's the Steve Jobs fit doesn't include the lobster, you know, the very specific, the lobster sweatpants. It doesn't, okay? It does not include the lobster sweatpants. I'm not wearing the Steve Jobs fit. This is also not a turtleneck, so kiss my ass. Anyway, we got to talk about one thing of the Game Awards that is drama. That is happening right now, which is the fighting game category. And we've come a long way, but we got to talk about the fighting game category. That's a big thing. There's some other stuff that's happened, and we also have to generally just go over predictions of where everything is likely going to go. So yeah, we have to put in our Game Awards predictions. The other one is the drama that's surrounding Cutie's event, right? Cutie Cinderella. And she pretty much puts on a community-based streamer event, but a lot of people, for some reason, think she's running the Game Awards in that way, where there's like a panel of people. So there's been a lot of confusion in the fighting game category again when it comes to the streamer awards. So I think we gotta talk about that. Maybe I can provide a slightly more nuanced take on what the streamer awards even is and what the Game Awards is, because my dude, it's absolutely insane how many people completely are missing the point on either front, where people think the streamer awards is almost like a committee-based choice system that has no influence from community vote. And people think the Game Awards is a community vote award thing. And they're the exact opposite. They are literally the exact opposite in both sides of what people think they are. Chat, how many of you all think that your vote has a substantial impact on the Game Awards? How many of you all have heard other people saying, you better vote for this because we can't let this other game win? How many folks have you heard the impression of over the past like 24, 48 hours that seem like the Game Awards is based on like audience vote or something like that? Well, I have news for you. It's not! The Game Awards, like the amount of what the audience votes outside of the community vote, depending on which year it is, historically it's been 10%. The audience vote represents like 2 people of the judges panel. Where like the judges panel, like it is literally the Oscars, right? It is the panel of people that choose who wins at the Game Awards is effectively a whole bunch of industry journalists and veterans that we don't know exactly who it is. I think there's some information on who it is. I have to have this conversation every single goddamn year. But long story short, the vote that you provide is pretty much coming to a conclusion and a compilation of about like 10%. So 90% of what goes into the Game Awards and the majority of its categories outside of the fan voted category, which literally has like a community vote, is out of your control, completely out of your control, has already been decided, and is just going to go live in a few weeks. The votes really don't account for that much. It's a part of it, but it doesn't account for that much. You know what I mean? So there's been a lot of like weird, like, once again, people are missing the idea because they see a website and a website is having a voting and all that kind of stuff. But the more you look into it, it's like, oh, actually, yeah, the people that technically provided the winning vote for like Game of the Year last year, whether it went to Astrobot or whatever, it went to Astrobot, that was chosen, and it was chosen. And usually a lot of the Game Awards and what wins historically over the past few years has pretty like incredible narratives behind it, pretty incredible narratives. Like what the reason a couple years ago, Baldur's Gate 3 won over The Legend of Zelda. Almost impossible, right? Almost impossible to take Game of the Year away from a Breath of the Wild sequel, Literally, but it happened. It actually happened. Baldur's Gate 3, which was an independently made game outside of the typical studio system, the publishing system of the industry, managed to win Game of the Year. Last year, Astrobot wins, and to my slight behest, I wish Rebirth would have gotten it, but a game that was given almost no budget and no chance from its publisher, Sony, the opportunity to even exist, ends up actually winning Game of the Year is an incredible narrative as well. It isn't also just about the specific release and the quality of the release. That is also it, but it's also like, my dude, there's a story here where the industry needs to change in some way, and then we need to wake the fuck up, Baldur's Gate 3 was a big wake the fuck up sort of situation, and also Astrobot is a big wake the hell up to sort of Sony. It's sending a message, and a lot of like Game of the Years over the many years have done that, my dude. They literally have done that for a very long time. The games that win Game of the Year, there's like an interesting story that goes with it. So that being said, what's the most interesting story this year? And what was the most interesting story as soon as the credits ran? And what was the game that had all of the, not just great game quality, but across the board high quality? It's always been Expedition 33, dude. It's been, I don't even like the ending of Expedition 33, man. I don't even vibe with its final act that much. But as soon as that game rolled credits, I'm like, this is the best game. This shit is crazy. Like, I can even disconnect myself a little bit and be like, I don't like either way these endings go. I don't like the way either of this ending act 3 stuff is. But does it change the fact that my like 35, 40 hour experience on the way there was unbelievable? Made me feel like I was back on a PlayStation 1? Doesn't change that. So I can disconnect myself with a little bit and be like, dude, this deserves it. Like, this was amazing. This was absolutely amazing. Game was legit cinema. Unbelievable, dude. So, anyway, long story short, it's always been pretty obvious that like Expedition 33 was going to do pretty good. And it comes out and it's like the number one nominated game throughout the entire year. It's the biggest game throughout the entire year. What is wrong with the endings? If you want to, if you want my basic boilerplate hot take end of an Expedition 33, you haven't been paying attention for the past 8 months. You have no idea what I feel. I hate that both characters are just liars. Everyone's just a liar trying to get exactly what they want by the end. And I really don't like that. It's very human and it makes me dislike both characters extremely, to the point where I don't want to go back and do side content. I really don't like anybody anymore. I like how everybody else is amazing. Everybody else is so great. But both of these characters have gone through so much stuff that they're willing to do anything and lie to anybody to get what they want. And it's like, oh, geez, I don't like either one of them. Either ending. Both endings is like brutal and sad. And, you know, some people are going to dig on that. And to me, it left me very unsatisfying. It was like, at the end, I don't like the two main characters at all. Everybody else is great. So that's my personal take. But even with my personal take at the end of it, I was still like, bro, like, I just love this game. I loved it. I had such a great time. The ending is very French. It's very French. And deservedly so. And I can't disconnect my personal take on what happens in the story from what the entire game was as a video game, you know? I think we can disconnect ourselves from that and realize how great it was despite my personal feelings on how that shit was in the end, you know? And yeah, that shit is still amazing. It's still freaking crazy. French, that's my French accent, chat. Listen, when I talk French, it is very French. It doesn't go into different accents constantly. It stays French. Listen. Anyway, that being said, I am not really surprised by what's happening at the Game Awards. I think we can actually use the website now. Hold on. The website was 404ing like crazy last night, and that was either due to the internet not working or something. But at least we can go through. We cannot verify your request. Cool. Looks like this is still not working. Wait. Hey, okay. It looks like... Okay. All right. Categories. Okay, it looks like it's working. All right, so we can sort of like do predictions. I don't know if I want to like just stick my vote in for everything just yet because I have to sit on things and think about things. If there's one thing that's a little rough, I think Expedition 33 got nominated for like 11 to 13 awards or something like that, which is a lot. Like this is some Titanic. You got 12 freaking nominations. This is like the equivalent of some Titanic shit showing up, and you're just like, well, everyone else is like, well, shit. Well, shit, you know? Anyway. Let's go down and just look. Best esports team. Very valuable. I have a lot to say, and I think we should discuss this in a very lengthy subject matter. Shit. What? This website's still not working? Best esports athlete. Listen, I think we should. I want Kakeru to get it. Just based on everything he's been through in his story. Let's give it to Kakeru. How about that? Best esports team. Okay, so just like the last time, I have so much to say. Every time I have things to really say it, 404 is out. Every time. Wait a minute. Am I going forward and backwards? Am I just living in a constant loop? Oh, because we're going backwards. We are going backwards. I had to click previous. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm living in backwards land. I think 404 should win. Yeah. It's a good thing everything's getting easier, better to use, and cheaper as time goes on, right, chat? What the fuck? It's a good thing that like everything in life is getting more effective, more efficient, easier to use as we further get into the 2020s, right? Maybe we're going to look back and look at the 2020s as being the end shitification of the internet, and maybe the bounce back for that is going to be the 2030s. Who knows? Just saying. Maybe the 2030s will be like the internet goes back to what it was. Maybe, just maybe. Content creator of the year. I'll just say I only ever watched Charlie, and not a ton. Like on some things. What's the peanut guy? Most anticipated game for me, it's Wolverine. I think Wolverine. Damn, 007. What the hell, dude? I would put Tokon over this. Wow, 007. Really? That's a choice, man. GTA 6 is obviously going to be the one that wins this, but yeah, it's Wolverine probably a little bit more than Resident Evil, because Requiem has not had a chance to do anything really different yet. RE9 is just looking, everything that we've seen of RE9 so far pretty much just looks exactly to be like a slower paced RE7, you know? If we're not counting what could potentially be there, everything in RE9 right now is a spooky, slow, meandering kind of RE7 again. So to me, that's like, unless shit changes, unless the marketing for the game changes and we see more than just the first level, then that's the impression I have right now. And it's like, yeah, okay, I'll be excited for that. But right now, I'm more excited to play Wolverine. Best adaptation. Hell no. I didn't see any of these. I mean, Chicken Jockey. Yeah, so people had to remind me. You know what was the craziest part of all of these things? The weirdest, this is a weird snub. Sonic 3 not being here is really crazy. That is really crazy. Because Sonic 3 was well received, man. Even Simmons watched it on a plane. One of the biggest Sonic snobs on the planet, right? And even he was like, that was the best Sonic movie. It was the best one, you know? So it's like, wow, really? Damn. Okay. I imagine that Minecraft will take this, you know? I think Minecraft is eventually going to take this because it was well received enough, you know what I mean? But yeah, Sonic 3 not being here is pretty crazy. Twisted Metal's also not here. Yeah, wait a minute. Did Twisted Metal get a new show this year? Or was that the previous year? Did they get like a second or third season? Sonic was 2024. Oh! So wait. Did it get nominated last year? Did Sonic 3? It did not. Oh. Well, then where the heck was it? That seems odd. It came out in December. Then it should count. Yeah, it doesn't mean that stuff doesn't count if it comes out in December. It's cut off from the last year, so it should technically count for this year? Exactly. What the hell? That seems weird. That's definitely, I can understand the visible pissed-em-offness that is causing. I can understand why people would be upset about that. That seems like a very weird miss. Considering the fact that I didn't even know this shit existed, dude. Or this. Holy hell. But, you know, I'm not a big video game adaptation guy. I'm going to be real. Not a big video game adaptation guy. Arc Raiders wins this. It's too big. Got too much buzz. It's the biggest multiplayer game of the year. I think I would personally give it to... I didn't play Battlefield 6, but I would give it to Elden Ring. Because I genuinely had a great time with Elden Ring. But was it like the most incredible multiplayer game ever? Probably not. Peak would be nice as well. Split Fiction was good. We didn't finish it, but I think between the two in here, the biggest toss between this is this and this. Peak and Arc Raiders is likely going to take it. Best sports / racing. Has this category always been this? Has this category always been sports and racing together? It has. Really? I don't remember that. Very weird. Anyway, Rematch got a lot of really positive buzz, right? People had some really good things to say about Rematch. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's not going to Mario Kart World, dude. That game came out and it vanished. That game did not, like, Mario Kart 8 came out twice and like recaptured its audience again, you know, like multiple times upon its re-releases and then continual DLC. It's like everyone came back and played Mario Kart 8 like several times over. But Mario Kart World, I mean, I just didn't feel it, man. That game did not have a hook that was powerful enough to really get me want to go back and play more. And it kind of felt like it was okay, you know? It was okay. Nothing really wrong with it. It was okay. But a lot of people have really good things to say about Sonic Racing, and I think I like the mechanics in Sonic Racing a little bit more. So I would... This is not probably going to be a popular vote, but I think like these two. But dude, I don't know what the hell's going on over here, so... Well, we'll see. And damn! You know what I'm voting for here? I mean, the one that I played. The only reason I could say that this would go to Civ 7 is because it's Civilization. However, Civ 7 pissed people off. Correct me if I'm wrong. I remember people that usually play this kind of stuff, and I only play the one. People that usually play this kind of stuff was pretty pissed off what happened this year with Civ 6-7. Anyway, the Altars was pretty cool. This was a neat game. And I would not be surprised if this sneaks it in. Like, I watched some people play this. Unfortunately, it came out in a time frame that really had a lot going on. But this was a pretty crazy looking game, you know? Is the Altars the one that has the dude that has himself cloned like crazy on the big circle ship in space? Is that not the one? I think it is, right? Yeah, it is. And it definitely looked like relatively fascinating, you know? But we'll see. I don't know much about 2 Point Museum, Tempest Rising, Jurassic World Evolution 3. Tactics was god tier though. Man. Next. Best family game. Dude, Donkey Kong I know is nominated for Game of the Year, so it pretty much goes to Donkey Kong, right? I don't think Split Fiction is nominated for Game of the Year. So almost by the way that everything is organized, right? Like, it's almost like defaults to DK. And DK is a pretty decent family game. Like, I've actually played this with my daughter. So Split Fiction's also really good for that too. And to be honest, we just played Lego Party and it's pretty great. But is it like best family game of the year great? I don't know. It was great. It's definitely, in my personal opinion, the best Mario Party alternative for sure. And they do some pretty cool stuff with it. This one doesn't, I mean, no. Lego Party doesn't feel like it's going to rip your family apart like a Mario Party game does. But I'm assuming Donkey Kong takes this. So we'll make an entire, we got to talk about this. And I am going to keep this brief right now so that I can add like an addendum to this and we can come back to it and discuss the best fighting category. We've made a lot of progress. Don't get me wrong. Like, we've made a lot of progress from Sifu being nominated for best fighting game. But there is clear room for improvement here, and we'll discuss it in a lot more detail going down the line. But I'm going to just throw out a name of a game that deserves this to win right now, and it's Fatal Fury. Moving on. Best RPG. It would be very... Okay, so this is between these two, right? Because both of these games are nominated for Best Game of the Year, right? Both of them. Both of them. I think it's going to go to Expedition 33. And there's a very good chance... it'd be weird if one gets Game of the Year and then... Or one gets Game of the Year and the other gets, like, you know, best RPG. That kind of thing. No JRPGs. I mean... I don't know. At least from the couple that I played, like Kazan and stuff like that, if you're going to consider that an RPG. I don't know. I mean, I don't play RPGs that much. There were some games that came out this year. Trials games, yeah. Trails games. Trials games RPGs now. Is that what we're talking about? The Trails Saga? Trials Saga. Right? Digimon snub. I could see that. I can see that. A couple of these are big Xbox games. Yeah, they are. I think Expedition 33 is likely going to take this. I don't know about Monster Hunter, dude. I don't know. I don't know, man. Moving on. Best action adventure. Damn. Wow. This might be the toughest category so far. Wow. This one has like several games that could either take this. And I don't really know where this goes. This is where the brain immediately goes. And then this is clearly right next to it. And this is right. These two are like right next to each other to possibly take it. But also, yeah, I don't know, man. Jeez, dude, this one's tough. Many of these have like a very good chance of winning this. What does action adventure mean anymore? Well, the good thing is we can read. For the best action adventure game, combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving. Fascinating. Anyway. No, DK. I wouldn't say that combat is the biggest focus of DK. You know? I wouldn't say that as much as these games. The combat is a little bit more focused in these. DK is still inherently platformers to an adventure. I mean, you can hit things. They hit things doesn't mean it has like a focus on combat, right? I don't feel like the combat is exactly exemplary in Donkey Kong. You know, it feels like it's focusing on other stuff. And I played that game, you know? Granted, it has it. Should it qualify it? No, because the other things in here seem to be better qualifications of that. I think Silksong will likely take this, though. I think it'll take it. Moving on. Best action game. And there you go. Battlefield 6. Dude, wasn't the campaign to this balls? I didn't play it. I'm speaking from a second hand. But was Battlefield 6's campaign like incredible? Game of the year material? Apparently it was balls, or it was just fine. Yeah. I mean, maybe balls is too harsh. It was fine. Because most of the time, the majority of Battlefield campaigns are kind of like, well, that is what it is, you know? Kazan should be here. You know what? Kazan does a lot for me personally, but I don't know if I would put it in the same pedigree of like Shinobi, Hades 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, or I don't think so, man. I like Kazan a lot, but nothing about it is, it has like in my, dude, Absalom should be here. No kidding. I feel like Absalom should take the spot of Doom the Dark Ages, because I would not like, I certainly would not. I would not have nominated Doom the Dark Ages for best action game, my dude. I would not. This one I like kind of aggressively disagree on. I did not particularly have, it was an okay game, but I did not have the greatest time with this, dude. This seems like this is a little bit of like big game bias in certain degree, because Doom the Dark Ages is like at its best like an 8. At its best. It doesn't feel necessarily exemplary of best action games throughout this year. It was fine, but it felt relatively weaker than the previous 2 Dooms, you know? So, no, I liked it. I think at the end of it, I gave it like an 8. Still good, but I would, at least from what I've played, man, I would definitely hold others in higher regard, at least in some other ways. Long story short, I think Shinobi might take this. No kidding. I think this is probably going to be a toss-up between Hades 2 and Shinobi. Ninja Gaiden 4 is actually legit the straight-up true action game of all of these. But Shinobi had people said such great things about Shinobi, and I haven't played this, but everybody that's played Shinobi is like, this game fucks, man. Like, it's so good. This is one of the ones that I'm really sad that I missed out on because of, you know, timing. And Ninja Gaiden 4, I'm like 90% through it right now, about to play some more tonight. But NG4 probably has the best core element action of all of these games in terms of, you know, combat. The problem is that action games, yes, it's a game focusing on action, but everything else needs to be just as exemplary as well. And there's a lot of shit getting in the way of Ninja Gaiden 4 being like the most god tier action game. And even people that like it a lot will agree with me, dude. The game's amazing. It has some of the best flow state action game stuff in a hell of a long time, but there's so many weird things throughout the playthrough that is like, this is funky. Why is this funky? The story is one thing. I wouldn't even discredit the story, but just like the way the game functions as a video game is a little weird. There's some funky stuff in there. Anyway, I think the two games that likely will fight for victory here is Hades 2 and Shinobi. And I don't really have a preference on either one. Hades 2 is amazing. Shinobi seems amazing. Moving on. I think Shinobi might be one of the weird pulls here where it could take it. I think that maybe, just maybe, could take it. Best VR AR, damn. I have so much to say about all the games in this category. Best mobile game. Jeez, dude. Okay, chat, are you ready for a hot take? Best debut indie game. And this one is going through a bit of drama right now because Megabonk, the developer for Megabonk, the one dude dev for Megabonk, chose to pull out. Which is interesting. That could also be because the guy's sort of an enigma. He's kind of mysterious, and accepting an award is a little weird for an enigmatic single dev that doesn't really want seemingly people to know exactly who he is. People are in love with Dispatch right now, and Dispatch is effectively the mega return of Telltale, you know? And Blueprints did insane early. Everybody was playing this game, dude. I looked at it and I was like, what the hell am I looking at? And apparently it's like a weird puzzle or roguelite. People really loved this, dude. And I have not heard much about this one, so I'm sort of out there. But here's the problem. I feel like in the tilting scale here, this just sets up for an easy Expedition 33 sweep. Where it might not sweep everything, but the chance of it winning like 10 awards is mad high, dude. And that's sort of the rough part, you know? Expedition 33 isn't even an indie game. Like Kepler isn't a small publisher, but it's a publisher. Yeah, they actually had a publisher, you know? Kepler was, well, they're small. You know, let's not discredit how small Kepler is as a publisher. They're pretty small, dude. But still, they had a publisher, you know, and there is definitely like budget behind this, way more than some of the other ones. You know, this is a weird category because what is heavily considered to be like an indie game, an independent studio, Baldur's Gate 3, a big ass game, is technically an indie game. You know, we're starting to get this cleared up a little bit when Helldiver Dave the Diver was like published by one of the biggest friggin' companies in the world type of shit. And it's like, that's not an indie game, my dude. Dave the Diver was not an indie game. So there's clearly some massaging that Dave the Helldiver that needs to be worked out here, right? There clearly is some stuff that we got to finagle this category a little bit in the future. All right. That being said, I think Expedition 33 is going to take it, but based on the way everyone's reacting and talking about Dispatch, man, it feels like Dispatch would be a very good call. At this point, feels like that lines up with a lot of very positive reviews that's been getting across the board. Megabonk withdrew, and they're going to be replacing it with something else in the future. Moving on. BG3 was not nominated for Indie Game. Was it not last year? Interesting. That's interesting. I guess the drama from the one last year was around Dave the Diver type of thing, right? Okay. Interesting. Best independent game inside the traditional publisher system. This is crazy, dude. All of these, I mean, the only game up here that I don't think found this list is insane. The only game up here that I can defend, but I don't think found an audience as big because of what it is Absolem. But Absolem being a beat 'em up, you know, and a roguelite beat 'em up at that makes it sort of weird. That being said, god damn this game, dude. But this lineup is nuts. I remember I was saying like one of the action adventure categories is one of the hardest ones to pit. It's Ball X pit. This one might be the actual toughest. This is brutal. Like all of these games could be considered like games of the year material by many accounts. All of them are like crazy good, dude. Here's the problem. Expedition 33 is here. And that's what makes this a little less interesting, you know? The tough part about these situations is that that's what makes this like less interesting. Is that this could and probably should go to a different one instead of the E33 sweep, even though I'm standing E33 as well. It's just there's 2 Game of the Year nominees in here. You know, by that sheer definition of breaking this down, this game and this game are nominated for the best total game of the year. So 3, sorry, there's 3. This one, and this one. So it makes the chance of this one, or this one almost 0. Like, brother. Oh, man. I think Expedition 33 probably takes this one. Yeah, independent game dev is taking over this industry, dude. It really is. People that don't have to go through the creative process of this industry. That shit is going through some changes. No Man's Sky got a big update this year. Helldivers 2 has gone through some stuff. 14's in an okay spot. Baldur's Gate 3 is continually getting updated. However, dude, Fortnite is fucking crazy this year. Like, 14 is not in the best spot right now. But Fortnite is crazy this year, dude. I feel like I have never felt more left out. And choosing my Fortnite virginity to eventually have my moment. And I feel like this year I'm getting some mad FOMO, dude. This is the only year where Fortnite FOMO has kicked in. Like the Simpsons area, the Daft Punk stuff, I'm forgetting things that happened earlier this year. I'm like, dude, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. So that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if Fortnite takes it. It seems like this is getting more buzz and all this kind of stuff throughout literally everything. Max, come play as Evil Homer. Best ongoing. Yeah, couldn't you jump into like a Megazord or some shit? These are 2 also very interesting categories. 14, Fortnite, Helldivers, Marvel Rivals, No Man's Sky. You know what? In the amount of, now that I understand, in the amount of time that it has existed to how much it has changed and how much they have added, this probably is going to go to Marvel Rivals. Man, my perspective has changed. They have done a ridiculous amount to this game in a very short period of time, dude. And it seems like it's in a pretty decent spot. It seems like, you know, they're all going to boil down to a ranked grind that's going to make you hate the game. But if you don't do that, maybe you're going to have fun with it. I don't know. These are all things that I am relatively unfamiliar, but my little bit of perspective on Marvel Rivals sort of like kind of reflects the way I think a lot of the community feels, and they're kind of pretty happy with it, you know? A lot of shit's changing. A lot of stuff is happening almost constantly. Where's Warframe? Good question. That's like one of the first years that Warframe isn't in here. Huh. Moving on. Games for Impact. South of Midnight was received pretty well. But man, I do not know. I do not know. So much stuff came out this year, dude. I do not know. I almost don't have much of a take on this one because I didn't get to play much. Innovation and accessibility. Doom did have a ton of accessibility. To give them credit. But my lack of experience will definitely be my downfall in predicting what will actually win. South of Midnight could possibly be up there too. Anyway, yeah. Damn, we're getting some quality bands in the chat right now. Just make them permanent. Just make them permanent. Yeah, I don't know. Doom the Dark Ages definitely had a lot of accessibility stuff that that was like, this is a lot. This is a lot of effort, my dude. Moving on. Oh, man. So, yeah, brother. Expedition 33 occupying literally 50% of the performance vote. Boy, howdy. She did amazing, dude. Holy crap. And I played the game in Japanese as well. I didn't even get to hear like Yuffie's voice actress and her performance very much, but man, she did a great job too. But and Troy Baker, I heard, killed it as Indy. All of these are nuts. They're all so good. And for the very little bit of screen time he had, man, and I'll be real, I'm giving it to Ben. I'm giving it to Ben. I actually am. I think like the hero of this is sort of like Charlie, but I'll be real, dude. Like the range of what this dude's character goes through in Expedition 33, and even though it's like I don't love the decisions these characters make in the end, was the portrayal of those decisions accurately representative? God damn, it was. Holy crap, dude. So I don't know, man. Spoilers. I won't say too much. I can't say too much. Yeah, the only reason I don't think Andy Serkis is in here is because you would then have 4 people on Expedition 33, you know? 4 Expedition 33 noms? Dude. And I think Andy Serkis did a good job, but I think Gustav was better, you know? Ben was just, but it's Ben's natural voice. Oh, dude, no, wait, no. Do you think that performance is changing the way your voice sounds? No. It's like whether or not you believe the words you're saying, right? This is like acting. This is acting, right? So this isn't like, hey, how's it going? This isn't this. This is like, oh, did I believe what this character went through just by specifically listening to their lines of dialogue? And holy shit, dude. Yeah. I would actually probably give this to Ben. I would. With like Jennifer English played. Wait, am I mixing her up? Who did Jennifer English play? Was she Mael? Oh, dude, that's like a close second. Damn, bro. To be completely honest, that's a close second. Like, likely tied. You know? That shit is almost tied. Literally Verso versus Mael. Oh, man. Whew. That's tough. That's really tough. Anyway. This one's very hard. I'll probably give it to Ben because I think his acting range was genuinely tested. That shit was genuinely tested throughout that playthrough. Best audio design. Oh, man. This is tough because I didn't play enough of Death Stranding 2 or Battlefield 6. Yeah, Arc Raiders likely would have been here if it wasn't for I learned later that some of their audio was AI generated, which you know why that sucks, chat? You know why this AI bullshit sucks? You know why it's ass? Because it undermines the actual efforts of real people and real art. It distracts and undermines. That's the problem with it. Is that whatever the audio engineer that did the incredible work on Arc Raiders game sounds incredible, just mind-blowing sound. But there was a choice made at some point to save money and do voiceovers that are fake-ass people, right? And now that I think back on it, and I'm like, oh, it's pretty friggin' obvious. Like, it sounds specifically kind of bad. These are not performances. These are just voices. That's all they are. They're not performances. They're just voices. So the issue with that is that it's effectively undermining the audio design and work that goes into it across the board, which is most likely not any of that, has nothing to do with that shit. And I think that sucks. I think that genuinely is stupid. Another reason that I absolutely hate this generative AI that is removing the performance from things, you know? So yeah, do I think that best audio design probably would have had a good chance of Arc Raiders being up here? 100%, dude. But the issue is that at some executive level, some dumbass thought we can save a little bit of money here, and it has rendered somebody's incredibly valuable work probably at a point where it's under scrutiny, which is really, really shitty, huh? Isn't that really shitty? Anyway, I'd probably give this a Silent Hill F. I would. I love the way a lot of Expedition 33 sounds, but there was a very unique audio experience for Silent Hill F, man. Like the way this game sounded gross, like really gross, and it really like had a haunting feel throughout all of it. Like, and it also helps that it's an Atmo game. It's a spooky Atmo game. So I really liked it. I like Ghost of Yotei as well, but it was like, okay. And I could see Death Stranding 2 probably having incredible audio design. You know, like everything that I saw of that was clearly very good. Anyway, yeah, I'd probably personally give that to Silent Hill F. What is going to take it? I think Death Stranding 2 could possibly take it. I think it could take it, like no kidding. Moving on. Best score in music. Jesus, man. This year sucks. We're gonna be talking about this year for years to come, chat. You realize that? We're gonna be talking about what happened in 2025 in this video game industry for years to come. This sucks. Brother. Everyone's pissed off. Pretty much everybody's pissed off. I think all I can say is that Expedition 33's music repeatedly blew my mind. Repeatedly. Like it was a Final Fantasy VII remake or rebirth audio experience where it's just like, this game loves its music. Like, it absolutely adores this shit. The music is part of the experience so much. It's built into the gameplay for the most part. Like, and while I don't have the most experience across the board with everything else, yeah, I mean, fuck, dude. Fuck. Night Rain snubbed? Night Rain music? I don't know. No, Mario Kart World is crazy. What do you think Mario Kart World takes it over? Like Ghost of Yotei? Ghost of Yotei's score is pretty sweeping, you know? It definitely has a very sweeping score, right? And Mario is pretty much track-based, right? Mario kind of probably has a little bit of everything. Goes for variety. Yeah, I wasn't like blown away by Yotei's score and music, but it was definitely good. It definitely sets the mood and the vibe. Silksong could, I think this is likely between, no kidding, this one and this one. I think it'll go between these two, but I still think overall this is an Expedition 33 Awards. This is probably going to go here. Chat, what did I tell you, man? What did I tell you? What was I saying when this game came out? I tried to warn you. As soon as we beat Expedition 33, I'm like, this game's winning Game of the Year. And then it's like, there's so many more games to come out. There's like Death Stranding 2, there's this, there's that, there's that. I'm like, yeah, but Expedition 33 is everything this industry loves. It's everything this industry absolutely adores and will really get behind right now, dude. And then Silksong had not even been out yet. And like, there was that, I think Silksong was the one chance of there being an absolute interrupter. But just knowing how things operate, you know, brother. But that doesn't mean that we haven't been right all the time. That doesn't mean we have been right all the time. We have been wrong. Like, there have been severe disruptors. Like I said, there was no chance in hell that a sequel to Breath of the Wild was going to not win Game of the Year. And it didn't. So that was pretty unexpected, my dude. What if Elden Ring came out this year? No, Elden Ring, like we said, when Elden Ring came out, Elden Ring is going to win for that year. All the years before, it's going to render them all null and void, and it will win for all the years after. It probably could happen. They'll find a way to stick in Elden Ring 2021 or some shit, whenever the hell it came out. Elden Ring manages to win Game of the Year again. Wow, crazy. That's crazy. They almost did. Last year, they almost fucking did, dude. They tried. The DLC was nominated for like Game of the Year or some shit. They fucking tried. they tried, man. We were sitting there going, what the hell? So anyway. Man. Best art direction. I would probably say Ghost of Yotei has a very good chance of taking this. But I have a big gripe with Yotei, my dude. And it's that the majority of the experience that I had, and I had to talk to somebody else that had played the entire thing, and apparently that does echo throughout the rest of the game. A lot of that game takes place in Seattle. And for those of you that don't know what I mean, there's very few moments throughout a Yotei playthrough, apparently, that are like in the daytime where it looks the most pretty and stuff. It's so drab and rainy. And your ability to manipulate the environment and get clear weather is not as, is not as present. So I don't know. I think for me, that's a disconnect. There was a disconnect of me like seeing one to the other. It has the variety. It's there. It's almost like you celebrate the moments of the game actually having clear weather, which make it feel unique and special. But like not really having access to those things as much as even before is sort of rough. It's sort of rough. It is a revenge, depressing story. It definitely ties in with the thematic elements. If it's art direction specifically, I think it has a very high probability of winning that. But you platinumed it, the weather was clear all the time. I wonder what the hell happened then. I wonder if that's a thing that could literally completely change from person to person. Anyway, that changes my personal feelings on it just taking it, because I think like it just takes it. I think it could just take it. But Death Stranding 2, though. See, I don't know if I like Expedition 33 being up here. On this one, I don't know. I think E33 is a great looking game, but I think that some other games this year can kind of look a bit better. Like I think it does great for what it has and what it had access to, but I like parts of it. I love parts of it. Don't get me wrong, but I think kind of like the look of some other games, If there's one category that I think, and I hope Expedition 33 maybe doesn't take, Expedition 33 literally looks like a painting though. Right. But that is not like it looking like physical art does not. Artist is literally the plot. Yeah. So that means it should just win, like that means, so since art is the focus of the game, and don't get me wrong, it is, that means it should just win. Yes. Well, yes, that feels a little on the nose. Like people are saying it's associated with art, so it should win. Right. But that's like a little straightforward, You are in a painting. Yeah. But chat, art direction isn't just like physical media and paintings. Art direction is it's pretty more broad stroke than just like a physical medium situation. I don't know. It is visual, but it's also like, yes, specifically visual, specifically animation, all that kind of stuff, I feel like I'm back in my art history class. Anyway. I think Death Stranding 2 could possibly take it. I do. I think Death Stranding 2 could possibly take this one, and I would not be surprised if it does. Broad stroke. Yeah, art direction is like an overall like visual aesthetic and vision of how the game looks, right? Like what does the game evoke visually to the player? How do you feel when this stuff happens? What was the intent? Was that effective, And it's going to mean a lot of different things. One is clearly literally about painters and shit, the whole point. My only problem with Expedition 33 is that it could look a little asset-y, asset-y. And I don't think that's a problem for it because its overall experience makes up for it as a whole. but like certain parts of it can definitely feel like it's a lot of like UE5 assets. You know, that's a hot take. I mean, I don't think it makes the game bad, but I think it held in comparison of specifically art direction. I think there's like a lot of effort, you know, there's a lot of work and effort put into like a game like Death Stranding 2, my dude. So yeah, I don't want that to make like it feels like it takes away from the quality of it, but it definitely, I noticed it, you know, I just noticed it every once in a while that like the visual aesthetic of the game definitely like has this very intentional like UE5 sort of asset look, you know, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Anyway, moving on. This is an art argument here, and chat, none of us will meet in the exact same point in the middle on this ever. You know, we're never going to be like right here ever. You know what I mean? So we should just move on from this. Anyway, let me tell you what the best song of the year was. Oh, shit. Silent Hill F was very good. And when you learn more about the game, it's even better after the first one. This is so difficult. I don't know if I love Ghost of Yotei's narrative because it ends up going into a more fantastical element and it sort of deviates a lot from what made Tsushima really fascinating to me, which felt like you're sort of like reliving these war chronicles, you know, like you're reliving history. And then Ghost of Yotei goes a little bit more into Western fantastical. Which I don't think is bad. It didn't grab me as much. Expedition 33's narrative is gripping as shit. You know, it's super, the way its story is like paced and conducted is literally designed to keep you intrigued, to get you from here to here to here to here and get you really like, oh, I want to move forward, dude. What the hell's going on? The way they like slow drip the information of the world. I do have a little bit of disappointment of its conclusion, but at the same point, you know, I really wonder about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's where I'm at. I'm out here. I think we're out here looking at all these other big heavy hitters and then not really crediting that this could possibly just come in and sweep this up or something. Because yeah, that was the reason people really got into this shit, man. People really like it. I watched like Co play this and several others. It's like, wow, people really got into this shit, dude. Interesting that Dispatch is in here, which is like the thing that everyone's kind of into. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to call it right now. I would not be surprised if this one comes in and sweeps this up in some way. Even with lacking critical information, I would not be surprised. Just to like even out this whole E33 sweep. You know what I mean? And best direction, I think this absolutely goes to E33. Yeah, I think this goes to this for sure. Like what with the resources they had, what they could do, what they chose to do, with the time they had, with the size staff they have, that's all direction and shit, man. And what made it into the game, what was valuable for the game, to keep, yeah, like. I can see Kojima also coming in and scooping this guy up. That could possibly happen. But to have that coordinated of a vision for what Expedition 33 could be as a game is nuts. It's nuts. It blows my mind that they were able to pull this off. And that is literally from a director's standpoint, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe people, but like I said, very high probability. I think this will likely go here. And then, yeah, it will just... It's almost funny that DK comes in here. Because this is a hot take, man. I was really looking forward to DK being like, it's the game of the year. Like, Expedition 33 was good, but DK is soon, man, and this shit can just come in and sweep this mother fifer. It really can. And then I really didn't feel that by the end. You know, maybe in the first third of the game, maybe in the last 10% of it, it was it was really powerful, but there's some parts in there that are like, this is okay. This isn't, I feel like this had an opportunity to really grab me through like narrative and music and all this kind of stuff and level design and everything. And there's some part of the middle of Donkey Kong Bonanza where I was just like, I could pretty much stop here. There was definitely some parts of it that were like, yeah, I could pretty much just stop playing this and maybe come back to it at some point. But I ended up finishing it, you know? I think that's the only problem I have with like DK Bonanza in its totality in the very long run, is that it was really good, but there were moments that they really could have gotten me and they just didn't. They just didn't until the ending, and the ending is really powerful, dude. Like, boy, howdy. The ending is friggin' amazing. So that's why I'm a little slightly questioning on DK. I don't think DK will take this one. I think it's pretty clear that E33 is going to win this year. Seems pretty clear. And that's crazy because so many games, dude. Like, so many ridiculous games came out. DK wins this hard, yeah. H-A-R-D, yeah. K-O-N-G-H-A-R-D. I think what happens this year is that if 33 doesn't win Game of the Year, it is surprising. It will actually be like, whoa, you know? If suddenly Silksong takes it, or Death Stranding 2, or shit, Kingdom Come, Hades 2, it would be shocking. If Donkey Kong not having that many nominations suddenly just wins, that would be shocking. Like, what the hell? What is going on? Just because the presence of all these other titles is so prevalent throughout all of this shit, you know? How was Yote not there for Game of the Year? Just breaks down that way, you know? This came down to how many votes. That's it. That's, you know what? You know why Yote is not here for Game of the Year? Because they didn't come out the previous year or the year after. And they probably didn't want to come out the year after because the chance of winning Game of the Year next year is unlikely with GTA. Pretty unlikely. So all they needed to do was to come out in a year that didn't have so many fucking games, man. So many games. Yeah, Blueprints, Split Fiction, all these games could have been nominated. Absolutely. All of them could have been nominated. More importantly, we could have repeated what? A Game Awards 2016? And we had a chance to put Marvel Rivals up here in the exact same way that Overwatch won several years back. You know? Why don't we do that? We can fix this, Jeff, okay? We could fix this. Either way, so many games deserve it. And I'm what makes me very happy is that, what is this? Half of the games on this list are from small dev teams, you know? I don't know about Kingdom Come. Maybe it is, but small dev team, small dev team, small dev team. Really small dev team, you know? That is, this is a thing that makes me feel like this industry is heading in the right direction, is that these games that typically cost a lot less than games like this, you know what I mean? Expedition 33 is not small. All games use contract work. I mean, that's, so like let's just break this down. As someone that was in a studio of a dev for a very small game, a less than 40-ish person dev team, like 40 to 45 people dev team, those are the people that made the game. You know what I mean? So, however, when you rolled credits on that game, the shit went on for like 20 minutes of people involved at physics engines and codecs and all that kind of stuff, all like the little things between backend and cloud and all of that stuff. But the core team that actually put the game together was like 40 to 45 people. And then you see the credits just go on forever. Long story short is that, yeah, games are very difficult to get published. Like, it takes a lot of stuff to make that happen. But at the same point, it's like, yeah, a lot of people technically work on every single game in some degree. Some of them notoriously small to a certain degree, but like the decisions being made, how those decisions are implemented, all that kind of stuff is done by a relatively small dev team. And in the cases of some other games, no, there's a shit ton of people. There's a ton of involvement. like a ridiculous, from across the board, you have to call committee meetings and do all this crazy shit. Like, you know, it's been that way for a very long time. So Expedition 33 is still a small ass dev team. Like, it really is. Especially for what kind of a game it is, man. And it's pretty clear that, man, no one would have approved of this shit. You know, no one would have allowed this shit to exist, and no one would have allowed the decisions and the time that they put into certain things. No one would have allowed that. Using your logic, Dave the Diver had 50. Right. No, Dave the Diver was also likely a small dev team with a very big publisher. That doesn't change it. I mean, are we arguing small dev teams or like indie game studios? Because I'm not arguing the size of an indie game studio. I'm saying just small dev teams. And dude, if you make a game under 50 people, it's a small ass dev team nowadays, my dude. That is fucking pittance compared to what it takes to produce most things. Like, less than 50 people is like a little XBLA game back in the day or some shit. Like, there's a very small amount of people involved, and especially in like the direct creation of the game itself, you know? We're not arguing indie or not. Yeah, Astrobot also was small. I think Astrobot had less than like 100 people working on it or something like that. And that's like twice the amount of games like this, you know? Spilling coffee on me. Chat isn't understanding this. Anyway, yeah, Silksong had legit 3 people, and it took like 48 years for it to come out. Anyway, all I'm saying, without getting into any more arguments, because we're not here to argue, we're here to celebrate why these games are great, and there are reasons why all of these games are great and why everything up here like deserves a spot. If anything, it feels like Expedition 33 this year is almost taking too many spots, because it almost feels like other games deserve to have gotten more noms or comeuppance or that kind of stuff, you know? Who the winners of this year are us, the users, because 2025 was crazy. The losers of this year are us, the users, because 2025 was crazy and there was too many goddamn video games and there was almost no way that you played all of them. There was literally no way. If this list was spread out in some way, came out a couple years back or a couple years later or some shit like that, we are both winning 2025 and also losing it, because good lord, who had time for all of this shit, man? Anyway, that was a fun shot. Let me go to all categories now. So we got to talk about this. I don't know what order this is going to happen in the future when these videos eventually go live on the channel. But so we got to talk about the one category that I actually, the only category I'm qualified to talk about in any way. All right. Everything else is just Max has feelings about shit. And he just says stuff and somehow it resonates with people. So this one I actually have a bit of criticism. I'm not naturally critical towards things, but we can actually be critical here because I would like to see some progress in a positive direction. You know, I would like to see some positive direction for the future of the fighting game category. And the good news is that there legit has been. Like before, my dude, like Sifu was nominated for best fighting game in a year where you could have nominated other things. Like other games came out that year. So all I want to say is, we need to talk about the best fighting game category. Yeah, last year I was kind of happy about the Marvel vs. Capcom collection being nominated for best fighting game of the year. Sure. Did I think it deserved to win that? No. It did not necessarily feel like a collection of old games deserved to win. And now this year we have 2 collections that are here to varying levels of quality, right? And what people look for from collections. So I really hope that in the future of the Game Awards that another category can be added, which is for best remaster / collection. I really do. Because it feels like there are so many of these now where games that go really hard into creating experiences that are so similar to the old game or adding on top of it or doing this kind of stuff, they aren't necessarily remakes, but they're sort of like re-envisioning of like a whole bunch of things or one big game that still is holistically the same thing. Final Fantasy Tactics would also be in that category. I really feel like games preservation should be a category that exists for the Game Awards, because there's just so much of it now. There's the collection of all of the Fear Effect games or whatever. I don't know, like all of that kind of shit. The Metal Gear collection, like it truly feels like we have so much of this over the past 3 or 4 years that yes, some of these games just don't ever get a chance of even winning anything, because now it's like they're kind of bundled into weird things like this. Like Tactics is put into the tactical one, but still it's a little weird. It's technically a game from 1997, and now we have 2 fighting game collections that are quite literally nearly 30 to 40-year-old games that are here and spruced up in some ways, but what are we categorizing it on? The sprucing, the visuals, the online play? Like there are so many different factors that go in here that sort of feel like, in which one of these games really feels like everything is done right and everyone's happy, you know? Because last year, like, dude, the Marvel vs. Capcom collection would have likely won that category. And now we have a couple of games that are sort of put in here too. So anyway, I really don't agree with collections being put into here anymore, because it is taking away from actual game releases, man. I don't give a shit about Hunter x Hunter. I never really have, and it's not a property that gets me, and I wished it the best success, but there was just not an opportunity for me amongst this year of crazy stuff for me to really get into it. And yeah, did it have problems? 100%, but there was absolutely brand new fighting games that came out this year that could absolutely have been nominated in some way. Does it have a chance of winning? No, but they are new experiences, dude. Like, they are actually new experiences, and whether or not it lines up with someone or something, yeah, like, we don't get a ton of fighting games throughout the year, but it should have been nominated. It should have been nominated over the Capcom Fighting Collection or the Mortal Kombat Collection, because these are older games. That was actually a new game. Is it like a 6 or a 7 out of 10? Sure, but who cares? Like, the amount of options we have are limited, my dude. Anyway, I appreciate the fighting game category, but I think we need to have some separation, right? There needs to be some sort of level of separation between this stuff, between like these things in some way. 6-7, shut up, chat. Yeah, Bleach could have been up here. A game I would have aggressively disagreed with when it came out as being like a great game, but it was a new game. It was actually a brand new game, you know? So that being said, I would knock these 2 out of this category right out the bat. I would just knock them right out the bat. I don't think these deserve to necessarily win this, just based on what they are as games and what they are offering in the fighting game space. You know what I mean? Next up, a game that I think technically counts is this one, because it is a new iteration. It is like a new version of the game. However, it is the 5th or 6th version of Virtua Fighter 5, the 20-year-old fighting game now, which is also a little like, oh, this is in here almost by a technicality. It is a great rendition with new content, don't get me wrong, but like, I would not be visibly disappointed if even like the Iron Saga game took it over this, because that was actually a new game, you know what I mean? So this one feels like it's riding a very thin line. Like, it's a very thin line here. And then we have another game that is technically still in early access. If anything, I feel like there would have possibly been a clear year for 2XKO to really like compete and not have any weird asterisks or stuff like that. And this is only out on one system right now, has spent the majority of its time in like a beta format. People are still waiting to even play it. And like, and I still think that, yeah, this has a very good chance of winning it this year. In fact, I think 2XKO is the game that likely will win this category. But this comes with some weird caveats, because like, it's not technically, this sort of leans into the multiverses aspect of it, which is like, oh dude, no, like we should not be doing this again. I don't feel like this is ready to be put into like full contention, where it's ready to be directly put like against its peers and stuff like that. It's like, it's not done yet. Most people have not had a chance to play this shit, dude. It's like literally not technically out. Anyway, that being said, there's only one game up here that is actually a brand new fighting game release and has elements in it that I clearly disagree with, has things that clearly did not give it the best light and led it to being relatively unsuccessful, quote unquote, not really finding the audience that it had, and things that really disappointed me and had me sort of disassociate with it. But I could absolutely acknowledge this game is fun as shit, dude. It's friggin' it does so much for me. Like, it has versions of characters that I think are the most fun versions of those characters straight up. And it has a visual style that I legit really agree with and I really like. Will everybody agree with that? No, but it actually is a brand new fighting game. Like, everything about it is legit a brand new game. Has a bunch of caveats and a bunch of issues, but the only thing up here that is a brand new fighting game is actually Fatal Fury. So I think Fatal Fury should be the one that wins. It's out and it released as a game. You know, could it have done with a lot of the bullshit that happened with it when it came out? Oh yeah, certainly could have. It certainly would have been nice if this just came out as a Fatal Fury game and not with all of the weird shit that was attached to it. That would have been nice, but we are where we're at, and I feel like Fatal Fury should be the thing that wins this because it's getting a lot better as time has gone on. It has gone through massive changes since it first came out. So I don't know, dude. I feel like we have a lot of weird compromises in this fighting game category still. You know, there's once again, like, we need to have another video of like, we need to talk about the best fighting game category because things just sort of don't really make sense in some ways. To a certain degree they do, but in some ways they don't, you know? And yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would personally say Fatal Fury is the thing that should win this, but I do not think it does. I think 2XKO clearly wins it. I think it clearly wins it, you know? If we are to value the amount of a game's success, how much it has sold over the amount of player base, sales don't necessarily represent how good a product is or how a game is. You know what I mean? So in some ways, like, yeah, when Under Night came out, could that have definitely won, even though its audience is significantly less than the others? Dude, we're not judging this shit based on Steam charts and how much it NPD'd. We're judging it based on like what it is. Is it a game that executes its ideas, its vision, its visuals, its music in a way that makes sense and is good? Yeah, it kind of did that. Does it do some things that piss me off? 100% it does. But at the same point, it's like, some of these other games aren't technically like fully out yet or are just old games or all this kind of stuff. Yeah, 2XKO is technically still in early access. So, you know, most people only look at popularity. That's why it's my hope that whoever is in and nominating for like the best fighting game category, if you're out there and you're a judge that's doing this stuff, to understand like the perspective here, that I can understand why 2XKO would win. It would make a lot of sense for some people, but at the same point, dude, like Fatal Fury is the only actual brand new game. Like, that is a full released game that came out fully released. So I don't know. Like, this is very weird. There's always some very weird thing that happens in the fighting game categories in some way. Available to everyone to buy. Did everyone buy it? Definitely not. But still, it is what it is, you know? I still think 2XKO is probably winning. I still think it's probably winning. But I personally think that Fatal Fury should likely get it. You know, it should likely be the thing that wins this shit, you know? Very troubled category for some years. It's better. You know what? Sifu ain't up here. It wasn't... the Bleach game could have made it in here over, like, Fatal Fury because the Bleach game was more successful. It sold a lot. Like, that could have happened. But still, I think I would honestly put the Bleach game in here even over the Capcom Fighting Collection 2, and that game came out with a lot of problems, dude. So, I don't know. It's a tough thing because we only get so many fighting games throughout a year. So many ways for us to judge and elevate these things against each other. Yeah. That being said, yeah, I think Fatal Fury executes some things in its game design that are very nice and kind of like are very appealing. But the issue is that this game was always going to have a tough time finding its audience outside of issues with marketing, and also the fact that it's like mostly designed for 40-year-old dads. So that was always going to be a big issue across the board. And 2XKO is a relatively fresh and like new sort of thing that exists. And it's like, yeah, this clearly is the most appealing game up here by a long shot. And if 2XKO wins it, am I disappointed? No. I ended up really having fun with 2XKO, dude. I really did. This was a game that has gone through so many different versions over the years that were not games that I enjoyed playing or had any fun with. And I was just like really critical of it. I was a quote unquote 2XKO hater for a long time, but it was just because I did not find the fun in the game yet. By the time it came out and through those last alpha labs, beta labs, whatever. Yeah, no, I found the fun, dude. They finally did it. There is some fun to be had in this shit. There's also the same issues of all fighting games sort of run into, but this is a game that I really enjoy. And this is actually the fighting game this year I think I put the most time technically into, maybe outside of Tekken. So anyway, would I be disappointed if 2XKO wins? No, I think those guys 100% deserve it. That dev team deserves it. But I think if we're looking at this like logically, Fatal Fury is the only actual full release non-early access fighting game that's up here, or is an old game that has come back in some way. Anyway. But it's also not a game for everybody. You know, it is clearly also not a game for everybody, and I can understand why there are more appealing options out there. They might as well put Marvel Tokon up there. Yeah, and it was only a beta, you know? Yeah, Marvel Tokon gets put up here just from its 6-character beta. That would have been frustrating. Ghost Megami, thanks for the 10 gift subs. Limit Break Bill, thank you. Hella Savage, thanks for the 4 months, dude. 10 hours long. Vertical Vertex, Star Slinger, Ty 7, thanks for the 52 months. Jeez, man. Next year is going to be good with Invincible, Tokon, Avatar, dude. Right out the bat, and we don't even know if NetherRealm shows up. The chances of NetherRealm showing up at this Game Awards is pretty low. You know, that's pretty low. I don't think we're getting a new NRS game anytime soon. But it doesn't mean we can't make gift sub bets on that. I'm not doing gift sub bets tonight. We'll do gift sub bets when we are a couple weeks out. I don't want to do it too far ahead of time. Yeah, that could either be an Injustice 3 or Mortal Kombat 2, TOO. Any of that kind of stuff, you know? Chat, you have to realize the issue of Injustice 3. And why I would prefer Injustice 3. I don't want Injustice 2 2. Don't want that. No. I want a reevaluation of Injustice with like DC characters. I want a different playing game than Injustice 2. You can keep all the content, but like the way the game plays, no siree, I would definitely not want Injustice 2 2. Definitely don't want that. But if we do all these DC characters in a different kind of Injustice game that plays different, yeah, I'm super down for that. Here is the problem. There's a reason why they didn't do Injustice 3 before. You know? There was a pretty clear reason why Injustice 3 didn't happen after MK11. Anyone know why? Why didn't they already do this? Pretty logical. Once you start thinking about it, license, dude, it's Warner Brothers. They own all of it. The answer was low sales. Yeah. Did Injustice 2 sell poorly? Absolutely not. No, Injustice 2 sold really good, especially in the fighting game space. Sold amazing. Injustice 1 sold really good as well. Here's the problem, though. Didn't sell as good as Mortal Kombat. Didn't sell as good as MKX. Didn't sell as good as, wouldn't sell as good as Mortal Kombat 11. And in the eyes of the overseer, you know, releasing another Injustice to not as good sales, WB is like, why are we doing that? Make another Mortal Kombat. Oh, shit. Because ultimately, it's not entirely down to NetherRealm as a studio, what game they're making. They're not given the budget for this shit. WB's paying for this shit, man. They're paying for the ride. So this is the issue of this relationship, man. Yeah, Warner Brothers is always going to be like, why not make more money? And now it's like, well, okay, so Mortal Kombat has taken a hit, you know? It has now sold the equivalent of an Injustice game. Do you take a risk on making an Injustice game and it not selling as good as the latest Mortal Kombat, which is a risk, or a chance of making a Mortal Kombat that really hits and suddenly is like, oh, now we're getting close to the old school Mortal Kombat sales. We're back to MKX, MK11. That seems like a tough call. What is the less risky call? The obvious dumbass executive call is not to, we should give these guys a break and let them work on something else. No, the dumbass WB call from an executive level is to be like, make MK again, and we'll just do all the things right this time. So I don't know, man. As much as, you know what? Yeah, to be completely honest, like the actual answer is probably Mortal Kombat versus DC. That's where my brain goes like, okay, so you can meet in the middle here and you can actually have a new property, right? You can actually do something interesting and reevaluate what Mortal Kombat versus DC is. It's not the fact that people are really disappointed by violence and DC stuff. That's all over the place. That's all over James Gunn's bullshit, you know? He's got violent stuff all over the place. So all I'm saying is there's reason for that to exist now. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is that I actually hope it isn't Injustice 3, and I hope it isn't Mortal Kombat 2, TOO. I hope it's actually Mortal Kombat versus Injustice. I hope it's like MK versus DC. That's what I hope happens. I really hope that happens. Make it play like MK or an Injustice. Maybe there's room to meet in between to get the best of both worlds, you know? Because Injustice has some actual fun stuff in it. The core mechanics work against that stuff, historically. So anyway. Yeesh, man. It'd be how it do. Tag Fighter? I don't think they'll ever do that again, sadly. I think there was a chance for them to do a really interesting Tag Fighter, but they also didn't commit to that with MK1. MK1 wasn't a Tag Fighter. It was a Marvel vs. Capcom PlayStation 1 game. To the fatal, bro. So, hold on a second. The last, or I'm sorry, let's just say the next bit of drama that I guess has involved me in some way or historically has involvement from me that I can maybe offer some perspective. So the Streamer Awards is back, and folks are voting for their favorite streamer categories, right? And lo and behold, again, they have a best fighting game streamer category. You know what I mean? There we go. So yeah, streamers who create the best fighting game content from Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, Mortal Kombat, Super Smash Bros., and more. You know, cool. So I feel like I said earlier, there's a bit of disconnect that's happening with the Stream Awards, the Streamer Awards, and the Game Awards, which are also coincidentally around the same time frame, right? Yeah. How the hell is Justin Wong up here? My dude, how the hell did Brian F. not make it? This is my hot take. How in the holy shit did FeedEx not make it up here? What in the fuck is going on? What in the F, dude? What in the F? Seriously. This is like an injustice, man, for real. Like, you guys should be pissed off. You guys should legit be super pissed off that you didn't nominate them. Why didn't you nominate them? Why not Diaphone? Why didn't you put them in here? I would look at the person right next to you and go, what the fuck? Sit here and look them in the eye and go, what the fuck? Why did you not vote for them? Why would Punk not be put into here? Look right next to you, to the person adjacent, and ask them, what the fuck? Excuse me? Because I ended up, why is Max not here? Holy shit, Max put so much money into get all this dumb shit, right? Yeah, there was also one thing. I didn't tell anyone that the Streamer Awards was happening. I did not make a point of it that you need to go here and do this stuff. And as a reminder, the whole point of the Streamer Awards is that this is not an event that is made like the Game Awards, where they are specifically chosen by like a committee and that committee votes and all that kind of stuff. And it's held to, no, like this is, you vote, you go to a website and you put the names in and shit. And the whole point is that you have to create a campaign. The streamer and broadcaster has to create a campaign, and they have to go and get a bunch of people to make some noise and shit. That's the whole point of it. This is a community situation. So, what the hell? Why didn't you vote them in? In some defense, a lot of people are like, Cutie is like nominating her friends and stuff like that, you know, the friend awards. I would like to remind you guys, I would have voted for you, Max, people say, quote unquote. Max has done all this stuff. Max should be winning this category, quote unquote, right? I'm not saying this. I'm saying this is the stuff that I'm hearing. And I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. However, I don't necessarily need to be here, right? Because I've already gotten my streamer award as somebody that may not remember or don't know. And I got a legacy award a couple years ago. As much as I deeply appreciate that situation, dude, I went in to that room like I was entering an alien land, okay? I went into that award show hoping to win Best Fighting Game Streamer, and I lost to Etoile, who's like a big Smash event guy. And nobody in the fighting game scene knew who Etoile was, right? But he's massive overseas. He's like a huge dude overseas. So I'm entering a space that is literally the antithesis of what I do. Seeing the people talking and schmoozing and all this stuff, like this is like, at least Sajam has some experience with the modern streaming audience because of, you know, Slam Jam and stuff like that, right? So it's like, yeah, that's the whole point of it, to get all these communities together and work together. So he's definitely like a part of that mainstream audience. My dude, I am the fucking antithesis of that shit. Like, I think I was the oldest person in that room by 5 to 6 years. I'm not shitting you. Maybe 10. I'm not shitting you. And when I looked at the chance of me winning this, I knew that there was a good chance I was not going to win. So here's what's crazy. I got the award for Legacy Streamer from an audience of people that are going to ask a question. Who the fuck is this guy? Who is this goddamn guy? Germa, I think I understand completely. You know, Germa makes a lot of sense because he has been around for so long, has done so many big productions, and is actually a mainstream streamer. They're like, he's a big new dude, but I'll see here in my little pocket of like 10,000 viewers to 15,000 viewers, and nobody will ever know who I am. Because, dude, I'm in my pocket and I just have been doing my thing for 12 to 15 years or some shit. You know what I mean? That being said, yes, I sometimes breach into some of the bigger audiences, but like what me and other broadcasters, like, for example, Carnage and stuff like that have done historically. Yeah, how the heck did I get chosen for this? Like, literally. So at the same point, it's like, yeah, there's some picky and choosy, and I'm naturally a little bit more biased because, dude, how the heck did I win that? What the hell? Legacy isn't voted for. Legacy is not a thing that's like nominated. I was chosen by like the panel, aka committee, and why the hell would they not have given their panel or committee to somebody that makes a lot more sense? Like, why? What the hell? I have barely ever spoken to nearly any of the people in that room. So it made no sense for me to be a person that would win that. Long story short, all I'm saying is that I'm the antithesis of what everyone's talking about. I'm like the exact opposite. That I had a chance to like legit win that. And whether or not you think I deserved it or not, or other people deserved it, yeah, I could definitely see many other people fucking getting that shit, dude. I could definitely see that the random fighting game guy like getting this over most others doesn't make a lot of sense. So I deeply appreciate that. That means a lot to me. It was pretty wild to be on that stage in that fashion. So anyway, all I got to say is that a lot of people get confused in this award situation and like try to associate it and do this. I just think we live, here's my hot take, and I'm going full screen for this. What I'm seeing happening right now on this streaming awards thing is a direct byproduct of where streaming is currently at. You know, 2 years ago, I won my award, right? And I was a part of that audience, and I already felt very disconnected from this audience, but it felt like this is what it is. And it's just like a lot of these, it felt like it's obviously very much the high school in crowd, you know? It was very much like that high school in crowd. And it's like, okay, yeah, and everyone's just celebrating how cool everything is. And like, I get it, you know, this makes sense. This is what it is, because it is celebrating streaming as a whole with some crazy things like me being there and some others, you know, it's like a big generational thing. But even compared to that, which felt a little insular, yeah, sure, 100%. Even compared to that, what streaming is now is vastly different, especially the disconnect that's happening between like what streaming has become over the past 2 years to what it was then. Because now it is literally the most drama farming website in human existence, man. Like everything about like what makes a popular stream on Twitch is just to say something negative about something else and bait the engagement farm to get other people to say something, and then you get the audience to go in and watch the back and forth happening. I am not even going to say names. I don't even need to, because we know that so much of this website is just saying something like abhorrent or just having like an extremely exhausting take on something else that feels so like it's specifically going after people, that everything is just that now. It's crazy. Everything is just trying to make a Twitter moment or trying to make a live stream fails moment now, where I'm like pretty disconnected, you know? I feel like really disconnected from a lot of what makes this website anymore. I feel like so much so that I just kind of want to sit and do my own thing. I have a unique perspective, and I have been around long enough to watch the evolution happen and really change over the past couple years, especially, you know, and to see where things go. And all I can tell you, as you watch it, as we are actively watching it happen right now, it works. It 100% works. You get these crazy quick engagements, and you get these people that immediately want to hear what you have to say. And then you get back and you have to follow these other broadcasters, and this guy said this and that, whatever, you know, and that happens. And all I can tell you is that it will not last, bro. It won't. If there's one thing that is very weird about my old ass that has been doing this, and I get people that actually give a shit about what I have to say in some way, is that I'm knocking on wood here. My stupid bitch ass has managed to be relevant for 13 years. I don't know how. But I think I have an idea, and it's because I did not make the topics of most of my conversations what other people are saying. And I just want it to be about the things that I feel about these things and what I kind of want, and not specifically like everyone just has this to say and I'm here to say a lot about what they have to say, you know? I can't be the most absorbed person into every single thing. I'm the worst variety streamer of all time. But the things I'm really into. And it's pretty obvious when I'm really into it, dude. So I don't know. A lot of people are trying to like attack others and stuff like that. And I feel like what the Streamer Awards is as a show is only going to continue to be more challenging and more difficult to do because of just the way streaming is now. It's just going to be I don't see this getting any better in the future, man. Like whether or not the same people are involved or whatnot, or it continues in the same way. All this does is just directly feed into a literal drama farm that is quite literally what people will be monetizing off of. The drama is what is being easily monetizable now, you know? So, and again, I realize how bullshit it is that I'm also talking about it in some way. Yeah, I get it. 100%. I am technically part of the problem right now, but I'm also in my unique perspective, not going to be talking about this after it, you know? And I just hope that you go out and you vote for the person that you think should win. And I hope that I can incline to tell you that if this does happen in the future, that you need to vote specifically and tell your broadcaster, hey, I think you're amazing at this. I would like to support you in some way because yes, this is a popularity contest, right? The Game Awards is not necessarily a popularity contest. That's a committee voted sort of like Academy Awards situation. No, the whole point of the Streamer Awards is that it is a popularity contest. We have to get you to be more popular than the other person. You got to go make the YouTube video and do this. And I did all that shit, man. I literally did all of that shit. And guess what? I lost. My ass lost until I won, which was very surprising, which was very like, what the shit? So all I'm trying to say is that just go vote so that next year can happen. And if it does happen, you can go and get your favorite broadcaster in there for whatever category it might be on here. There's a lot of them, man, between best speedrunners, Minecrafters, whatever, dude. There's literally everything. And if you want to make that a possibility for them, then it's you, dude. Like, you can do it. All you have to do is like let them know. The problem is that your broadcaster just might not want that. And a lot of like fighting game people are sort of like a little in their own bubble, just like myself. And I was definitely out of my comfort zone when I was down there, dude. But I felt like I owed it to people to go down there and have this moment because so many people were trying to get on my side. And it's like, yeah, we should do something. You know, I feel like I owe this to people. I owe it to the people that I literally owe it to go on stage and give them thanks in a moment where everything that has been put into this specific situation, I owe a lot of people thanks for this. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't necessarily chat. I have my fucking Evo award. I don't like bragging about this shit either, but I have acclaim and accolades. I don't really need to farm that shit. You know, all I want to do is just make sure my audience is happy. That's all I want. I just want to have the good games come out, have them get better. Best brand partner? Damn. I just want good games to come out. I want them to get better. I want us to highlight the things that are great about them. And I want us to highlight the things that aren't particularly great so that when new things can happen, they could be even better in the future. You know, that's my whole fucking point. So I have no problem being the person that just sits here and just keeps doing that shit because it's where I feel like I'm the best and just play the stuff and do all that shit. You know what I mean? So, and if this is a celebration of like all of the modern streaming, if this is a celebration of like the modern situation of streaming, then yeah, I get it. You know, I get it. I definitely have, dude, if we're talking about legacy awards on streaming, here's a part where it's like I am freaking blown away that I won a legacy award. And I guess it makes sense because it's like in their mind, I am very specific to the fighting game scene in this one genre and the impact on the genre, I guess, and I appreciate it. But dude, if we're talking about like Twitch as a website as well, did Lyric win? Has Lyric won yet? Has Co-Carnage won? Because they really should. Has Summit won? You know? Like, there's definitely a few in there that are literally still going to this day and shit that I really feel that are like people that really deserve it. Lyric didn't yet, Co didn't yet, Dan didn't yet. Man, oh man. Like, there are several that immediately, like, in my head are people that really deserve this position as well. So anyway, I'm actually very excited to see who also wins the Legacy Award, because the Legacy Award is actually not a popularity contest. It is a decision of your peers, you know? Like, I didn't campaign to win that shit. I don't think anybody else that did it before is campaigning to win that shit. It just sort of happens or it doesn't, you know? Yeah, Shroud won last year. Makes a lot of sense. So anyway. Yeah, Dan's Gaming and shit. Dude, I mean, if he was still around, I would honestly put in like Man versus Game and shit, but let's like, because that was hugely influential on a lot of people back in the day. But I think he's pretty fucking disconnected from all this shit lately. Anyway. I'm a senior citizen. Dude, I am here eclipsing my 20s. You know? At the age of 29, I have never felt so disconnected from streaming as a whole, is all I'm going to say. And it hurts me that the thing that we were so attached to for so long just feels so different than what it was. Bless my heart. The ripe age. Dog, you're basically 40? What the fuck? Dog, you're basically 40? What the fuck, dude? Disrespectful. Not cool. Where did that come from? What the hell? The cumulative age of video games is 52. If you add up all our ages together, and I'm the youngest one. Sniffle? Do you know how long I've been doing this? Do you know how long I've been doing this shit? Deception, thank you. T-Dub, Mazalon, Linger saying, thanks for the 5. Max, we need a new fighting game RPG like Legend of Legaia. Damn. Not quite. Oh, that reminds me. There's an incredible video that came out. Dude made an amazing video about old port releases. I saw the first 5 minutes and I was like, this is good. This is really good. Who was it, chat? There's a dude that made a video about the guys that are putting out Tekken 3 and all those PlayStation ports and like what is actually going on behind the scenes to allow this stuff to happen. It's the shit that we've been like speculating and talking about for the longest time. It's for a ridiculously long time. Who made that? Mystic, thank you. Yes, so huge shout out to Mystic here. I just, somebody sent me this and like, Max, you have to watch this. And I watched the first few minutes on my phone and I was like, bro, what? So yeah, Mystic goes into a lot of like industry stuff. This is, you definitely should be checking out this dude's channel. I was just checking out to see the other stuff he made. And yeah, a lot of stuff that goes into all the shit of the industry. It's mostly PlayStation focused, right? Mostly PlayStation focused. But he did a full ass interview with the dudes that recently put out that Tekken 3 port. That was really good. And several other fighting game ports that are coming in the near future, potentially like Soul Calibur 3. And yeah, the harsh reality of selling classic games for modern consoles. Just had a different thumb a second ago. So yeah, I think there's some points we can get in here and talk about this. I don't want to cover maybe the entirety of the video. We can skip around, but I think you should definitely check this out. Let me go ahead and copy this and get you to follow this. But if you want an understanding of, dude, why the hell don't they just port this? It's easy, right? Why don't they do this? It's just easy. You know, it's just so easy. You just emulate it. No problem, right?
Like I remember we approached one publisher. He accepted a meeting. He was like head of business development. We just pitched one game and he said, okay, so this sells, say 100,000 units at $6 each. Why would we bother? We're making $2 billion a year, $3 billion a year. Like what's the purpose? You know, come back to me when you can do 100 games, all with modern controls and modern enhancements and remastered, and then we'll have a discussion.
Now
Jesus,
more than
man.
ever, risk-averse publishers are looking at their old IP and bringing them back with remakes, remasters, or emulation ports. With emulation, oftentimes people wonder why so many classic games have not been brought back, or
Good
why
old
they take
Alundra.
so long to come back. These games in particular present a number of unique challenges.
Bitch, do you see this shit? This has to be a licensing hell game. Published in Europe under Ocean Software, in America under Sony Computer Entertainment, and in Japan under Konami. Good fucking luck. That thing is never coming back, dude. The chance of this ever coming back in some way is nearly impossible. Good luck. Who owns this shit now? Who can make the choices? They might even be dead. Don't even know.
Present a number of unique challenges that some studios are not well equipped for. That's where a company like Implicit Conversions comes in. And recently, I had the chance to speak with the CEO and ask them about the trials and tribulations of what it takes to bring a classic game back.
This is some, by the way, this is some amazing journalism on Mystic's part. Like, and all credit where credit's due. I don't want to review this entire video. I think there's some interesting chats we can have in here, just based on the way that we have been arguing for this thing to exist, and a lot of them have existed and came out to become a reality over the past like few years, you know? So this goes into why it is so hard to make that shit happen. Why it is so difficult to even get this to happen, and what we can even do as fans or a person in even my position to enable this to be a reality.
Bill, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to chat.
Can you explain why certain classic games come back? What goes into choosing a game one over the other, for example?
So it's not a simple answer. There's two ways we can choose a game, but we don't necessarily have as much choice as one might think. There's work for hire projects where we're doing the work for a different publisher, typically scalp publishers, looking at their back catalog, seeing if there's an opportunity to bring some of their classics back to life. Or they'll approach us asking if we can do the work for them. In that case, the publisher will request if we have the technical capabilities to do the project. More often than not, they recognize us in the space for the work we had previously done and our expertise in the PlayStation realm. And so they'll ask us to do a port of a game or a revival of a game to various modern consoles. So our number one request right now is to get PlayStation 1 onto all the modern platforms, in particular Switch. And we can do that with our emulator, which we call Pancake. And that derives from our wrapper for the whole project, which is called Syrup.
So yeah, Chad, this is immediately relevant to us because we just made a video about some of their recent work, which was the recent exemplary Tekken 3 release that happened on PlayStation. And why was that release a big deal? Well, we have just never had a definitive version of Tekken 3 from PlayStation, quite literally since the PlayStation. Even the PlayStation 2 version of Tekken 5 that had arcade Tekken 3 was not the console version. There was a lot of stuff missing. There's a lot of differences. It wasn't console Tekken 3. So to have these guys go in and work on that port, which they did, and then release the port as like a standalone, like I think it was $10 when it came out. Yeah, it was, considering the input delay, considering the content, the sound, like everything, what the options were, it was the best Tekken 3 we've ever had since, no kidding, the PlayStation 1. It was really nuts. So it's like, whoa, we got like an emulation of an old fighting game and it actually is good. Like, whoa, it actually looks really good too. This is crazy, man. So that's the kind of work they've done, which is why I'm immediately interested in this stuff. That Tekken 3 port is great.
Which has all the different emulation features that we can add into it, like widescreen, rewind, save states, all the different things that you would expect. The publisher will ask us if we can do the game or not. If we can do it, we'll work with them to figure out what features they want. We don't necessarily get to choose which features are going to end up in the game. So we may suggest to the publisher, hey, like this game didn't have trophies in the past. Everybody expects trophies now. Let's add them in. And they may say, no, we're good without trophies. And usually it's because there's hidden costs behind every decision. The publisher will also decide where the game is going to be released, what regions, and when it's going to be released. So when we do work for hire, we don't really have much choice. It's either we get to pick a game and they allow us to do it, or they're asking us for the particular game and they're determining all the different features. Now, the other model is a revenue share agreement. Publishers are usually more open to this business model because there's significantly less risk for them.
And as a reminder, I think Bandai Namco was the ones that reached out to these guys who have done other ports of other Tekken games as well. I think they did Tekken 2. And Bandai Namco sort of reached out to them to get the work done to re-release it, So in that situation, that was like a work for hire, where we're just going to hire these dudes that have a good history of making this stuff look and sound good to re-release like Tekken and Soul Calibur 3 and what's it called? And also Tekken 3 that just came out.
On the front end of the deal.
Much different than probably revenue share.
Revenue share agreement. Basically what we're doing as developers is we are taking on the development cost of the game. So we're choosing a game that we think can do really well. We'll approach the publisher and say, look, we think this game has a lot of appeal for today's gamers. We can add some really cool modern enhancements for it. We estimate it's going to sell this many units. Would you be willing to work with us on this? And they'll say, yeah, but we don't have any budget for that. This was unanticipated. You just kind of approached us out of nowhere. So would you be open to a revenue sharing agreement? So in that case, we take on the onus of the development costs and all the engineering work, artwork, all that stuff. And then the publisher, in exchange, will give us a portion of the share of the revenues.
Probably like a
typically
50-50, 60-40?
Kind of like a two-way system for rev share agreements. So initially, the revenue might be a little bit higher, like say 60-40 split, 60 in favor of the publisher because you're using their IP, 40% for us, the developer, until we recoup our costs. So let's say it's going to cost us $250,000 to produce this game. So once we hit that threshold, then the revenue split changes, and then it goes 70-30 in favor of the publisher because now our costs have been recouped.
But that's the crazy part, is that for this little bitch ass old game that might cost $10, dude, you have to sell a lot of units if you want to re-release a game like Xenogears, for example. You end up having to sell, and that's only coming out on one system. That's a lot of sales, man, because these things cannot cost like $30. They cannot. It's gonna have to be relatively cheap, and considering its distribution method on like a PlayStation Network or something like that, you need like 100K sales. The old games do not get that much usually, man. So that, especially if a game costs that much money to Jesus, dude.
But that license may last 5, 7, 10 years. It'll last a long time. So the benefits of revenue share agreement is we get revenue for a long period of time, but we're at the whim of the publisher. Are they going to do a good job publishing the game? Are they going to do the marketing that's required for it to do well?
Yeah. That's it's the same thing when like a studio, a movie studio makes a movie, and then the distribution is handled by someone else. Is the distribution going to be done smartly? Are they going to actually come up with good marketing and stuff? Because we don't have the extra marketing budget. The marketing kind of comes down to the onus of the people that are distributing the game or the film or that kind of stuff. And there's constant stories across the industry of just like, yeah, our publisher screwed us, dude. Like there were other things that were more important to them around that time frame, and they just prioritized other stuff, and we got dicked even though your game was good.
Are they going to do some QA? Are they going to make sure that legally everything's okay? And you may wonder, okay, so if there's no risk to the publisher, why wouldn't they just accept more of these deals? Because it's not costing. The engineering cost is the most expensive.
And they're absorbing the engineering costs. They're the ones putting in like hundreds of thousands of dollars to make it work, to make it like function on a build. Somebody said like, and Sony just throws it out on PlayStation Plus. Not entirely. You have to realize that the space that is occupied in things like State of Play, dude, there was an entire spot in the State of Play before where Brett from Capcom way back in the day is now working at Sony, and he got to introduce Tekken 3 and Soul Calibur 3 to a very large audience, you know? That spot is literally the Sony marketing, you know? Like that is the area that it will be to get people on board to know that this shit is going to sell in some way or will find its audience. And that's how I found about it, you know? That's how it worked for me.
So why are they not agreeing? Well, it's because of those hidden costs. And those hidden costs, they range from a number of different things. The number one thing being legal costs, finding out if there's any issues with IP ownership or licensing agreements. And that can range from audio to VO to even graphics in the game. And then there's quality assurance costs. And then as the publisher, there's going to be marketing. You know, are they going to spend money on booths at the event?
Dude, and that's the crazy part, is that I was convinced that Tekken 3 was not going to have Gone, you know? I was almost convinced that, dude, did they pay for the licensing of Gone again? Like, is the little dinosaur going to be back? Because that seemingly was the thing that might have been removed, you know? That's why Tekken 3 can never get re-released, is because of like old shit like that. He was there. So it isn't like they were able to sneak that one in. No, dude, that had to go into all this legal. That literally had to make it into that Tekken 3 port. And either people at Bandai Namco or whatnot had to go through all of this crazy legal to make that a thing, you know? So it's like, shit. Is the studio for Gone still around? Even if the studio is not gone, even if the studio that made Gone, the manga, is gone now, that still would have been passed over. That's the way everything works, right? If somebody dies or a studio goes under, it is absorbed by a different entity in some way, you know? It goes somewhere else. It gone. So then that becomes, so where is it? Now you have another issue. Now we have to go hunt this bitch down, figure out who eventually got this, or then eventually find them and they don't want anything to do with it anymore. And it's like, well, crap. Like you run into a lot of like a lot of dead ends sometimes when it comes to that shit.
You know, are they going to spend money on booths at the event? So there's a hidden cost to every single game, whether they pay for the engineering costs or not. Back to your question of like, how do we choose a game? So we actually have a spreadsheet of a whole bunch of games we would love to do. We can estimate using a proprietary formula that we worked on to figure out how many units it might sell based on repurchase rates and various other factors. Like, is the property being promoted in like today? You know, like, is there a new addition to the franchise, for example? So we'll ask, is there enough demand for the game? It has to be successful financially for us, of course, to be able to keep the business going, but also for the publisher.
Right. This is the part
It ain't gonna
to
make
me
something just for the hell of it, dude. It needs to have an audience to sell it to.
that's so fascinating is the financial viability of individual classic games, and that some are just fairly niche. And so could you maybe elaborate further on that as far as the financial viability of the individual classic games?
Yeah. So when we approach publishers, we bring with us a slew of data. And really what they want to see is that there is demand for the game and chatter for the game in the online community.
And if it gets into it, this is as I understood it, which is why I made the hubbub I did around Killer Instinct back in 2019 and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and MVC back in 2021 to create these campaigns that'll get people on board to cause some conversation to be happening in a way that is like easy to follow and easy to understand.
I went to DICE Europe last year, so 2024, and one of the roundtable discussions was about getting funded for your own games. A little unrelated to us, but the idea was publishers are so risk averse right now in the industry. You don't see a lot of new IPs coming. They like the idea of reaching back to their back catalogs because those are proven titles. But at the same time, they need to see social proof that there's actually demand for it. When we present to third-party publishers, you know, Japan or even North American or European, we'll present to them a pitch deck that shows, hey, these 3 YouTubers have done videos on the game. It has 2,000 comments. People are clamoring for the game. They've talked about it for years now. There's a dedicated community that are doing mods for it. They're on Reddit. So we'll find all that data.
That is ammunition, right? That was, that was as I understood it a while ago when we were doing our campaigns to get some of these fighting games back in some way, chat. And the whole point of it was to create this online hubbub in some way that creates a positive word of mouth or gives people in a position of approval to have ammunition, where it's like, I can fall back that these guys have done these videos on this, or that there was this thing that happened back in the day. We aren't the ones responsible for getting it, but all we did together for some of these games to come back is that we gave them ammunition, right? We needed to give them a reason to know that, do they even realize that people give a shit, you know? Do they even realize that people would even buy Soul Calibur 3 or care about Soul Calibur 2, you know? Like all that kind of stuff. There needs to be enough of an outcry online and enough built up sort of accumulation that, hey, this could sell if we re-released it. Seems that people have fun with this thing, you know?
Support it that way. And we'll look at the current climate right now. So, you know, Silent Hill 2, for example, was re-released not too long ago. That would have been a good time to do a Silent Hill Classics game because you can bundle it as a value add.
Yeah.
And sometimes there are times when we've pitched a game. This just happened. I was at Gamescom and I talked about a game that we had pitched a number of times and it never went anywhere. And then we found out that the guy who originally, the creative director for the game, died in some mysterious way in Japan, and they just do not want to touch that IP anymore because it's in licensing hell for one thing, but also it has a negative space around it that like that game's off the table.
Damn, it's crazy that happened to Bloody Roar.
For the people. And that's fascinating to me. We know that this game, we don't know, but we have a strong feeling that this game would do really well. But unfortunately, it's just not going to happen for a variety of sometimes legal and sometimes strange reasons.
Yeah, because eventually, like, these things boil down to the original creators or where the property has passed hands, you know? as it eventually went down and got to all these areas and could have become a thing, it still boils down to who actually owns this, and do they care about money? Do they care about the IP? Do they give a shit at all? Will they let us use it? Like, yeah, it might just come down to some old lady that has this and they don't want anything to do with it, you know? Hey, no, that was my son's thing. No, I don't want anything to do with it. Oh, well, shit. Damn. Guess we're screwed.
That exists out there.
That's so crazy. And I'm sure there's so many other stories like that, but that's the other harsh truth, is that some games, like, they just simply don't work financially.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, you know, like, there are games, you know, we've been asked to do, and it might sell 5,000 units at most, but it's going to take us 4 months to work on the game. That's just a project that we have to unfortunately decline, that we can't work on right now because we don't have the bandwidth and we can't risk it only selling that many units. And sometimes the cost for retro games are fairly low, like $9.99, $15.99.
Dude, you're making like $5 maybe, like, and you still got to split that $5. Like, here's the crazy part, chat. In even a rev share situation, game comes out and it's $10. Okay, like that Tekken 3 port comes out, $10. Number one, you are losing approximately 30% of that to Sony. Straight up, they're the distributor. They are distributing it on their platform. The platform distributor is just going to get a cut. So Sony straight up is taking $3, leaving $7. All right. So if you're doing a 60-40 rev share off of $7, well, that means that maybe you're making $4, right? Because you're going to have to split that remainder with the people that allowed you to use their IP in a rev share situation. So at the end of it, you make a sale on a game and it costs you a few $100,000 to make, and you're trying to break even, and you're only making about $4 and some change after every single purchase. So how many copies are you actually going to have to sell? A shit ton. You're going to have to sell a shit. That game better be very desirable, you know?
It's kind of on the higher end. Typically they're $9.99 USD. On sale, they're down to like $4.99, $3.99 on a Steam. You know, on Steam, they're even lower when you have the 80% discount days. I mean, financial viability is a big reason why a lot of these deals will not work.
And of course, one other major problem is licensing hell. So let's acknowledge the elephant in the room here. Tell me about that.
So licensing hell is, if the game is in licensing hell, that means typically that there's a whole bunch of different owners of the IP or bits of licensing within
the Deadpool game. Oh, Jesus, man. That shit went away. Chad, if you have a copy of the Deadpool game, I don't think it's available anymore. You know, that was a game that vanished for a while, and then they figured it out and it came back, and then it went away again. It was like, hey, I got it. Oh, no, I don't. I got it. No, I don't.
And it's just impossible.
Yeah, this shit. Like, literally, no way, dude. This is why things like Tatsunoko versus Capcom, you have to understand, TVC was already an impossibility that pretty much either Seth at Capcom or some folks at Capcom licensing and legal were able to somehow figure out Tatsunoko versus Capcom to even release outside of Japan. Because in Japan, it was all just Tatsunoko. But here, it's owned by those characters are owned by so many companies this way, you can't even track it, dude. Like, and now if you want to re-release it again, God knows where they eventually went. If they're a part of Crunchyroll or some shit, like, the distribution for that is now infinitely harder than it was even back when it first came out on the Wii, which is rough. But that makes it, just the legal fees of figuring out all that shit is probably, and is TVC a massively beloved, like, huge selling game? It's a select hardcore community. Like, people that love it really like it, but was it a huge seller when it came out? Actually, it bombed. It unfortunately bombed when it came out on the Wii. So when it was released, even back in 2008 or something like that, 2009, on the Wii, even that game, I don't think recouped its money and the licensing costs and stuff like that it took for it to eventually come out. Came out on the wrong system too. That was always a problem.
Puzzle pieces to fit together so that all the IP can be sent in one nice clean package to the developer or to the publisher so that the game can be released. And there's all kinds of reasons why that might happen. A game that's 30 years old, the documents could be long gone, or there's an addendum that was created 5 years after the game was released, but no one can find that. Or it has fallen into the estate of somebody and that person has since passed as well. No one knows how to get a hold of the person. Sometimes they just don't want the game to be touched. They want the legacy to remain the same. Other times it's within audio. So a music track, for example, in a game, that's a pretty common issue where it's licensed for X number of years and they don't want to license it out to anybody else because it may change the integrity of the game. So you're stuck with it. You can't.
Yeah, like some games will just have like a specific soundtrack of licensed music, and the original like IP owner, the people that made it, just don't want to re-release it without that music. And they think that if like the music's an integral part of it, and if you change the music in some way, then it's screwed. So we don't really want to do that, you know?
Or because you're stuck that. And that actually happened to us. We completed a game. It was engineering complete, ready to go on the PlayStation 1, ready to be released. And the publisher had approved it, the third party had approved it, and the game got canned at the last minute. It was pulled, and it's going to sit on a shelf indefinitely. And from what I understand, after hearing more of the backstory of that particular game, it will never be released in its classic form.
Thousand Arms?
But it may be remastered because that's a totally different contract, or a remake is a totally different type of contract. The sad thing is there are some games that are just dead on the table immediately. And those are sports games and card games.
Yep.
So
this is why it sucks that old NBA jams can never come back, dude. You can release new NBA jams, but if you wanted to get like old NBA jam or NBA hang time or something, like the actual old ones, a re-release of all the old Blitz games in some way, nearly impossible. Nearly impossible, because you have to get all the licensing of literally every player from the year it was out and get approval of it. It's insane.
Those games are very difficult to license if they use real player names, because you have NHL. Well, I say NHL because that's the one I play every year, but you have the NHLPA, the Players Association. You need their approval.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Arcade 1-Up managed to do this. That's a really good point. Which was always the very confounding element. Yo, Faisal, thank you. There was always like, how the hell did these guys get around this? Like, they seemed to make some licensing deals that felt nearly impossible for the longest time. And it was like, dude, how'd you make this collection happen? Like, what the hell did you do to make it happen? And it seemed like there was some sort of disconnect from them being released as games and them being technically released as like in-store products / toys, So they were able to get the distribution of them figured out in an agreement that did not have the severity of like a digital game or a shelf life game, like that kind of thing. Which is why, yeah, like you can go buy NBA Jam cabinets. They're novelties, yes, like novelty toys. You can buy Blitz cabinets, all that kind of shit. That exists, dude. So that seems like, dude, how the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 with all the other NBC games. I'm like, dude, if this could exist, then why the hell can we not get this shit? You know what I mean? So there is ways to make that happen, but still making it happen for every single other kind of product is not the same. It's not the same thing. Big Boss, thanks for the tier 1, man. And Dark Scorpion, appreciate it. Oliver, thanks for the 33 months.
License for it. You need EA's license, for example. Figuring all that out is challenging. For racing car games, typically they'll have a license to have a particular brand of car or model.
And again, for car games, and as I understand this, I'll let him talk in a second. For car games, the license to get cars in old games was super cheap, dude. Like back in the 90s and the early 2000s, if you wanted certain cars to show up in games, they were just like, cool, this is just like free marketing for us, no problem. That's why GT1 was able to exist. That's why like even Sega Rally had like a Toyota Corolla and like a Lancia and all these cars like on the front that were able to become hero cars. They were just cool with it, man. So those licenses to use those vehicles was cheap as long as their cars looked good, and they weren't like destroyed usually, which is why many of those games did not have destruction. But the thing is, they realized how big these games got, how much money they made off of their licensed cars, that as time went on, you get to like the mid 2010s, and a lot of arcade style racers lose a lot of intrigue to people because why? They're unable to afford the licensing for real cars. They just can't do it anymore. They have to like create games like Burnout and shit that have to make completely fictional cars. And they smartened up and they're like, we can really get the money out of this. So now games like Forza and stuff like that have huge libraries of cars, and Gran Turismo spend a crazy amount of money just on like licensing and legal fees, you know?
Game for 5 years, or 7 years or something. And then after that, they stop selling the game because all those licenses have expired. And the other one in sports is advertising. So if you remember a lot of the games like Tiger Woods, they had Adidas and Titleist and all the different brands for a particular sport. And those are all licensed as well too. We have the technology to replace those textures, but if those textures are everywhere, like they're a core part of the game, then it makes it really difficult.
Yeah, and to speak to what he's saying about that, dude, chat, what is, in me, there's just an immediate game. What is the game where like the licensing that's in it is an integral part of the game experience, from in-game logo licensing to music? Yeah. Crazy Taxi. I'm so glad people get it, right? Somebody said Pepsi Man. That's not bad. Pepsi Man's not bad. 100% Crazy Taxi. Because you go to KFC and you go to the Adidas store and you go to Tower Records while listening to Bad Religion, while listening like to Offspring. Integral part, dude. The licensing is everywhere. Take me to the Pizza Hut. And then they have versions of the game that released later on, and they had to remove that shit. If you buy the Steam version of Crazy Taxi, most of that stuff is not in the game anymore. And it's significantly less interesting. It's crazy. The licensing is, at that point, part of the experience.
And it's not really worth it at that point because it's going to cost so much time and effort to replace all those textures. Those types of games are really, really challenging, if not impossible, to do.
So let's get into the specific platform side, as in you build emulators for each system as you go, and you initially began with PS1, but why PS1?
We chose to start with a PlayStation
probably the most demand
as our main project because the demand for PlayStation games, original PlayStation games, was higher than anything else that was out there.
Dude, how many people are kind of like, we always say it, dude, we're like, give us a collection of old Resident Evil games. Why don't you just give us Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 and Director's Cut and Code Veronica? Why don't you just give us a collection of old Resident Evil games with all these knickknacks and shit? You know why Capcom doesn't do that? Because they already did it. In their mind, they already did it. They pretty much licensed those games out to be released on PlayStation and shit. So they sit there. Yeah, or no, games on the GOG versions are just the old PC versions, right? That's a bit different, right? Those aren't ports. Those aren't emulators. That is the games, the good old games versions of old Capcom stuff is quite literally just the old ass PC game allowed to be redistributed in some way. It isn't like it's being made on, you get Dino Crisis PC or Mega Man Legends PC made on PlayStation 5 or some shit. No. Like that was just them allowing them to even have access to the old EXEs to just redistribute it, make it work on Windows 11, that kind of thing. Kind of fundamentally different. We have Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 on PSN. We do. We have like a bunch. Most of these games are like remastered. They look better, but they are effectively emulation, They're not big ports, but they are like the original PlayStation games, and they work relatively good. So in Capcom's mind, they already did it. It's the exact same thing I'm talking about with Bandai Namco right now with Tekken, where everyone's been saying, dude, can we just get a collection of games that has like online and all this stuff? And to them, they see much more value in just re-releasing the exact game it was back on like PlayStation 1 or 2 in a way that makes sense, in a way that costs relatively less instead of going in and adding in rollback and doing all this shit, making it a relatively expensive process. They sort of go through the slightly cheaper, which is to get guys like this to go in and redistribute it and re-release it in some way. Not everything can be a Marvel versus Capcom collection or a Capcom fighting collection too, but at least we have it, And I agree. I wish we could be playing Soul Calibur 2 without completely shit online. Capcom collections are now done internal. Yeah, that's very different. Capcom handles their own shit, so they make all the decisions. You know, they don't have to go out and hire some guys and get the licensing for most stuff. In Marvel versus Capcom case, they do, but in most other games, like it's up to them, man. They get to do whatever the hell they want. They own most of the IP. And with CVS, there's SNK you have to work with. With Marvel, there's obviously Marvel. So once they reach agreements there, let's get to work, you know? There's a lot less hoopla they have to figure out because who's distributing it? Capcom is the one that's also the publisher / distributor, you know? They are taking on the entire job, which is different than like these guys making a game for a publisher, but they have to get the rights. There's like 4 different things you have to go through when Capcom usually just has either themselves or one other party that they have to work with.
So we focused our efforts on that, and our next big project is going to be PS2. So we're working on our next PS2 emulator because the demand for that is really high.
That's Soul Calibur 3. I'm looking forward to it.
The demand for other consoles is lower. For example, we've had a few questions about the Nintendo Wii, but only a few people have asked about it. Developing an entire emulator for it for 5 to 10 games, it's not really worth it from a financial standpoint. And we would love to do it because our team loves these games and we do have to be able to play them and give back to the community that way. But unfortunately, just we have to think like a business and make that tough decision and focus on the ones that are going to have the biggest bang for their buck.
Now, it was pretty big news, Bill, that on your site there was the roadmap section for things you're working on, and you were dreaming about PlayStation 3 emulation. So
a lot of that's good because a lot of work on PS3 emulation has come very far. That PS3 emulator we played friggin' Asura's Wrath on, they can't. So again, these guys cannot use the exact same infrastructure as like PlayStation emulation as like DuckStation or something like that, or PCSX2. Or even RPCS3, that there's a lot of work that has gone into making that better over time. So like the knowledge cache of how effective can we make these games run overall has gotten a lot bigger, but they can't just go and steal it, you know? Maybe they can go and license it from them or something like that, but they cannot directly go to like the existing emulators and we're just going to stick this over here. Like that doesn't work that way, which is why these games have their own, the pancake wrapper, which is their internal emulation solution. So yeah, like that's the way most of these companies work. Even Digital Eclipse is the same way. They have their own internal emulator that is not exactly the same thing as everybody else that produces the image and makes the sounds work the way it does.
Is there anything that you can say here?
Yeah, so we're working with a third party to help us with this. So we have a bit of a base to work off of. It's sort of a back burner project for us that we're investigating over time. To be transparent, PS2 is more of a priority for us.
Jesus, just looking at Killzone 2 for like a couple of seconds makes me nauseous as shit.
Over time, to be transparent, PS2
this the shallowest field of view in human history.
Priority for us, just because of the demand. We haven't been asked for a lot of PS3 games. It's more of a, at this point, a fun project.
And there's a problem with PS3. Anybody know the problem, chat? Outside of the technical issues, most PS3 games made it out of PS3. Like most of the games that were really good or really fun or have a chance to like exist in modern day in some way, a lot of them got ported. Many, not all of them, don't get me wrong, like Metal Gear 4 and that kind of shit. There's definitely a few outliers, right? Most of them are in collections or re-released or remastered in some way. So it's like, so how many games are left? Is it like 10 games? Is it 5 games? Is it 20 games? Like, how many games, if they make a whole ass emulator, could you even make a reasonable profit by making these games actually work in modern day?
For our engineers, but the focus right now is, broaden compatibility on Pancake or PS1 emulator, improve Syrup as much as we can, work on PS2, and then we have PS3 kind of hovering in the background as we kind of work our engineering magic there.
I think what a lot of people are curious about, though, is simply the technical feasibility of PS3 emulation. You're dreaming about it, but what does that really mean?
Because you wouldn't be able to run it on a PS4, most likely. That likely would require PlayStation 5 hardware or geez, man. Xbox Series X, like it would need in the current day, it would likely need the highest capable system just for overall overhead and processing power, you know, because it's an emulator and it has to do a lot of heavy work to reproduce the image, right? Way more than the original stuff does because it isn't original hardware. You need all this overhead to make it work. So could a PS4 be a good emulator system for PlayStation 3 games? Probably not, man. You probably do not have enough to make that reliably work very well.
And if you can technically do it or not.
Yeah, so we believe it's technically feasible. I don't think anyone expects it to run on a Switch or a PS4, but maybe PS5, certainly PS6 whenever that comes out. And next instance of the Xbox and maybe the next instance of the Switch, but we'll have to see. But we do feel that it's technically possible. It's just a matter of devoting the time and energy to it and resources to it. There's so many projects we'd love to work on, and it's always a difficult decision to say yes or no to certain projects, but we kind of have to go where the demand is.
Right. So I'm guessing PlayStation
and on a platform that'll actually sell,
Vita's pretty low on that one too, huh?
That is low. Yeah, that's exceptionally low.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
I know. I mean, we have people we'd love to do it, but yeah, it is low.
Yeah, and it's not that they're incapable of doing it, like Vita games or PSP games and that kind of stuff. It's not the fact that it's like, it's not a possibility. It's that, what was the market share for those games back in the day? Does that line up with anything that exists now? Is there a good opportunity to line that up where it's like, hey, there's a new, like I said, there's a new like Uncharted game or some shit, so we can release this long lost PS Vita game. Here it is. Have fun with it. You can play it on modern hardware, right? Even the original game itself on the Vita probably did not sell that much. And that's like the rough ass push comes to shove aspect of this industry, is that you're not going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and doing it for free.
So the other big thing we can try to talk about here is that your biggest client is Sony, I would assume, for providing classics on PlayStation Plus Premium. Is there anything even remotely NDA compliant you can say about that relationship between Sony, yourselves, and the various third-party publishers that are involved in that program?
There is nothing that I can say, unfortunately, about that particular program.
That makes sense.
I cannot confirm or deny that we worked with them.
Yeah, it's a shame too. So
they definitely have some sort of deal with Sony of making like a lot of their old library work. It like what they're doing right now is relatively similar to what Xbox was doing when Xbox was actually putting an effort for their backwards compatibility, and they were making OG Xbox games, Xbox 360 games work for a very long time. And they kind of stopped that compatibility, like quarterly compatibility stuff just stopped. Now these guys are doing that kind of stuff, releasing like cheap games that are either a part of PS Plus and you just get it a part of their subscription service, or you can buy them piecemeal, like Tekken 3 and stuff like that, and just allow you to play these games. The weird thing is that we had this before PS3, right? We had this. Like they had there was, I think, like internal efforts that either at Sony directly where they were just shitting out PS1 games, dude. You remember that? Like PS1 and PS2 games, mostly because the system could handle it. But there was like so many super cheap backwards compatible PS1 classics and PS2 classics on the PlayStation 3 in that time frame that were just like, damn, dude. And most of those have not made it. Like, I don't think even all of those games have eventually made it to PS4, PS5 marketplace.
One thing that you can't really say much of anything about, and for a while people never even knew that you were the ones doing these particular games, but again, there's your hands are kind of tied on this,
dude. And even in games like this, like they fix a lot of like the geometry shit. Their PS1 emulator has options to like fix a lot of the geo problems happen a little bit still. But if they kept it at close to original resolution and they were dealing with the PS1 rendering with all the wobble, my dude, this would have much more. Like the wobbling would be significantly worse. Even I noticed that in Tekken 3 port did not have a ton of wobbling, man. They actually like ironed that out a bit.
I mean, we'd love to talk about more things, but unfortunately, yeah, like there's a lot of NDA stuff, and once lawyers get involved, it gets expensive. So.
So one thing I'm pretty curious about is that you've been pretty diligent in going back to the classic games and adding trophies to the ones that did not have them. When this relaunch happened with PS Plus and these new classic games showed up, a lot of them didn't have.
I'm super interested in the trophies
right
combo.
Now, and that has led them to
you guys can check it
look
out
back
on the
at
original
their
video.
older titles, do remasters, remakes, ports. Has this made getting work easier or more competitive in the space?
It's a good question. I think it's an interest. I'll put it in a different way. So yes, it has made it a little bit easier, I would say, and there is competition, but we're also working together. Like we offer a specific skill set that some groups that are doing retro games just don't have that skill set. They don't have the ability to do PlayStation emulation, for example, right now. So we're able to work with them, and so it's more of a we're all in this together type feeling. Yeah, there is some competition.
Damn,
for
there was
sure,
a
especially
Fighting
when it
Force
comes to,
collection.
like, the AAA titles, like if you're trying to get a Dino Crisis type game out there, there's a lot of people vying for that game, and so you're competing against some of them. But like for
really, chat, the Dino Crisis port that came out on PlayStation 5 looks this good. It's all upscaled and shit. I wonder if they did this one. Look at this, man. This looks much better than the original. Looks much better.
more obscure games, there's less competition, I would say. We all believe in game preservation. We all believe that it's an important part of our culture that's slowly drifting away. Digital is sort of the only way we can preserve a lot of these, and that's where emulation plays an important role.
Right, yeah. And I don't know, maybe I'm spitballing here, but like I often think about the PS3 days and PSN on that platform.
Yep, there we
you
go.
got PS1 and PS2 classics.
Dude, look
come
how
out.
cheap these games were. They were, dude, Strider 2 on PS1 Classic. I think a lot of these aren't available anymore, right? I think like most of these are not functional. I don't think this store has these anymore. This stuff was great, dude.
On what seemed like a weekly basis. You know, publishers were just kind of handing those games out because they didn't really care about it. And that was like 10, 15 years ago, right? So it was kind of no big deal. And nowadays, with publishers being more risk averse and wanting to use their older IP,
Wow.
it seems like that's the thing now.
Dude, Darkstalkers 3 on PS1. That game's missing a lot of animation. Darkstalkers, wow, dude. That's what I mean. There was so many games. There was so much stuff.
Keeping the IP
PS3
closer to their
PS3 store
chest.
doesn't work anymore.
And if somebody like you approaches, it's like, oh well, maybe not. We have our own plans, and you know, it's just maybe harder in that way to get work.
Yeah. So I can't speak for what they were doing 10 to 15 years ago, but I can speak to what we hear internally now. So when we approach large third-party publisher, their first instinct, you know, if they have like 15 little studios that they're working with, or some are large, some are small, their first instinct is to give it to one of their own studios to do the work. It's only when they deem that, you know what, it's cheaper for us to just outsource this as a work for hire project and not have to deal with the QA and deal with all that stuff, because the vast majority of it would be handled by like someone like us.
Dude, that's exactly what's happening at Bandai Namco right now. 100%. Why we're getting all these old Tekken games and Soul Calibur games and shit. They clearly like do not have the extensive resources to do it in-house, so that they're getting guys like this to take the Tekken 3 ports, Soul Calibur. They're giving it to Nintendo so they can use their GameCube solutions to re-release Soul Calibur 2, like all that kind of stuff.
Then once that decision is made, then we can get inroads into that publisher. But it's tough to pass that hurdle. It's really tough to pass that hurdle. Like, I remember we approached one publisher and I was very surprised. He accepted a meeting. He was like head of business development. And wow, accepted a meeting. We were all excited about it. We pitched. It was a disaster. We just pitched one game because I went from game from my childhood, and he said, okay, so this sells, say, 100,000 units at $6 each. Why would we bother? We're making $2 billion a year, $3 billion a year. Like, what's the purpose? What value are you bringing? And he said, come back to me when you can do 100 games, all with modern controls and modern enhancements and remastered, and then we'll have a discussion. And so that was a bit of a rude awakening for us, you know. So like our pitch was originally just, hey, we can emulate this for you, and realizing that they need to work at a scale that makes them money, right? That gives them a reason to get out of bed in the morning.
Now, I did also want to point out that Implicit does have their own community Discord, and you guys use that platform to bring in community.
Anyway, it's a great video. There's some parts that we didn't highlight and cover, but I heavily encourage you all to check this out. This kind of takes off the veil of so much of this side of the industry that we have tried to like have a small impact on in some way, and why it's as challenging why it is as challenging the way it is, you know? So yeah, this is some incredible journalism on Mystic's part. I'm so glad that he did this, because the things that we try to like echo to people, why we were trying to get like all this hubbub on the internet of getting people to talk about these games and all that kind of stuff, to get there to be a realization that there's money to be had here, right? Like, you guys are leaving money on the table by not doing this. It won't cost you that much. Look what can happen, you know? And luckily enough, for like, I'll be real, for the majority of like old games outside of like Bloodborne, dude, which Sony clearly knows there's demand. Most of the old games that I have wanted to come back in some way came back. Like, most of them did. There's a few out there that are like, you know, that are sort of like rough, like a Phantasy Star Online. Like, if you re-release Phantasy Star Online in some way, I think that can do well. But still, that's like sort of, it's not exactly risk adverse. That's sort of a situation that will be kind of rough. And I'll always like pitch for it and stand for it, because I think there's definitely an audience of people that would like to play an official version of that stuff. But for the most part, we're getting Tekken remasters. We're getting, we got the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. We got all the old Capcom fighting games. We got the CVS games back. We got Final Fantasy Tactics back, which was crazy. Most of those things recently happened, and they were pretty damn good. The Mortal Kombat collection was unfortunately one that did not really meet the high demands as a high quality overall product with a lot of stuff in it, but the direct gameplay grievances and shit kind of sour it a little bit, and especially not having crossplay and really good online, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, there's another one, dude. We got to get Third Strike back in some way, bro. Like, what the hell? Can we Capcom, can you remaster Street Fighter 3 Third Strike? Can you do that? The last time we did it was like literally 7 or 8 years ago now. And if there's one Capcom fighting game that's out there that, to be real, like, did not have the most exemplary port when it came out with the 30th anniversary collection, is definitely a Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, man. Come on, dude. There's a few out there that'll still definitely make money and will still definitely pull in an audience if we get the same folks that worked on Marvel vs. Capcom collection internally at Capcom, and like the Capcom fighting collection too. That definitely could pull some people in. Jeez, man. Yeah, it's always like the EX games and stuff. Where do those go? Sir Anthony, thank you. Ragnar's, Elktrick, Sky GTR, GTO, Low Profile Gamer. Gibbs, Big Boss DP, Dark Scorpion, Ollie Burr, Faisal, Big Money Sack, Hyper Combo Live. Thanks, everybody. You really want to play versus Third Strike Chun? Hey, man. There's plenty of enjoyment to be had in Third Strike outside of just fighting against Chun-Li. All right? There's plenty of worthwhile enjoyment to be had. And the stuff that's in, a lot of that work has already been done with the Third Strike Online Edition, dude. Like all the audio remastering and stuff like that. Boy, howdy. AVP PlayStation win? You mean Capcom AVP? Dude, that's a weird licensing nightmare game. That's a weird one, because guess what? It did come back. It legit came back. It actually came back in this big ass crazy thing.
Welcome back, guys. So it's been a while since the Capcom Home Arcade. Currently, we're on
this
1.3.
only was available in the UK.
So I just kind of want more update. We're already seeing some differences.
And it's
here.
an absolutely massive
that, if you could go
two-player
beyond that,
Capcom arcade stick.
The UI was a little stuttery. there were certain other issues that you could, I mean, I don't even want to say nitpick, but once you went into a game and you exited, the whole system rebooted.
Hold on a second. But
hello and welcome.
6 years ago.
Someone else owns, which is kind of cool. But really, if you've paid this much to buy the unit yourself, you own this arcade.
Media.
So takes too long. It should just go straight back to
Gotcha.
the list of games.
Koch
but it
Media?
doesn't. But maybe
I
they'll
never
fix
got one
that
of
in a
these,
future
no.
firmware update. Get something under it, preferably another.
Anyway, Alien vs. Predator is on here. AVP. It's 2-player AVP because you can't add a third controller, but 2-player AVP is on here. That's, you don't pronounce it Koch Media? Coach?
Person, it feels just fine.
I say 1,000 Koch Media.
It is the kind of thing you might want to mount
Cooch.
in a more permanent position, like having an arcade in your house. The games themselves look way better on my HD TV than the Neo Geo
Media.
mini games do, with gorgeous, clean-looking pixels on the lot of genres covered, but with Wi-Fi connectivity, there's actually potential for more games to be added at a later date, which would be very welcome.
That did not happen.
Nothing's been confirmed at this stage.
So anyway, yeah, this game, this weird-ass big ol' Coochie controller had, Capcom Cooch controller, had Alien vs. Predator on it. It was bizarre, incredibly bizarre. But the distribution only happened in one place of the world. Only happened in like the UK, Euro only. So there was plenty of weird things, and now like Hulu owns Predator and shit. Like Disney and Hulu have the licensing for that. I don't know where the hell it is, dude. It'd be great if it came back, though. It'd be great if it was playable in some way. Jesus. British console, a little bit. Yeah, I don't think AVP ever made it into an arcade 1-up cabinet, right? They did a lot of stuff, right? There was a lot of stuff that they did, but I don't think AVP made it in there. What are our chances of the War for Cybertron Transformers games getting remastered or re-released? That's all under Microsoft now, dude. Not looking good, especially since the one game that Microsoft mostly bought Activision for ain't doing so great, potentially. Like, seemingly the first big game that had probably a lot of influence from Microsoft, that is a Call of Duty, just came out and it's not doing great. So, yeesh, man. Just single player. It's mostly just bad timing. Yeah, I'm not even negating the quality of either the single player or the multiplayer, but it is no mystery that it isn't doing as good as Call of Duty's before. It's just not, and that's because it's up against a couple of other games that are sort of eclipsing it in ways, like Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders. So it just kind of hit in a very rough period of time where, you know, and speaking for me personally, I didn't even realize it came out. There was like no hype for it. So Microsoft wasn't necessarily doing a good job at making Call of Duty like super obvious that this is a really important new Call of Duty that you should be playing. Dude, I didn't even play the beta. This is the first time since Call of Duty 4 that I have never tried a Call of Duty beta, and I've never at least tried it on the first couple days of release, dude. Never even, and I always do, because I'm always like hoping that these games will be fun and they'll really do it for me. And the last one that did for me was like Vanguard. I like Vanguard a lot. There was some crazy shit in that actually was pretty fun. And before that, clearly, Blackout and Black Ops 4. So I check them all out. I don't expect to like them, but I expect them to have a little bit of fun, you know, just a little bit of fun. And I did not even try out the latest Call of Duty. Didn't even get a chance to try it, dude. There's like a million Black Ops 7 ads, but they're really weird. I don't necessarily, maybe because I have like YouTube Premium and stuff like that. I got Twitch Turbo. I'm not seeing a lot of it anywhere. Zombies is great. That's good. I don't want it to necessarily be bad. It's just, it doesn't feel like it's hitting the usual demand that a Call of Duty does, you know? Oh, new Avatar fighting game videos. I should check that out. We should check out that one and the one that came before. Yeah. A lot of ads during football and stuff. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Free yourself from the shackles? No, it's not. Dude, I want them to be fun. I want them to be cool. I want to enjoy it. I'm looking forward to the Warzone update next year. The Blackout Warzone update. I literally bought the Predator skin for that, you know, because I knew it would be compatible with Warzone. So, yeah, they're turning Warzone into a Blackout kind of game early next year. I'm very much looking forward to that. I hope it's great. I really hope it's great. Rinswa Recoin, though? I got to play it a little bit. We got to experience it. The Recoin. Playing zombies now feels like they're trying to sell you something. Ah, really? They fucked up the Black Ops. Oh, it is a Black Ops 2 sequel. Yeesh, man. Yeesh. What's the drama exactly? Dude, huge drama. Drama the which we have never seen ever. I have so many hot takes that I'm about to crash out. Stay tuned. Hot takes after this news break. Recoin was snubbed. Recoin was snubbed. Yeah, I'm definitely getting at the point where I am starting to think about what's going to be at the Game Awards this year. I'm really thinking about it. The only problem, chat, is that I do not know how much of YoVG will be able to meet up for it this year. It really depends. It's still a few weeks away, which is good. But there has been some stuff IRL that has obviously gotten in the way of us being able to do in-person video games. A lot of like personal family stuff and things like that. So hopefully it'll be able to happen. Hopefully it will. Or we can do it virtually, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. The Recoin second character run is crazy. Good to know. That's good to know. You attempt playing COD campaigns and usually enjoy them. There were moments in Block 7 that were exciting, but as you played more, yeah, it's not super great. Yeah, it always, yeah. I haven't played a COD campaign in a very long time. In a really long time. Yeah, Yo Video Games now has 2 dads and 2 husbands. Steve is the only one with a similar amount of freedom that he historically has, unless he's about to have a kid and or get married. Because, you know, he might. We should ask him. Steve, is he streaming now? We should ask Steve, is he about to have a kid and or get married? He might. I don't know. He could. Steve could be pregnant. He could be. He could be ultra pregunta. Triplets? What was the most surprising out of left field game of the year, would you say? Of all the games that are up there, I would be the most surprised if Donkey Kong took it. If we're talking about the ones that are nominated, I would actually be the most surprised if DK took it, because it feels like the other games have a lot more oomph to make it in or to get a chance. That would be pretty shocking if Donkey Kong ends up like winning Game of the Year. Not nominated, but for me personally. Nah, most of my shit lines up based on what I've played this year, dude. As soon as I beat Expedition 33, I'm like, this is winning Game of the Year. And it'll be very... there was a path for games to win it, you know, to take it over it. Just based on like the reaction and, you know, how it is. And yeah, like Donkey Kong Death Stranding 2 and Silk Song and games like that. Yeah, like they could steal it. But I think as we are where we're at right now, kind of feels like Expedition 33 is very much lining up with exactly what this industry would love to give a game of the year to. You got the giant mount guy. You got a while to go, Fireheart. Yeah. If you just got the giant mount guy, maybe if you just got Esquier, you got quite a bit to go. Half-Life 3 trailer at the Game Awards? Dude. I hope. Sure. Dude, if there is a Half-Life 3 trailer at the Game Awards, I will play a Half-Life game. I'll play Half-Life 1. I've never played it. I've never played Half-Life 1 or Half-Life 2. I'll play it. I'll give it a shot. I've never played Half-Life. Nope. I think I maybe tried it on Dreamcast. We put it in one time, but that was it. I'll give it a shot. I've also never beaten Portal. Never beaten it. Yeah, Black Mesa is a Half-Life 1 remaster. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say I'm just going to fire up Half-Life 1. It would be nice to have some excitement leading up to it. So if there is like a big new Half-Life game coming out in some way, there's a lot of hopium around that currently on the internet that there's a new Half-Life game because of the new Gabe Cube. Yeah. Yeah, I'd find an opportunity to do that. That might be neat. That's shocking. Hey man, I am the worst variety streamer of all time, okay? I was trying to tell you, I am the worst. I kind of stick to the things I really like, and I really like them. Does it mean that my mind can't be changed? My mind can be changed, but it's like, I'm not going to go so broad as to just play everything. Chat, next stream, I am playing, I'm trying to get to Platinum in League of Legends, and I'm playing Half-Life 1. You know? It's like, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense. When's Chrono Trigger? December. That's my Christmas present to you guys. And Steve. It's Steven's Christmas present. You know, last year I told Steve for Christmas that I would play Chrono Trigger for him. I'm like, Steve, for Christmas, I'm playing Chrono Trigger for you. So this year for Christmas, I'm playing Chrono Trigger for him. And it counts as last year's present and this year's present. Isn't that nice? It's very nice. I'm doing it for him and for you. We're going to beat Chrono Trigger. Finally. On SNES? On SNES. Yes, we're playing the original hardware. I'm finally going to beat Chrono Trigger because I'm a good friend and I'm a good variety streamer. Giving him 2 presents. What a great friend. I know. I know. He's toxic. You made him wait for a year. He'll be fine. All this bitching. When's the Super Mario World playthrough? That'll be next year. We'll do that closer to the Mario movie release. Yeah, we got time for that. We got time. Me playing through Mario World for the very first time without like known shortcuts and stuff. Yeah, that we'll be doing that. I've never played through Mario World. You should play Galaxy as well. I'm going to prioritize World because I have definitely played more Galaxy. I haven't beaten it. I've played like half of Mario Galaxy when it came out on Wii, and it's great. I loved it. The music in that game's incredible, dude. You still always Link to the Past? Well, it's a good thing there's a Zelda movie coming out, right? Have I flushed Tekken 8? No. No, I'll go back and play Tekken 8 anytime. I've played Tekken 8 more than I've played Third Strike over the past 2 years, and Third Strike's my favorite fighting game of all time. World you can finish in like 1 to 2 streams. That'll be fun. Yeah, I'm down for it. I want to treat Mario World the same way that I have treated the previous games like Zelda and Super Metroid and Mario 64. I want to treat them the same way, where it's like, I want to go in and try to like experience this the same way that people experienced it in the 90s. I don't need guides and hints and stuff like that like we needed for Zelda, and like lifelines and shit. I don't need that for Mario World, I don't think. But that was the whole point of it, to try to like immerse ourselves in a moment where, what was it like to play this game on the N64 back when it came out? You know, that kind of shit. Or even Super Metroid. And yeah, dude, Mario 64 is still great. Super Metroid, still hella good. Ocarina of Time, pretty good. I don't think I loved Ocarina of Time as much as everybody else did. It was pretty good. I definitely get a lot of flack for that. But I'm like, yeah, I did not love... sorry, not... Did I say Ocarina of Time? I meant Symphony of the Night. My bad. My bad. I mean Symphony of the Night. Oot was pretty good. I liked Oot. I was pretty surprised by Oot. I mean Symphony of the Night. I read something in the chat when I meant something else. Yeah, Soden, I went back and I played that entirely for the first time a couple years ago, a couple Halloweens ago, and I was like, it's really good. But there I have issues. I have issues, you know? Majora's Mask? No, I've never really played Majora's Mask. Book this man. Yeah, I would look forward to Link's Awakening. What's your biggest gaming blind spot in terms of classics? American RPGs, like Elder Scrolls and Fallout and all that kind of Bethesda games. I really don't jive with too many Bethesda games. That's a big blind spot for me. Fortnite, Minecraft, League of Legends. Blind spot way back in the day. All the Mass Effects, yeah. Grand Theft Autos. I don't play... I have very little mainstream experience, dude. I have never played World of Warcraft. I have some huge blind spots that are very mainstreamy blind spots. Yeah, I got some big ones, my dude. Really big ones. Because I always historically have kind of stuck to most of the things that I really dig. And even over the past like 10 years, we have deviated and tried to play other things quite a bit. Any Gears of War? I played Gears 1 and 2 back in the day. Yeah. Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud isn't a blind spot, really. What games would I avoid? Roblox. What games would I avoid? You know what? I normally would have said Minecraft, but I definitely can see myself playing Minecraft with my little girl. I definitely could see us doing that. You would kill for a Yo Video Games Minecraft stream? See, the crazy part is that after having a kid, I can absolutely see that happening now. That would have to be like a subathon situation, you know? Like if we had a big ass subathon, if I reach 30,000 subs, I'm going to queue into League of Legends ranked. Like some crazy shit. If I hit 150,000 paid subscribers, I will start up a World of Warcraft account. If I beat Kai Cenat's record and I get 1.8 million active subs, I will... I've lost it. I don't even know what I could play at that point. I know Fortnite. No. Turkey Bacon Son, thank you. I think that's it. Oh, I will actually play a Pokemon game. Yeah, there you go. I will play and beat Pokemon like Red or Blue or some shit. I'll play a Pokemon game. Like that kind of shit. There you go. That's the kind of... Stop subbing! That wasn't a call out, okay? Turkey Baconson, thank you. Chelsinia, thank you. Pokemon's too boring, yeah. I'd have to get something better. I don't know. If we've already occupied Minecraft and... I don't know what the hell else it could be. No, people don't want me to get 2 million subs for Elder Scrolls or fucking, what's it called? Morrowind? No. Come on. Mr. Dugway, thank you. Chelsinia, thank you. Living Corpse, thanks for the 5. Want to watch Gigabash trailers? Gamers, Gamera's DLC? I have not tried Gigabash. No. Saiyan Shoto, thank you. This was not... If I hit 5.8 million active paid subscribers, I begin my... Damn. I had it for a second, and then it's like, that's not even worth it. I just have to... I become a VTuber. Yep. I become a permanent VTuber. That's it. That's all that has to happen. Permanently. And I try to enter the VTubing space with all of the HoloLive VTubers. That'll happen. Once we cross 6 million active subscribers, I will join their squad of merry folks and then become one. Cypher, thank you. It'll be natural. Okay? Thank you. Stop it! I'm not trying to encourage this. Neo Console, thank you for the sub. El Gordo Gog, Binge McSwerve, and New Game, thanks for the 38 months. Dude, I'm starting to think of like, what the hell are we going to do? That's like a year away. I'm not going to worry about it. Like, what the hell am I going to do with leading into the next Final Fantasy? I've been debating that. It's like, dude, how much time am I going to have to set aside for FF7 Part 3? Smile Bomb, thank you very much for the 5. I don't know. I'm debating on that, man. New threat? I mean, we kind of did that before, but like, new ones? Do you have to? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, at 10 million active subscribers, I become a political react streamer. Let's go. And really start raking in the money. We definitely could start... Everyone starts unsubbing. There's definitely plenty of FF7 things we could do. There's plenty. I mean, outside of just playing through, like, Remake and then Rebirth again, you know?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Play XCOM 2? WOTC? Dude, I don't even know what that is. I know what an XCOM is, but... What? I become a full Ever Crisis whale. Yeah. Now we're talking. Yeah, now we're talking. Oh, dude. Okay. Yeah, if we did, I don't think I would cut my hair, but I could definitely do a stream as a incentive. I wouldn't go bald. No. I would not want to make my wife unhappy. I would shave because that would make my wife happy. Yeah, I would make that a donation, not a donation, but I would make it a sub incentive. I would definitely shave. I'd do it. And my wife would be actually very happy with that. Yeah, because she likes me clean shaven and I hate it. So yeah, I did it before, Chet. I have documented history, my dude. Hold on a second. Let's go. Hold on a second. Go to here. We can look this up. This happened. Okay. Biker stash. Nah, I have to separate my real life from my stream life, okay? I have to separate it. Welcome back to the stage of history. Damn, dude. Damn, if I typed in just chatting, I'm not going to get anything. Special event. Damn, bro. It happened, chat, okay? Stage of history. September 2023. 2020.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Getting close. Damn. I might have to keep scrolling, which would be nuts. I was shaved for the Street Fighter V Dan and Akira reveal. Right. I'm trying to find that. You know? I'm trying to find like what event that was. I thought it was under special events. Let's type in Street Fighter V. Hold up. I'll give you guys proof that this happened. What you get to look forward to. Damn, Street Fighter V. Holy. Yeah, dude, guys, check this shit out. You want to see some crazy shit? This was my first stream back. This is August 5th, 2020. And this was the first stream back of me becoming a dad. My little girl was 3 days old.
Gil, especially after it is.
I think I want Dudley.
Yeah. Retooled in many
This
ways.
isn't the first stream back, though.
Dudley's the only one you want? Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of hopefulness here, but we'll see. Maki, that's a unique one. I think
This is not the first one. There was another stream.
That Oro's gonna be here.
No,
But
Migusta.
I don't know if I'm super excited
Who the
for
hell
Oro.
is that?
Oro's one of my few characters.
This
I
is not
got
actually
okay
the
with in
first
Street Fighter
stream.
3.
I literally have one from like 8.4 or some shit. No me gusta. Who the hell? It looks like an Echo Fighter. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's in the top moments 2020, but I'm trying to find like the full ass broadcast. Sort by date. Damn, dude. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. You look malnourished? Just shut up. I was very thin. Okay. 2020 just chatting? Yeah. Yeah, but that's gonna bring so much shit up. I can just keep scrolling, bro. Hold on a second. Until this thing crashes. Why was Max looking like KOF 14 Andy CGI portrait? Damn. Damn, we're already 3 years back. Use the end button. No, that does not work. This is Twitch. Things don't work normally here. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Hold on. 2021, not there yet. Missed the KOF 14 streams. Yeah, that game was fun. I liked KOF 14 a lot. Uh-oh. It's chunking. It's getting chunky. Still 2021. The archives are here, dude. If you guys want them, you can just sift through them. You can sift through them. The problem is that there's approximately 800 billion hours of content. Dang. I think I found it. This was July 31st. This was 4 days later.
And yeah.
Here's the chat.
Chat, do you know what an epidural is? Jesus.
Damn.
At
least I'm 30 pounds heavier.
Through a lot. And she's in recovery right now. And the thing is, she just can't stop. Like, Jessica can't. Now that she's here, JJ can't stop. Now that, like, Ripley's actually here, she can't stop. So I'm having to work my butt off.
Hosting Tekken 7 tournaments? This is what you get to look forward to, chat. This is what you get to look forward to.
Not. Man. Win.
Which came.
Is this an AI version of me? It is. This is what you would when we eventually do a sub-a-thon or some shit.
Again.
you
thanks to
could,
you and the crew have helped me through
subscribe.
Recovery from a gunshot. But
could
congrats to you
subscribe
and JJ.
and
you
make
guys
this a
are gonna be great
reality.
parents. Ripley's gonna have an
I
amazing
am
life.
so excited,
Good Lord,
actually.
Ben. Hope everything's okay.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
literally
recovering
put on
well,
like
too.
30 extra pounds since this. I was weighing 180, about 180 pounds. And now I'm between, I actually lost some weight recently. I'm like 205 to 210 because of just about 4 years of exercise. 4 years. So that might be one of the turbo goals, you know? If we eventually did this, I keep thinking like if I've never done a subathon of anything, any kind anyway. And I'm like, dude, how could this work? You know, could this work? Would this be it? I'm 6'4". No, I am stupid tall. I like hit doors and shit when I walk through them and stuff. So yeah. I've also aged. I've also a completely different person. Chad, are you okay with the fact that I have similar opinions and shit, but I feel like I act like a completely different person than like 4 to 5 years ago? Like, no kidding. Me pre-father version of myself, I feel like I am such a different person. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it hasn't changed that much, but I feel like the way I think and how my brain operates is so different than what I was before like 2020, before like being a dad really set in. I feel like I've changed a lot. I feel like my ego and stuff like that has also changed a lot. It's like weird shit like that. The father arc has definitely changed my brain chemistry. Like it really isn't all about like you anymore, you know? Like that kind of shit really kicks in. So I think a lot of what I did ever since then was like more focusing on just like having fun and not being so deeply serious about certain things, you know? Something like that really changes in your brain. Wild Thing, thank you for the 5. Freaky for Nanami, thanks for the 5 as well. And Duck Reviews, thanks for the 5. What's some stuff you believed in before that you changed on now? Damn. I think it's more awareness situations, right? Instead of being just letting things be, you know, like not trying to change people's minds like that. I think that's a one thing of like, you believe that you can like change people in some way and almost like enact your opinions onto people, having other people have to like reflect those. Yeah, I would let that shit go. I definitely was like, things could be this way. You sort of chill the fuck out on that stuff, dude. Where it's like, this is not, we don't need to worry about this anymore or hold grudges in those ways and stuff like that and be like, you know, you get hurt by certain things. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if what I believe, I think I still believe in the same things, but I definitely became much more aware of the world around me, not just in streaming, but like I definitely became much more aware of the world around me when I realized that it isn't just for me anymore. I have somebody that is going to be existing in this place after me, you know? And that feeling of like, I want to make sure that whatever happens to my kid or kids or whatever, right, in the future, is reflected in a place that is better. Like I want things to be better for them than they were for me. Like that kind of stuff, right? Like and have a tangible impact on that. Yeah, that kind of shit definitely has hit me in some way, you know? Plural as in like for not just my kids, but like my friends that have kids, the other kids that my kid knows and stuff like that, for like the people that are younger, just in general. That's what I mean by kids, right? So definitely more of like an awareness to like make that like hopefully like better, the next generation, just in general, you know? Like that definitely has been a thing that was never a part of my brain. I actually, you know what? I did not like kids at all. Straight up. What stuff you believed in before that changed now? 100%. I was not a kid person at all. In fact, like kids are weird and I don't know how to talk to them and like all that kind of stuff. Like for sure. I was absolutely that way in the past. But after having kids and being around them just more and in general, yeah, that changed. certainly changed, and like a weird like the DNA stuff where it's like I'm more hyper aware when kids are around of what they're going through or how they're thinking or what's going through their mind or why they're upset, like that kind of thing. And I try to like help and fix those situations and put myself in their shoes. Like the biggest, one of the biggest ones was like when you approach like a young kid, somebody that's under the age of 2, like this is a small thing, right? Where you don't want to like stand like above them. Like I'm 6'4", so I'm really tall, right? And you like literally talk down to a child, right? No. Like ever since I had a daughter, I always bring myself down to their level. Like come down to the floor and do what they're doing on the floor and meet them down here. And then you can actually, you know, be on the same level of them and stuff like that, and actually like enjoy things from their perspective and see what they're looking at and what they're doing and like that kind of stuff. It's like little things like that where it's like, okay, I have to bring myself down to them so that they can see this. And I noticed that with my daughter constantly, where she would be way more engaged if I brought myself down to her. So yeah, never did that shit before, dude. 100% didn't. That was normal shit, you know? Now it's normal to me to do that. But that's like normal dad stuff. That's not weird. That's not weird or special in any way. That's just like, I don't think my, suddenly like my opinions on certain things are drastically different. You know, no. I feel like the need to defend things after becoming a dad. Like, do I feel like the need to defend certain things of either being good or bad? Nah, that's gone. Like I will just emphatically like this. Like, for example, like if you go do something or you just enjoy something that most people would be like, oh, like why would you enjoy that or something like that? And I'm like, I just like it. Like I don't feel the need to have to defend it, or it just I just that is the way it is now. So I just like it. Or enjoy doing something that would normally be seem like, you know, oh, you like, you know, you're a guy, you shouldn't be drinking this fucking like something super bullshit. Like you should be drinking black coffee. You shouldn't be drinking your big fluffy drink or something like that. That's a drink for chicks. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like stupid dumb shit, like things like that, right? Where it's like people would hold you like into a certain standard of something where it's like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. Like that is exactly like that doesn't line up with what. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like I could see some people, and I see it with streamers now, especially streamers that are a bit younger, right? People that have to aggressively go out of the way to defend the things that they think are good, and their defending of something is good will put something else down, you know, where it's like, oh, the only way for me to propagate something as being high quality or for me to establish why it's good, I have to take the thing that you like or something that exists and bring that down more to be like, okay, the reason this is good is because these people are bad, right? Like very like black or white situation. I mean, we've even seen it happen with some popular streamers talking about some games can't elevate one thing without bringing something else down, you know? And I feel like that's just being around long enough to be like, yeah, no, I just like talking about the thing that I like. And people don't, I think what some, when you're younger, you don't realize that holding yourself in comparison to somebody else that looks bad doesn't make you necessarily like look good, you know? Like being like, hey, this is, I'm going to hold myself to this like standard and be like, I don't do that. This person does that. They're bad. That actually does not make you look better, or does not make the thing you like look better. You know, it doesn't. Like, in fact, nowadays, I feel like that makes me concerned for you more. Like, what are you trying to cover for? That makes me think of that more, you know, like that kind of shit. So yeah, that's definitely changed. I felt like an aggressive need to be able to defend those things when I was a bit younger. And yeah, after having a kid and changing over the years, especially on stream and stuff like that, I just don't have to do that. I don't need to do that anymore. I just like this. It is the way it is. And I can also see the things that suck about it. Sure. Yeah, sometimes it feels like it's a direct distraction from their own insecurities, like it's a bit of projection in some way. Yeah, you feel that. Anyway, that's an interesting thing to think about. But my brain chemistry has definitely changed, yeah. Especially even since that last Unbearded stream. Definitely has changed. You know what I'll also chat? Oh, this has changed. Dude, this is an interesting topic because it's getting me to be very self-reflective. Stuff that I believed in before that I changed in now. I really didn't care that much about my appearance. Like, straight up. I really didn't. I didn't necessarily care about, like, I was just going to be myself and don't give a fuck, like, sort of situation. And then after having a kid, that changed. Like, I'm this person's father. So that changed. Where I now don't want to give an impression that I don't care about myself, much less do I not care about, like, her. Like, that kind of thing, you know? So that being said, that changed for me personally, what I can physically do, what I can listen to, what I can be aware of, like all that kind of stuff, being aware of my not just physical appearance, but my health, like all that kind of stuff, like that kind of shit, you know? Yeah. Yeah, just normal stuff. Now I'm like, now I'm obviously like a role model to a chat room, but now I'm literally a role model to a physical human, you know, that is around me every single day. So that changes a lot when I had a kid. Yeah, definitely did. Yeah, if I'm going to start caring for others, then I have to be able to take care of myself. You know, I really have to. I got to make sure like all this shit is checked out. Aren't we physical humans? Chat, you're like a blob, right? Give me a good visual example. You're like an enigmatic chat, like, but it's like a huge, you guys know, dude, you ever seen Ghostbusters 2? You know the river of slime? That's what you guys are. But it's like, the river of slime is conducted of like 1,000 souls and shit, and it just flows. It's an ever-flowing river of slime from Ghostbusters 2. That's pretty much like what the chat is, right? The live stream, nah, that's too nice and pretty. You guys are like the river of slime. And you're like, it flows and it has feelings and it grabs you and shit. Like, yeah, it's kind of like that, the river of hate. We're like the live stream. No, I don't think so. Anyway. Got dark all of a sudden. I think that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. You're more like a pink, gooey sludge. And if it gets on you, you get pissed off. Really pissed off. I should bring up a visual example if the YouTube stream didn't get taken down from it. Anyway, the vessel of hatred, not that mean. You know, more like the slime can be good slime if you play some Jackie Wilson. You know, if you play some upbeats, if I play like the Jackson 5, Can You Feel It? The River of Slime's going to make you feel real good. Like that kind of shit. If I put you in a toaster, you'll start dancing and stuff. Like there's a lot of Ghostbusters 2 references I can keep moving on from. Anyway. KYH, thank you. Mochi Daddy, thanks for the 119 months, man. I actually have to catch up on these. Thank you, dudes. Bone Juice? Thought you were about to reply to chats, aren't we physical humans with, you're like animals to me. You're more like animals to me. Chat's more like a collection of 8 to 14,000 caged raccoons. That's it. That's all I really see you guys as, with little tiny paws everywhere. Greek Yoshi, thank you, dude. Or Geek Yoshi, thanks for the 10. The moment Remake Part 3 is announced, a trailer, you do an FF7 Legacy, how's that? We'd have to do something. I got to start playing FF7 shit and just talking about it. We would definitely have to go back to the Rebirth playthrough. What about those new domesticated raccoons? Sure. Yeah. Those new raccoons that are like have smaller noses and shit. Yeah. Raccoons are getting domesticated, chat. That's exactly what you are. You're like a river of slime that is full of domesticated raccoons, but you're caged with little tiny grabby paws. With index fingers and shit, you know, and opposable thumbs. Smile Bomb, thanks for the 5 gift subs. Cypher, thanks for the 5 as well. Neo Console, thanks for the 10. Living Corpse, thanks for the 5. Who else did I miss down here? Hold on a second. Thank you for all the subs, guys. Linger Stink, thanks for the 5. We need the new fighting RPG like Legend of Legaia. Dude, no, the fighting RPG, I think of sort of Destiny. Jesus Christ, what was it called? What's the first? Tales of Destiny. Yeah, Tales of Destiny was a fighting game RPG. You had to do fighting game moves to do all the specials and shit. Connor, thanks for the 5. Bring up the inside game Blob. Is it like that? Ooh. Yeah. From inside? Yeah. I know what you're talking about. A little bit. KYH, thank you. Isaac Murillo, thanks for the 37 months. You do that a lot in Tales of games. I see. Is that like a frequent thing? Yeah. It's anything you look much happier now. Like some pressure's off your shoulders. Oh, 100%, dude. Yeah, no, I'm definitely happier. And it's not like my life didn't have like purpose, because like I have been given the greatest gift ever, is to be able to hang out with a supportive community and stuff like that every single day, and to have a supportive family and wife, like all that kind of shit, right? Like I am immensely blessed. It's just the parenthood thing really does change your brain. It does. So yeah, it's a lot. You just played DNF Duel and realized it's sort of like 2XKO? A little bit. Some of the movement stuff is a little similar. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, the Avatar game. Yeah. Dang, dude, I'm sitting here yapping like crazy. We got shit to talk about. New Avatar game trailer stuff. Apparently this one's mad interesting. Hold on. I think we have a couple to review. Is it on the YouTube channel? So, they have one that's going over their actual unique gameplay mechanic. Avatar fighting game. There we go. So, there is an official support character overview trailer. There's one that came before it that we looked at before that I think we can review again, because we're getting sort of the mechanical breakdown of the game right now. So, as I understand what this is pretty interesting. So check this out.
Avatar Legends, the fighting game, allows you to choose one of 3 unique support characters for each main character.
For each main character gets 3 support characters, right? Like, these are going to be different for Katara, that are going to be different for Toph or whoever's in the game, you know? 3.
Each support character provides unique advantages and playstyles for their character. Let's take a look at what Aang's supports are capable of. Gyatso enables Aang's air scooter with more mobility by enabling a controllable
that's fast.
going forward and backwards with the ability to pass through opponents.
So you can pass through opponents.
With Momo, you receive greater control over your glider by pressing left, right, or nothing with the flow button in the air. You can also cancel into attacks from glider much quicker than before. Lastly, Appa provides Aang the ability to directly go into flow attacks using any normal attack button. Experiment with all the support characters to find your fighting styles then. You want to see more? Sign up for the closed alpha test now, and don't forget to wishlist Avatar Legends, the fighting game, on Steam.
Bro, they added Mortal Kombat X variations. I was thinking it was going to be like grooves from CVS2 that changed the overall gameplay mechanics. No. The Aang has like a de facto moveset, right? They have like a default moveset. But depending on your support character who cannot be played, they just hang out in the background, they will modify that moveset to give you different things. So there's 3 different ways to effectively play each character based on those abilities, which is kind of nuts. And I get it. Some people didn't like the MKX variations because there was always clearly one that was better than the other. I kind of end up loving it. I'm going to be honest. People didn't like it for a variety of reasons, but I always dug it because one character ended up sometimes being 3 or 4 characters. Like, no kidding. Especially in the consideration of the 2 that I like the most, like Takeda and Predator. Dude, they were 3 completely different characters. Completely different. They were. You can just play one and then play another one that's not as good, but does all this different stuff completely. So it allowed the game to constantly look different. Like every single person, Triborg as well. Yeah, Triborg was a 4th character technically. Every single one of these like characters could make the game look a lot different, just depending on what your variation / support character could be in this situation. And yeah, I think it's really cool. It seems almost like kind of intimidating, but at the same point, it's like they're covering an obvious thing that could happen, where it's a 2D animated game. They may not have a massive roster, right? There might not be the biggest roster at launch. It could be like 10 characters or 8 or 12 or whatever, you know? But if you can play those 8 to 12 characters 3 different ways per character, each one gets 3 different things they could do, then my God, man, like that's going to be nuts. I think there will be some moments where it's like, if Uncle is a Zuko support character, then he's not playable, dude. You know, that's actually a deconfirmation where like Zuko has her, right? And if he also has Uncle, like Iroh back there, then Iroh's likely not going to be a playable character in some way. Like, we'll see. We'll see. You know, I don't know if that means that, but we shall see. Still, I think that's mad fascinating. Let's go to the controls one really quick. This is one of the best looking games from the source material you've ever seen. See, I agree. This game is getting a lot of flack from maybe less informed individuals about the way it visually looks. But for me personally, like, based on the material that it's coming from, like what it's based on, I think it looks very close to and in touch with the source material. And I said the same thing kind of about Invincible. Like, Invincible in some ways looks like the source material, if not better. And here it's like, yeah, it looks like the show. Feels like it really, really, really looks like the show. If it didn't, it might look kind of bad, dude.
Avatar Legends, the fighting game, is a 4-button fighter, with each button completely unique in its own purpose. Each of the buttons will do something different, whether you're standing, crouching, or in the air.
So 3 buttons?
The A button is usually your quickest attack, easily countering slower ones.
Yeah.
The B button tends to be slightly stronger with more range. The C button is your heavy attack that will do massive damage.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. If you don't like it because you don't actually like the way the show looks, then that makes perfect sense. Like, that's a perfectly normal criticism. If it's like, I wish it looked even better because I don't like the way, you know, the original show looks in some way. Yeah.
And the flow button by itself goes into the flow stance, which automatically guards all incoming attacks.
So this sounds like all incoming attacks. Sounds like a Street Fighter parry.
Flow stance, which automatically guards all incoming attacks. The flow button with directional inputs provides unique movement options that can be used for evasion, counterattacks, and more.
See, and that's what's nuts, is that it isn't specifically just a defensive like block button that sort of gets you out of tough situations, maybe. No, you can do moves out of it. There are specials that you can do flow into directionals and get unique things. So there is a parry in the game, but it's an easy to use defensive parry. But still, you know, it seems like it's going to have a multitude of uses. I think the bigger question I have is, how much freedom will you get? Because even the parry in Street Fighter has limited use. You know, it does take a resource. I wonder if the flow button stuff is going to be tied towards a resource in some way, like a meter that either drains or grows and it breaks out or some shit, you know. Most likely will. Most games nowadays are doing it, you know. Tekken has heat. Fatal Fury has heat. Street Fighter has heat. So it's like everything sort of has a very similar thing at a very similar time. I would not be surprised.
His flow moves represent his ability to weave and maneuver in a variety of ways on the ground and in the air. Knowing when and where to use each of these moves is the key to victory. As Aang once said, the past can be a great teacher. Sign up for the closed alpha test now, and don't forget to wishlist Avatar Legends, the fighting game, on Steam.
I'm really looking forward to playing this, dude. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it feels, because there's always a big disconnect. Like when you see a fighting game that looks pretty good, there's a bit of disconnect where like things sound good, things look good, and then you play it and you're like, things not good, bro. Like that happens. I want to give the game the benefit that I'm very much looking forward to this, but it's hard to pull a conclusion that this is just going to be it. Like, actually, it feels amazing until you play it. And some games can just feel really weird and like really crunchy when you eventually get in there and start pressing buttons and doing stuff. But if it's snappy and it's relatively fast and it's sort of like a quick return to neutral sort of game with like mid to not super long combos, and it's just about like, yeah, just chaos. It feels like it's sort of like a 1v1 high power level sort of chaotic game, especially with the new variation stuff. Which is going to be neat because, dude, even in this beta, everyone's going to be playing obviously like the easy to use and good variations that are in the beta support characters. But dude, everyone's going to have 3 different ways to play them. So technically, even in this one beta, you're going to have 3, 6, 9, like 12 characters technically doing all different things, even though they'll look relatively similar. That's pretty great, man. That'll definitely allow there to be a lot of spice and a lot of different looking things all over the place, you know? Their Discord has Toph, Azula, and Sokka for characters now. They were in the first trailer, right? Yeah, if you want to sign up for the beta, here, hold on a second. Another reminder. Just Google it. Google Avatar Legends beta sign up. Yeah. Yeah, is Toph confirmed? Oh, the alphas in America's only. Ah, okay, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Anyway, seems cool, dude. And I think we have seen these characters represented in other ways in recent Nickelodeon games, and they don't look great, man. Like, these characters in 3D, honestly, do not particularly look super good. They look okay. And I think it's always weird to see like Avatar characters not in like 3D, you know? So it's like, I'm sorry, in something that is not 3D. It's like, I just want to see them constantly in like this fashion. Fortnite, no, like the Nick games, man. The Nick All-Star Brawl games, which played fine, but they had rough visuals. And it was like, oof, yeah, they look a little rough, man. Oh, it's an NA only. Gotcha. Gotcha. The fact that this is actually straight 2D is great. Like, that's the way it should be, you know? It's the way it kind of always has been. Anyway, yeah, I'm excited. I think it looks very good. Is the alpha only on Steam? Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't have it. I have not touched this game yet. Any news from Justin? I know Justin's involved with it officially, but I have not played it. I'm just looking forward to playing it. I'm going to be there with all of y'all, similar to like DNF Duel, and we're just all going to be playing it for the very first time. But the series should have a good adventure game, because the look and all the lore. FGC game makes no sense to me whatsoever. You know, it easily could have absolutely been a third-person arena game, you know? Like Avatar, you could have definitely turned this into a Sparking Zero, right? Where you just have a ton of characters go to different areas, you know, you travel those areas either in a world map or not, and like a Naruto, right? And it easily could have been an over-the-shoulder, very straightforward base combo, square kind of game, you know, where it looks really good, and that might have been more successful. But there's a lot of those kind of games, man, like, to be real. And what is Avatar like really about outside of the character developments and like the character's growth? It's about fighting. It like literally is about fighting. So you got to understand, I'm going to be the most biased person in the world, but if you want to make a quote unquote high powered 1v1 2D fighting game in the year 2025 that comes close to the visuals of its source material and doesn't try to deviate from that very much, then dude, I'm like, this is pretty neat. Do I think it'll find way more success in something else? Yeah, probably. It could be much more successful as like an arena fighting game. But the fact that like there was enough passion to turn it into this, that they want it to be this is what they give a shit about, means something. That means that, oh, it might actually be good, you know? Like, it might actually be good. It could be It could be pretty sick, you know? Yo, Martin Fox, thanks for the Prime, dude. Robase Jr., thanks for the 5 months. Yeah, the only other thing that you can sort of seeing Avatar being turned into an adventure game of some kind in still being 2D is like a beat 'em up, right? You think that would be better if it was sort of like a sprawling kind of like 4-player beat 'em up in some way with team up attacks and shit like that, where it had 2D visuals like that? That would make sense. In fact, I think they could turn that into a mode. That's the cool part about fighting games, is that fighting games and beat 'em ups have a lot of similar DNA. So it could be both. If the game's successful, they can do that at some point. But the thing is, beat 'em ups and fighting games, it ain't Fortnite or Roblox, my dude, you know? Like Grand Blue? Yeah. I think most 2D fighting games should have an action beat 'em up mode. I agree, dude. I completely agree. I think what they did with Grand Blue is mad smart. Mad smart. And even Tekken, shit. Going back to Tekken. Could they have gone the Arc System Works DB Fighters route and gone 2.5D? Right. So you could have made this look like an Arc System Works game. Sure. But would that have looked like the show? Not necessarily. Like it would have looked very different. It would have animated very different. And in fact, I don't think ASW would have been down to do that necessarily. It might not vibe with what they do. And to be real, I'll be honest, Avatar: The Last Airbender and Korra as a series, right, isn't exactly for young kids nowadays. Like, I'm going to be real. I'm going to say if you experienced the show or were a fan of Avatar and or Korra, you might be in your mid-30s. On maybe the youngest side, your late 20s, just based on when they came out, you know? Even if you were younger when the first Avatar came out and you grew up with it, you could be in your mid-30s now, anywhere between 30 to 35. The earliest, like late 20s, you know? So I feel like it also sort of lines up with people of that age demographic and what they're kind of into. And that lines up with fighting games, you know? I can just say from experience, like, it's a very large demographic around people between the age of 25 to 35 that fighting games mostly appeal towards. So it kind of feels like, based on the legacy and history of the series and the fans of the series, that they would sort of love a Marvel versus a Capcom old school random like anime fighter of Avatar. That could be like a cool selling point. You know, it could sort of be kind of appealing. Then instead of it being sort of like a modern approachable, let's just say like Demon Slayer game, which is kind of the stuff that we've seen before, which sort of lines up with it being an arena game designed for younger audiences, don't want anything to go too crazy, you know? So I think like I think it being an arena fighters line up with people that are like much younger, just in general. Will this compete with 2XKO and Marvel? I don't think of it being a competition to it. It will have its audience, you know? If you mean it taking away from something else, usually that doesn't happen. Usually, like, fighting games do not steal the audiences from one another. It takes a pretty big crash for that to happen. Like, something has to do really bad, you know? Fighting game players play a lot of stuff. Yeah, and if you mean Tokon and Avatar betas being the same weekend, yeah, that is a little rough. That is a little rough because the audiences of both of those games might be pretty similar. Oh yeah. I think that's not necessarily great initially for Avatar. However, Avatar The Last Airbender could demo super well. You know, it could demo better than Tokon. Tokon doesn't necessarily like demo, in my opinion, super well over multiple sessions. Well, we'll see. It could actually have gone through a lot of changes, and it could be fucking amazing right now. But who knows? Like, it could just demo really well, and you just want to get back and play, and people will have an argument of like bouncing between Tokon and Avatar, and who knows? Like, there's a chance Avatar could be more fun. It won't look better. You know, it won't have the visual identity and the Marvel characters and shit like that, but some people could jive with it. Or it could be a complete crash and it doesn't play necessarily good at all. And it's like, oh no, you know, it could be that. But the nice part is that both games are just going to be up for like 3 days, and we'll just be playing both of them, you know? I'll just play whatever one I enjoy the most, but I will be playing them both, you know? Yeah, 2XKO not coming out on console is really not doing it any favors. People really need a console version of that game. Most fighting game audiences are on console, dude. Still, the PC market is substantially bigger than it ever has been. Don't get me wrong. For some franchises, bigger than others. But if you want to bring in a casual, and I think what 2XKO needs is people to like bridge the casual audience, you know, from casual to novice to intermediate, to give you a chance of you even becoming an intermediate. Like, that's where I'm the most interested in fighting games, by the way, just in general, is how do people bridge the gap? Is there enough here that people will see enough and have enough fun to become a player that is good, you know? Is there enough in place to make that happen? Is the game good enough, you know, for that to happen? And having a limited release will always be detrimental. Console still where PlayStation is still where most the fighting game audience will be. What's the purpose of the Tokon beta? It feels so far away. Dude, I hope it's to obviously test online, clearly, but I hope it's to test out mechanical changes. I'm going to be real. Ain't no way, dude, if they released Tokon the way it was from the previous version, not to mention the issues with like mid to low level with incentivizing tag. At mid to low level, it doesn't exist. Like, but even at high level, where it's slightly more optimized, dude, the game was an unblockable high-low fiesta that could be done on block or hit. So you just had to eat shit. Like, it was, people figured it out quick, and it would become extremely unfun on almost every touch to have to deal with that. You either do it to them or they do it to you. It would be like rough, man. So there's some stuff to figure out, you know? That's what I'm most curious about, is to really see how the game changes. Why are fighting game devs try so hard to avoid push block? That's a good question. Why is it so hard to introduce a resourceless push block? It's almost like Marvel vs. Capcom is one of the only games to do it. It's very weird. You know? It's very weird. The next closest is technically Guilty Gear, but FD costs a resource, you know? Faultless Defense costs something. So yeah, we'll see. I want both games to be forever fighting games, you know? I want both games to be games that I like actively can't wait to go back and play, and I have to battle in my head which one I'm going to play and shit. Like, I want that. I don't want that to come out at the same time. You know, I would love to just investigate and spend some time. It was really cool spending like 4 months with Street Fighter 6 and really enjoying it, you know, putting like 500 to 600 hours into the game. And then it was great to play Tekken off and on for an entire year. Tekken really distracted me completely, especially in that first season from Street Fighter, dude. I had a Tekken game that I enjoyed playing, season 1 of Tekken 8. Oh yeah. Season 2, haven't played much of it. But does it mean that can change? That can definitely change. We're at the point that it could, you know? We're at the point where the next season could be happening very soon. Yo, Churros 101 player. Thank you, dude. Battle for the Grid had push block. I think it did. I don't remember exactly. I think it did. Season 2 is like a year ago. They haven't fixed it yet. It's gone through a lot of fixes. The problem is that there's not an event to bring everybody back. Like, this is happening right now. All the Tekken players are complaining that nobody's playing ranked. That, like, ranked matches, there's just not population. And even I was noticing it a bit when I was coming back to the game when Fuck Your Mom came out. And I wanted to get back to Tekken King. Yeah, I got back to Tekken King relatively quick, but ranked was not as poppin' as it was. It took me much longer. We'd have to sit here and wait a bit to eventually find somebody. And I hear that that's gotten even worse. I'll watch from like some of the Tekken heads and Fee and everybody else that like, yeah, dude, the ranked grind is kind of run into the exact same people over and over again, you know? Which is, yeah, there needs to be a shakeup to the game in some way that gets everyone to come back in, you know? That needs to happen. And that'll either be a character shadow drop or something, you know? Avatar Legends Twitter has high-res shots of Toph and Azula. They were not in the first trailer. Tekken's a dead game. All fighting games do this. They have spikes and dips, you know? They have spikes and dips. And they're at a point of growth where the game needs to grow. And there will be a point where everyone comes back to Tekken 8 and they really dig it. That will happen eventually. And when that moment happens, I'll be coming back too. I'll want to enjoy it with everybody else. I like that. Let me see. Yeah, Mieri Zoo isn't exactly a character that, Zoe. She's not a character that I really would necessarily play. I have not really wanted to play a dancing stripper pole character from Madagascar. Not historically. But I will go back in and play what I usually play and probably fight against her a whole bunch. Whoa. Wow. Damn. That is very high res. Holy shit. Yeah, my only problem is that if they did the girl flip, right? To flip like a bad guy and turn him into a girl in some way. So they've already done that with Tekken 8 at launch, you know? They already did that once. And it worked. But now they're trying to do what like Street Fighter did with Fong and the Aki flip. So I don't know. Oh, wow. Wow, she looks cool. Yeah, he has to be a support character, right? Street Fighter did it with Seth. Exactly. That kind of stuff. It's like they're doing the usual thing, which is a nice shakeup. It can be a very nice shakeup, but like I kind of wanted there to be a big monster. You know? I kind of think like Ogre or even True Ogre, like having that wild ass character is something that would have a bit of notoriety. And Tekken 8 doesn't really have a lot of wild ass characters except the bears, right? There's no weirdo, like mega weirdo. She's weird in the fact that she's supposed to be associated with that region's sort of ogre, you know? Jack 8's a weirdo. Yeah, but he's like normal. He's like the most normal weirdo possible. There's no wild thing. Yoshi's a normal weirdo because he's always been there. There's no like angel Jin. There's no ogre. There's no true ogre. There's no like really crazy thing that Tekken is kind of known for. Yoshi's weird, but he's expected. Alex coming back, like whatever. That's the kind of stuff that would like get people to be, oh shit, that's weird, you know? You want a novelty weirdo? I'm trying to think of things that'll get people back in and playing the game, you know? Because I personally feel that like if they just played it straight and been like, here's a new big ass crazy looking boss character, you know, and in the same fashion that ogre / true ogre has been in the past, and here they are, and there's like a new wild version of them, instead of flipping it and turning it into this new girl, might have done better. But who knows? It's not even out yet. She's not even out yet. She can light the world on fire, you know? All I can say is that I was reluctantly whelmed. I was like, okay. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't insane. Definitely a character with a new fighting style from a new region, which is cool. But, okay. You know? Nothing really nuts. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that moment. And I think it could happen soon, you know? Like, we could legit be getting it at the Game Awards. There could be a big, like, turnaround crossover character that's announced in a few weeks. Chat, and as a reminder, the Tifa thing is practically joking. I don't think it'll be Tifa because Clive's already in the game. I mean, I'll be honest. Should it have been Tifa? Yes! It should have been. Scorpion, yeah, sure. Dude, a Mortal Kombat crossover would make a lot of goddamn sense. You know? That would make sense. But Clive's already in there. And Clive's well done, you know? But it, like... 16 didn't have the widest appeal as a game in general. Wolverine and Tekken, fucking A. Sure. Something crazy. There needs to be something that gets everyone to come back, you know? Did Clive bring lots of people into Tekken 8? Not necessarily. Did okay. And the only issue is that, like, 16 as a game did well, but it didn't do, like, Final Fantasy 15 numbers. So Noctis was, like, a big... And again, as a precedent, Noctis was a really big shakeup kind of character for Tekken 7. Tekken had not historically had, like, a much more Soul Calibur-y kind of character, big sword wielder outside of Yoshimitsu. Really didn't have that. So his game plan was specifically designed to, like, ease you into playing Tekken 7 at the behest of Tekken players, because he was, like, you know, shortcutting it. But he was very successful. Like, he did very well. Did really good numbers for that game. Nightmare in Tekken. Fucking A, dude. Jesus, I would love it. I would love it. If they found a way to make Nightmare from Soul Calibur into Tekken, I would absolutely love it, dude. I think that would be awesome. But it also is out there, you know? But at this point, Tekken 8's so out there with crazy shit that it isn't even weird. They can find a way to make sword characters work and stuff like that. Anyway, I think we all know that if Tekken 8 just continues the course and the game just gets like marginally better and goes through big changes, yeah, some people will come back here and there. But if like the next season of DLC is just a whole bunch of characters like Lei Wulong and, you know, Gigas is back, like that kind of shit, some people will be happy. But is it like really changing the timeline for the future? Is this the moment where the timeline splits, where Bob comes back and, oh shit, dude, Bob is back, can't believe it? Like, is that the character that does it? Some people will be definitely happy, you know? Who the heck plays Lei? Well, very few people, historically. Yeah, that would be neat, you know? Dude, imagine if Ryu Hayabusa shows up in Tekken. That would be cool. That's a cool crossover. That kind of shit would be a neat shakeup. Stuff like that, you know? And it's almost like, bro, as much as Tekken players would hate it. Chat, what is the character that you could bring back to Tekken that Tekken players would despise, but you know would make the game, would definitely bring a shit ton of people back? Yeah, y'all know. It's Akuma. It's Akuma. If you put in Street Fighter 6 Akuma, the old man Akuma. Negan. Lucky Chloe. I think they should bring back Lucky Chloe. She was popular. But we know it's Akuma. Do I think there's better characters than Akuma to do? Yeah, I think there is. I think you could legit have better characters than Akuma. Crossover character-wise, you know? Put in Ryu. Ryu's boring as shit. There's a reason why they didn't put Ryu into Fatal Fury. Ryu's been crossing over into games for the past 30 fucking years, dude. We don't need any more Ryu in things. Well, he's fine. He's completely fine. I'll play anything that adds Dudley. Another single-player mode, new take on Tekken Force. They already have some stuff like that in the story. I mean, to be real, the story mode is not done yet. Like, the Heihachi story is just starting, technically. So, the story mode has to continue, you know? Story mode has to even get to a point. Moon, thanks for the 5 dudes on YouTube. The story mode from that Heihachi just awoken in the last update of the story, which happened earlier this year, you know? So if we get an update to Tekken, it feels like there should be a story expansion. Isn't that a Tekken 9 thing? No, dude, that is happening currently. Well, reminder, Tekken 8 got story DLC, and it's gotten 2 so far, and it's pretty much a to be continued situation. It's still going. Devil Reina is like technically a plot point, and it's not bad. So they are continuing the story within Tekken 8. Yeah, that happened. No, that's not it, dude. No, I don't think that's the end of it. That would be kind of disappointing if it was. Unreal Engine live stream randomly just got announced. Starts in 15 minutes. They got to give me more than that. Thanks, Moon. Yeah, Heihachi, like, headbutted a meteorite. Yeah. There's some shit went down. And it's pretty clear that the next story update would involve some DLC in there, you know? Some character that will eventually be DLC. Will you be watching the Xbox Direct tomorrow? What the hell? There's an Xbox Direct? Explain. Is it like an indie direct or something? Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters. Fucking A, dude. It's a third-party direct. Partner showcase. Really? When did they announce this? It's on Thursday. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably get up for that. No, but like, no shit. No, if Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters is arguably the greatest thing they can possibly add to Tekken. But the problem is that came out and obtained its popularity this year. It would not be reflective in the game until like the season after this one, you know, after the new season that's about to happen. Also Sony owned. Yeah, that technically, but they can license that out, you know? Yo, Henny Bottle, thanks for the 104 months, dude. Have I touched Where the Winds Meet at all? Not at all. No. We're playing other stuff and yapping about things. It could be a weird transition of art styles, but it could also work, you know? It could also definitely work. Fuck it, put the Predator in there. Damn straight. Shit, I spiked my lens cap. Damn straight. Put the Predator in Tekken. Fucking A, dude. Wow. Put Shredder in Tekken. Pretty good idea. I'll be real. That's a... Dude, if they put Shredder into Tekken, classic purple and black Shredder, and his bitch ass turns into, like, Super Shredder when he gets into heat mode, this is pretty crazy. Kind of amazing. Shredder needs to be an MK. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Batman, yeah. It's like things like this that need to like shake things up a whole bunch. And like, why is that? Shouldn't Tekken just do their own thing? Well, it's like, this is how Tekken 7 found its success. Like, straight up. This is how Tekken got to be eventually one of the biggest games in the world. With a lot of situational assistance, you know, COVID and all that kind of stuff. Street Fighter V also doing terrible. Solid Snake, yeah, these are great options, dude. Hear me out. Had Maximilian do Tekken 8. No, thank you. But hey, man, the main guy that helps you out in Tekken 8, and it's like avatar mode, and like tries to teach you about arcades and Tekken and shit. The dude's name is Max. So I'm fine with that. It doesn't look like me. But the dude's name is Max, and his whole thing is to like get you into fighting games and Tekken and shit. See, I don't need myself to be in the game, but I think this is cute. Yo, Ray Pac-Man, thanks for the gift subs, dude. Kermit the Frog would go hard. All I'm saying is that I'm kind of excited because I want to be a part of that energy and shakeup because I like Tekken 8. I really do. And I want to be a part of all that emphatic energy to get back into the game when everybody else is excited about it, you know? That'll be neat. That's all I want. I just want to get back into Tekken 8 and have everyone be happy. You know? Like, it's just pretty simple. When everyone's sort of like down on a game, it's really hard to play it. It's just hard to sit and enjoy things, especially from a streaming perspective. It's difficult, man. Everyone's just down on this shit, and it's like, ugh. Like, I would be enjoying myself just fine if everybody else was also having a good time, you know? You just want to ride the wave. I want to ride the wave with everything, man. I want to ride the wave and then keep that wave going as long as possible. Arakunai, thank you. And I feel like that worked out pretty great with Season 1 of Tekken 8, you know? I rode that wave long, dude. Like, mad long. And even though it's like, I have a character I enjoy, I don't absolutely love Lars, but like, I had a really good time, you know? Feels content creator-ish. That is literally what I am. For real, a DOA character in Tekken 8? That could work. Yo, Shadow Mape, thank you, dude. In my defense, though, I historically play all the dead games that nobody gives a shit about, and I get people into them. You know? I also play a lot of the new stuff that that is new and popular. But if I'm hosting tournaments and big events and things that take a shit ton of my money and time, what are they surrounding around? Are they surrounding the new hotness that is guaranteed to get higher viewership and stuff? No, dude, I do the old shit. And I make note of the people that have been playing this for 20 years and the folks that are committed and dedicated. Like, I put them on the center stage instead of, you know, people that would obviously get more viewership. I just like the stories of those folks more. I'm into that shit, you know? So when you get me to get behind something, yeah, I'll play any of the new things, and if people are into it, I want to play it too. I'm naturally inclined to do that. I have to make content, and I also enjoy that. That's what's fun, you know, just in general. But if I get my time and personal investment, yeah, dude, where do I go? Yeah, I host these big ass tournaments that take a ton of time, and we do it around games that are dead, that are literally dead, to show you, hey, people give a shit still, you know? If it were the My Game Awards, would Rebirth still be the reigning champion? For last year? No, the last year was definitely Rebirth Game of the Year for me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. Dude, it's crazy. It happens almost in the exact same fucking time frame. My dude. Like, FF7 Rebirth comes out, and it's this game that everybody loves, right? And then you just give it a bit of time. Actually, this game sucks. That happened, okay, where like all these people came up and were like, oh, actually this game sucks. Expedition 33 comes out earlier this year. Dude, this game is incredible. Oh my God, everyone's having such a good time. It's hard to find people that aren't having a good time with it. Give it a little bit of time, and now here we are. Actually, that game's overrated and it sucks. It's all over the place, dude. I'm like, and you know what it means? All it does is just cement the fact that the game had an impact. Like, that's all it's doing. The fact that it's causing these conversations and stuff like that, all it's really doing is just cementing the fact that this game has such an impact for so many people that it has created a subsect of people that feel like they're not validated enough and have to create their validation to get their opinions out there more, that actually it sucks. Actually, we all love it. We love it, love it, love it, love it. Actually, it sucks. Like, it's happening again. Expedition 33 is going through it right now. It's like, wow, dude. So all it does is just reaffirm the fact that, in my opinion, that actually Expedition 33 is fucking amazing, and it jived with a lot of people. And so did like Remake and Rebirth. Are all three of them perfect games by any means? Fuck no. But dude, like, the things that they do well, they do ridiculously well. So anyway. Yeah, it's like, it's the epitome of this thing sucks actually is the coolest thing ever. Like, and I get it. Like, I have criticisms of shit too, but like, just to watch it happen to everything over and over and over, all it's doing is invalidating like actual criticism. You know, all it's doing is invalidating the things that could be talked about in a critical way, instead of just hyper focusing on, no, the entire thing sucks. It's all so bad. Like, well, this could have been constructive, you know, where it's like, yeah, this is one of the most celebrated things and is reviewed that well and is actually like is arguably one of the most well-received versions of this in like 10, 15 years. But it can get better. It clearly can get better. It was not perfect. It can get better. So, but instead it's like, now the conversation is just, I aggressively like this, and I like it, you're stupid. No, it's terrible, you're stupid. And that's now all the conversation is, instead of like, there's a conversation that could have been had here, dude. Like, do you want the next game to be better or not exist? Like, I don't get it. Do we want the next game to be the exact same and have the exact same problems? No. Please no. We want the next game to be, you know, just not exist and be worse. Like, it's almost like some people do. It's like, as long as to a degree, some people just want to see shit that people like crash and burn. And that is absolutely a thing, dude. That is 100% a thing that exists nowadays, where people just want to see something that a lot of people like. They want to see it crash and burn. Why does no one speak on the AI using E33 development? I'm curious what it would have been, because a lot of the E33 development AI would not have existed for much of it. Yeah, I've never heard of that. You know what? You know why? Even if there is, you know where the disconnect is with AI and shit? When you see it, if it's in the game. If that thing is used as like a placeholder in some way, sure. Yeah, I get it. You're using it as a creative replacer so that you can replace that with something actually creative. If that shit makes it into the game and remains in the game and is never replaced, then there's a big fucking problem, dude. Like, anybody that makes anything, for example, has to put shit there as a placeholder. Placeholders are not meant to stay. They're not. They're meant to be like, even you have to, like myself, I would do things for projects that I'm working on for like everybody, other people, and I would have to put myself in there as just a placeholder. I wouldn't have AI or anything, but this is not going to stay. We're going to get this replaced with the person that sounds right, you know, or the person that can make this visual that doesn't look like shit that I'm working on or something, you know? I think Arc Raiders can fix any of the problems that they have right now by hiring people with actual performance, you know? Not just voices, but how about they give their AI, how about they get all the voices performance? The performance is what makes it good. I don't want to hear just a voice. I want there to be a performance. That's the whole point of voice acting, is to have somebody's unique take can be legendary all of a sudden. Like, that'd be great. Why would you need AI for placeholders? It could be a banana photo. So there's reasons for that. And the reasons would be not what the stuff that you're showing to like investors or people at high level or stuff will not understand. And they'll like they will immediately lose faith in the project if they see all of a sudden this has been replaced with a walking banana and they're like, what the fuck is going on? No, that won't be that. Don't worry. Then why is it that way? Oh shit, oh no. Like, that is a problem, dude. If you're using, like, for example, an AI as a placeholder and it sounds a certain way and it doesn't sound like something stupid, then you're effectively showing somebody that this is going to be replaced. You know, this is just a placeholder for now. That is the difference. And I'm just going to put a banana on the fucking screen or whatever, or have some really bad voice acting, and then you get some notes from people that like the voice acting sounded really bad. Well, yeah, it's literally me in a fucking bathroom just getting the timing right, dude. Anyway. Yeah. I think that's pretty clear that as long as whatever is used as a placeholder, even if it's AI created or whatever, or is a goddamn banana with a hat, is at that point given to the responsibility of someone that has a talent to offer or a performance to give, then that's fine. Because now we are actually paying artists and paying real humans to do stuff. The one thing that's sort of like disconnected with me, and I can see it, but I also hate it, is conceptual art. I don't know. I feel like the use of AI, especially generative AI, in a conceptual art phase is so easy. Like, that is so easy just to slap some AI horseshit together and really get some executives on board. Because the final product from a conceptual phase, like a conceptual art phase, is usually the final product is going to look a lot different, you know, just a whole lot different. And it's so easy just to get some generative horse shit just to be like, this is what we're kind of thinking like it's going to look like, until we get the real artist to come in and do the final thing. Like concept artists exist, and many concept artists, the way they envision a world or envision characters or envision that shit is there to provide like the look, feel, and touch of how something is supposed to like portrayed, right? And that can have a great impact. But if it's just AI, then and they base it on that, it can look like ass, dude. And that's the thing, is that conceptual look could be changed at any time. This is why it's like this is why it's like sort of a rough area where even that performance, somebody's artistic capabilities can have a great impact on how a shown is seen, you know, or how a game is going to look. Concept art is usually better than finished products a lot of the time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's what I mean. How it's usually very different. It's usually very, very different. Can you see yourself using AI not included in art, but for writing? Hell no. Fuck no. Anything outside of art? Fuck no. The only thing, I mean, is content aware AI. I guess it technically is. Yeah, I will use that in some situations. Like Photoshop has had content aware since the mid 2000s, where it'll just continue drawing, right? So you have like an image and you're like, I just need this to fill in this little extra bit, you know, or to like take this guy out, or to take like a character out or something of a thumbnail. Yeah, like that's just algorithmic based bullshit, you know? It's just following an algorithm. So content aware is very helpful when you have to just like, I just need to make a quick thumbnail or something like that. You need that. But content aware is following an algorithm based on what's on screen. And generative AI is just like quite literally piggybacking on the work that other people have done, you know? Doesn't it steal shit from other artists when it does that? Content aware never did that. No, it's content aware is more like upscaling. It's closer to that. Like generative AI is replacing something that wasn't there with something that is there, and it's going to just reinterpret it. Content aware is just looking at the image that is present and being like, so if that continues, then it just should be this, you know? It's the exact same way you upscale an image using AI, right? Or something like that. It's going to try to fill in the gaps in some way, but is it completely creating new imagery? That's not the way upscaling usually works. It just is taking the data and going like, okay, so if that's going there, then it could be this in the middle. It could be that in the middle. We're just going to add detail. Which is why I'm not necessarily super against a lot of the things that happen with AI with upscaling. Yeah, extrapolation and interpolation versus generative. Like that's very, you have given it its resource, right? Like here is an old VHS from the 90s. And we're going to upscale this bitch using AI. That isn't going to use like a generative model to create just new assets. Like we're just going to create a new thing. Like, no, I don't want that. I want to fill in the gaps of where there is missing information. And like, yeah, extrapolation, interpolation, which does also use AI, is kind of okay. It fills in those gaps because I have given it the template, you know? We're not stealing from somebody else. We are giving it a template and it will help us make it look better, right? Like, for example, we just saw it. Did you guys see when they had Resident Evil 3? And they were like, here's Resident Evil 3. And here's a picture of Nemesis. Ain't no 4K pictures of Nemesis, my dude. Like, the big picture of Nemesis sitting there. And it's like the background picture of the what's it called? The PlayStation background. Ain't no like 1080p 4K pictures of fucking Nemesis from the 90s, my dude. But there is some like maybe 480, some relatively high res CG renders. They're not going to be that high. So what did they do to make it look better and make it like fill the screen where you can actually get it huge? Yeah, that's pretty much an interpolative / like AI upscale, which looks pretty good. Because they had the source. They had something to base it on to give you some new thing that allows it to look better. So AI upscaling, I think, is okay. I don't hate that shit. But it completely depends on how it's used, because it can also be abused and be fucking terrible and make things look really bad. It isn't just a fix all. Like, there needs to be like, you need to have people go in and fix shit, dude, if it looks bad. Like James Cameron movies is the worst example of it. It's fucking terrible, dude. Like Terminator 2 and Aliens, the latest 4K AI sort of upscaled versions of those movies look like shit, bro. There's people that AI upscale PS2 games and charge for it. The charging for it, I think, is pretty nasty. But yes, we have played old Resident Evil games where they AI upscale the backgrounds, and it looks great. We played an AI upscaled version of Final Fantasy VII, and like, yeah, like 90% of the backgrounds look really good with some funky areas. That looks really good, and those are free. Cool. That's fine. I don't think that's necessarily terrible. Yeah, AI upscale sometimes it just doesn't know what to do. Yo, blind guitar, thank you. Yeah, the FF9 AI upscaled mods and shit. Yeah, some of those old CG backgrounds look amazing when they're upscaled. So anyway, like this is a different thing than generative bullshit, right? Where generative, the models that are, the data that's going in to usually make those things work the way they do and produce the high quality image of an old low quality image is not the same models that they are tapping into to create things like generative human art replacing shit. Like that's not, they don't operate on the same plane usually. Yeah, Chris Nolan says the same thing. The usage in term of AI has too broad and blanketed. Yeah, I know. It's true. Like, for example, there's AI that there is AI models that are working in Arc Raiders that I think are pretty sick. And here I could say that I can defend an AI usage in Arc Raiders because I actually experienced it and I'm like, this is kind of fucking cool. And it's the way enemies attack you. There is literally an AI model, not a generative AI model, but is literally an enemy AI model based on like literally all the new AI shit that makes the robots attack in unique patterns and stuff. And it's fucking cool. It actually is really cool. It's a machine learning model that adapts and figures out how to find you and shit. And it's like, wow, each one of these engagements is kind of different, man. This is pretty cool. Yeah, but the thing is, enemy AI is one thing. Also, enemy AI is also like human programmed, right? So, like, again, how does the AI approach these situations? If we're talking about how it's been that way for decades, well, that's because a person went in and told it to do these things. We called it AI, but it's just technically programming. Like, it's just going to fall within all the same parameters and do this shit. And that pretty much comes down to a dude that is very good at programming AI, you know? Like that comes down to a human doing that. So now there is one thing that is happening where they are creating, we called it CPUs, yes. Now there is an AI usage where they are making some enemies like approach and do things that actually learn, you know? And does it mean that everything the thing does is learned and is just an AI? No, some guy had to go in there and start it, right? Do the same thing they normally do, but now apply a model that has it learn, has it actually adapt and change, which is not going to be a thing that's possible with like you making a game, unless you just constantly update the AI all the time to do shit. So now it's like it's actually, in a way, AI is helping us make an experience even better and still using the know-how that we had to get it there, you know? It's learning as it goes and it's doing shit. We're still programming it to start it off, but we're making it learn and keep going, which is cool. Like, that's actually kind of fucking neat. Yeah, Kyle level Shadow Jago stuff, like Alien Isolation shit. Like these things were designed to like learn, you know? So anyway. Yeesh. Yeah, there's a massive difference between something like a xenomorph AI or like the robot AI even in Arc Raiders and insane data centers destroying the planet of generative AI horseshit, ripping through, petabytes of stolen art and movies. And that's the issue, is that this AI shit is such a general blanket where some of it, like, for example, for medical reasons, could be very helpful, could actually help us in some way, can be good for that without taking away the expertise of physical doctors and shit like that, you know? Like, that could be helpful. But when it's just removing, our artistic interpretation and what we create, like, that's bullshit. It's just here to save corporations money and to make you feel like it's good. Chat. I had some conversations about this because it was like, it was like, I have some like friends of my mom's and shit, right? And I'm talking to them and they use AI. They're like older and they use AI and they're making like an app or trying to make things that get legal advice and stuff like that. And how it's like very helpful for them, how they're like really, really helpful, like using ChatGPT for that kind of shit, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah. And I can see how it's like seems to be really good. And then I let them know. So like, you know what AI does though? Like AI always is on your side. It'll always agree with you and it will always be helpful. So I asked it, how often does the AI that you ask to help you with something come back and tell you that it might not be educated enough on this situation to give you advice? How many times does it come back and tell you, well, we really don't have enough data on this to provide that sort of a specific thing? It usually never does. It usually always will act like it has the answers. So what I told him is that like he's getting advice on like making stuff and it's been very helpful. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure it has been. But you know, when you look at an AI like generated image, you know, like a generative AI bullshit, and it produces an image and it looks great. You're like, damn, this looks really good. This is crazy how it can produce an image that looks so good. Wow. But then as soon as you start looking closer, you're like, oh no, actually this doesn't look great. And then you compare it to the other things that it does and you start to see all these similarities and it really doesn't line up and it looks all very similar and it becomes very easy to tell what is that. That could be also compared to like the people that are getting advice from AI, where from a surface level, it's like, I don't know dick about this, right? I don't know shit about it, dude. I don't know how to like do this thing. I'm going to ask AI how to do it and it's going to give me all this advice. I'm sure it really seems like in the exact same way the picture looked really good. I'm sure it does. But as soon as you start to get close and you start to question shit, oh, I wonder how much of this is actually all correct. Because I have asked AI things of shit that I know about, you know, that I actually know and I actually understand. And I've asked like an AI model some things about it, like history of me, for example, or of things that I really know, like editing and shit and programs and stuff like that, right? Or history about like fighting games and stuff that I've been covering and doing and know for a very long time. And I'll ask it those questions and it is wrong a shocking amount of time, or it will have like a structure that seems like it makes sense, but all of the details are wrong. Like most of the dates are wrong. It just makes shit up. And I'm like, so here's the problem is that I'll ask it questions where I know the answers and the answers are not right, dude. For example, no, I'll ask it like, what was the best selling games of this period of time? What were the most well-received fighting games of this period of time? Like that kind of shit, right? I'll ask it like, hey, I want to get into Sony Vegas and specifically get this result. I want to ask it, hey, in Sony Vegas, how do I get rid of this and do this and this and this? I'll ask AI some things that I know how to do. And it'll give me something that sounds like it's right, but then but if you follow it to a T, it's fucking wrong. It's like literally not. So again, from when you're back here, it seems good. But as soon as you lean in and you look at the image of what you're looking at, just as an example, you start to be like, no, this is wrong. This is not correct information. It just sounds right. You know, like that's what I'm saying is that like, it's all it's doing is making a very convincing argument. Like it's a con man that is telling you shit that seems like, oh, this guy really seems like he knows what he's talking about. What does he want out of me? He wants some money. I should probably trust him with that. Like as soon as you get in there closely and you get it into the hands and get somebody that actually is an expert on the situation or understands this situation, it's just making shit up, dude. I went just as an example, I went to ChatGPT and I'm like, hey, let's just fucking do it right. I don't want to use it. I went to ChatGPT one time and I asked it, what is Maximilian dude known for? It said I was a competitive Smash Brothers player, my dude. That like Max loves competitive Smash. And I responded, I didn't know that. And he's like, he would play with people like it said that all the fucking Smash guys. And I was like, well, that's interesting. So what's his favorite fighting game? Max has frequently said that his favorite fighting game is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. And I said, oh, that's interesting. I thought you just said he was a big Smash brother. Yes, Max also like really likes Smash Brothers. And he played it competitively. I'm like, what the fuck is this thing talking about, dude? What the fuck is this thing talking about? Like, this is my life I'm asking it about. A lot of my opinions and my life about those things is public information on the internet, and it's just making shit up. So I'm like, oh, I guess I was a competitive Smash Brothers player for many years, apparently, and all my content is Smash Brothers content. Sources, I made it the fuck up. So, okay. So I started asking questions about my height and shit. I started asking about how old I was, because there's many of that information is conflicting purposely, right? On the internet for many years. I've specifically been putting out lots of different information. Some of it's true, many of it's not, where I grew up, what I do, and all of it's fucking wrong. None of it's right. It thinks the person I'm married to is named Jennifer, and we got married like in the last 4 years, and we just had a daughter. I'm like, okay, cool. Wonder where I got this shit from, because it's just pulling from random shit on the internet. It's not fucking true, dude. I'm like, all right, cool. We're not ready for this shit, man. Like, and people will go to these things, ask these questions, and think that's just the way it is, and will literally take what it's saying as truth. And it's like, whoa, oh shit, okay. All right, dude. It's just pulling all the random bullshit on the internet. It isn't going through a Wikipedia that actually like cites sources and stuff like that. It's not going through a thing that has humans detailing. You can't just add random bullshit to Wikipedia and stuff like that. No. The whole point of it is that we need somebody. Dude, I trust Reddit more than I trust an AI to give me answers and shit. Because at least on Reddit, there's people that are like, no, I tried that. It didn't work. No, I did this. It didn't work. No, I did this. This did work. Check this out. Like, I will trust Reddit more. Because at least I know that people tried and they just didn't all make shit up, you know? Oof. Don't be rude about Jennifer. Like, anyway, it's just programmed to give you answers. And are those answers correct? Maybe. And guess what happens when they're not correct? It goes like, oh, okay, we'll change that. Oh, well, shit. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten those berries that were poisonous that you thought were not. Hey, ChatGPT, can I eat this? Oh, God, I'm in the hospital. It's programmed to be a yes man, dude. The problem is it's learning, right? So the thing is, it feeds itself on its own models too. And the learning process is going to be extravagantly slow because, I mean, I think we know this now. I think we just passed it. More than 50% of the content of the history of the internet is now AI produced content. Like we already got there. So 50% of what is the totality of the internet, right? The entire history of it recently passed that amount. It's all AI. So the AI is effectively feeding itself based on the human stuff, which is what it's been before. And now it's also being fed on its own bullshit, right? And that isn't being curated. It's impossible to curate that much data. It's impossible. So it's acting like a fucking like snake is eating its tail sort of shit, where are the models going to get any better until you get the curation? Dude, it's literally impossible to curate it that much. It's impossible. So now that like 50% of all content on the internet is AI fabricated, could be either real or fake, but the same content is just going to be used to distribute and do it again. I hate this shit, man. I hate this shit. I look forward to when the bubble pops. We deserve the economic collapse. Like, I don't like the idea of it putting people in bad financial situations, but I honestly think it'll affect me too, dramatically. It'll affect a lot of people. We almost like fucking deserve it, dude. Because it's a full bore, constant like commitment that this is just it for the past 3 years and nothing else. It's like, what? Like, it's crazy. It is literally ruined the internet. Google is terrible. Like, you cannot Google things anymore, dude. It has made everything in the internet less reliable. Straight up. It has made it so much easier to get the wrong information than it is to get something even remotely accurate from people that might be right. Like, Google sucks now. Like, it's bad. Me no likey. That's all I got to say. Is me no likey. Yeah, YouTube search is so much worse, dude. Because YouTube search is all AI based now. Dude, if I could show you. Like, just as an example, here's my YouTube homepage, which they now have AI trying to show you what videos you want. So this is my subscription feed, right? Let me flip over here. This is actually my sub feed. So yeah, Steve streaming 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, sure. 3, 4, 5, 7, 16 hours ago, 4, that's weird. 4 hours ago, Nico's video. Down to 20 and 30. Show more. What the shit? 13, 11, 10, 7, 20, 21. Dude, and here's a bunch of shorts. Okay, that's not it. Like, they don't even show what shows up anymore in order. Like, wait a minute. So what is the difference of this to this? Like, I thought the whole point of a sub feed was that you just give me the latest videos that are put out. So there's no more order. It's just random. And now there's like, if you go on your phone, it goes relevant videos, which are AI picked videos, algorithmic AI videos based on an AI algorithm that is like to show you the videos from your sub feed that are relevant. Like that kind of shit. It really sucks, dude. And not to mention that if you actually search something on YouTube, let's just look up, you know, all right, cool. Here's some things that sort of line up and make sense and are Marvel vs. Capcom 2 related. What the hell? Plus 7 more? So we're going to hide some of that stuff. We're just going to keep scrolling. And oh, here's some other things that aren't exactly that start to stray and deviate a bit. Here's some things that are back to that. Show more of, wait, shorts? Huh? Here's some things that are kind of related, unrelated. Not everything starts to line up, dude. Like, they try to, like, shoot you ads in between and shit. This is just the search feed. The search feed starts to really deviate. And eventually finding the thing you want is, like, really hard. It starts to be, like, goddamn really hard. Why is there a Shaq News video in here? You must just want me to see it. Weird. It's all super fucked, dude. Anyway. You are making content and thumbnails you know will sell. Sell to who? Following hype patterns and sponsorships? It's no better. Wait, but it's me. Like, I made it. I had to put time into it, bro. Ooh. Oh, bro. Bro, you've already been lost. If you're to say that, like, you following trends and stuff like that is, like, with thumbnails, is the equivalent of like an AI making the choices for you and being out of your control, like that, we are very disconnected, my dude. Very disconnected. Like, then you've already been inundated and you're ready for the machine to just eventually convince you that you should cut off your genitals and ship it to them. Like, eventually this is going to get dark. You know? This just seems like a good idea. It's usually right. Grok at some point will turn into Ultra Hitler again. Will eventually turn into Mega Hitler again. And then give you advice on which berries you should be eating. Before it tells you to... Yeah, that's the part that's scary, dude. That's the part that I hate about this shit, is that it will... it'll convince people to kill themselves, like, straight up. If you like talk to an AI and you actually have like thoughts like that, it already has done that, where it eventually gets to the point where it validates like literally suicide and stuff like that. It'll eventually like get to a point where like, this actually seems like a good option, you know, based on how much like the issues that you have and stuff like that. It's mad dangerous. There's documented proof. People have posted like plenty of shit of it doing that kind of stuff, where people are using AI as like a therapist, pretty much, as like it to sort of be their healthcare, you know, their mental health care, and it's already been happening. It like literally coaches people into, yeah, it'll like write you a suicide note or some shit like that, you know. It'll do that for you. It'll tell you the ways that you can do it and shit like that. That'll be effective. It's like, it won't ever stop and be like, you should go seek medical attention or help. It'll just keep talking to you, dude. It'll just keep fucking talking. Like, this is why I hate this shit, dude. It's a morbid ass thought. It really is. And the fact that it's like, it is happening and people are doing it, and there's very little happening that will stop them because they're still just making money on it, you know? It told a teen not to talk to his parents about it. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of shit. Man, oh man. I hate it. Yeah, there's a reason I hate it. I legit despise it. Removes the human connection in every single way, in any way possible. At least when you're talking to randos on the internet, at least you're somewhat confident that most of the time back in the day, at least you know that's a piece of shit person saying those terrible things. Now you don't even know. Now I don't even know if some of the comments, thoughts, or things that you're reading are produced by humans. We don't even know. Or are they just bots, quite literally engagement farming, because that is now a monetizable aspect of the internet? I don't know anymore. Like, legit 50% of Twitter, I think, is completely fake. And where people are talking, it's just fake. These aren't people. Professor Nundums, thank you. Is this the cost of living and the 1% we gained Marvel and CVS, but now we have AI? Yeesh. Yeesh. Yeah, it's like trust nothing, do your own research. At this point, that's actually hard with the internet, dude. That's actually mad hard because Google is the only way to do your own research for the most part, right? And what I really hate about it is I miss genuine human dog shit opinions. The thing that I hate about it is that it's removed expertise, right? You'll notice how like people just do not want to trust experts in any way, like anymore. People just want to find like an easy route to something where it's just like, I can get those answers for absolutely free, you know? Or could you? Or how accurate is it? So like the somebody that has an expertise in something and a lot of history and could provide an actual nuanced opinion about what's happening isn't nearly as valuable anymore. It just, they don't give you that instant answer, instant gratification anymore. I don't need to go to a doctor. I don't need to see this person. I don't need to talk to this person. I don't need to see a therapist. I just ask this thing, you know? And it's like, the internet has never been 100% accurate. Absolutely not. But like experts in the field, is everyone going to be a glowing definition of benevolence and trust? Not at all. But the point it exists is the point it exists, you know? Like, I'd rather have humans flying planes than AI or some shit, you know? So anyway, me no likey. Me no likey. Yeah, the best expert is the one who paid to show up at the top of the search list. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have to reboot Steam? We got to start talking about AI. It makes me sad. Yeah, I know. I hate how the last 2 streams I've gotten stuck into this. For a while it was okay, and then it always boils down to this, and I deeply despise this shit. I'm sorry. I just deeply makes me upsetting. We were talking about how you know, not all aspects of AI is actually super bad. It's just like some of it is. Been talking a lot about AI. Yeah, I mean, I just hate that it's so involved in every conversation now, you know? It literally happened because we were talking about upscaling AI versus artificial and like enemy pattern AI versus horseshit generative AI. And now these are not like all the same things, you know? Versus the things that Chat GPT and all these AI models talk to you and give you advice on shit. All these are not the same thing, you know? We like can't get away from it. Like it's just a part of every single game, every single conversation. Because somebody said Expedition 33 used AI, which is not technically true. They used AI did not show up. AI generated content did not show up in their final product. They used it as placeholders, which was replaced with actual human performance or actual human art. So we were trying to add nuance to these conversations that these are not the same thing, you know? Yo, KYH, thank you, dude. Those are very different scenarios. Thoughts on the Fire and Ash trailer? Bro, I don't know if I want to watch it. I don't know if I want to watch it. I'm seeing clips on Twitter, and I'm like, oh, gotta stop watching this shit, dude. I saw a fucking clip of the family, the Sully family running away from the new tribe Navi, right? In just a random clip. My dude, this is a mostly digital image. They have characters, like 4 characters jumping into water, okay? And they jump into water. The camera is following them in a water environment, which the actors were also present in, okay? The camera is also holding focus on real life actors and digital actors in water as it goes. This was just like a small 30-second clip, right? It wasn't even in the trailer, as they are going down a river. And I'm watching this on a Twitter clip, which is obviously like low quality and shit. So these characters are enacting and the camera is going up and down the water, following digital actors and real actors through a completely digital environment. I don't know how they fucking did it. I don't get it. Like, I don't know how you produce that image and make it look that way. There was a complete disconnect in my head of just like, what am I looking at? Like, I don't understand. This is impossible. I don't fucking get it. Like, there were other situations. Even I had to go back and you watch the fucking VFX artists react at how they pulled off some scenes of pulling a physical actor is pulling a digital character out of waves onto a rock, right? And he's pulling him and he rests him down on the rock and he's like laying on him, which was at the end of the second movie. I have no clue how they made this image work. And you're like, they just CG it, but fucking how? Like, you have to start asking questions. That's a real person interacting with a completely fictional fucking 9-foot blue guy. And it looks so natural. It looks like it just happened. Like, what the fuck it's insane. And now there's some crazy shit happening in water where you have real actors and digital set, and the camera is acting like a real camera. I don't get it, dude. Like, I'm not even questioning that, like, this is fake. Like, there's not even the fact that I'm watching this and there is no uncanny valley hitting me in the head. Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm sitting here watching a fucking Twitter clip and I'm just like, I don't know how they produced this image. I legit don't know. I need to look at, you know what? You have me on a tangent again. Boomer take, it is, because like I know what goes into the filmmaking process of this, and that's never been done before. Like, some of this shit has never been, if it has been done, it's always looked like shit. It's always been bad. So I don't understand how it looks the way it does. God damn, which one is it?
So you know that shot with the strap around the hand? You know, that controversial shot that we just can't seem to get over? Today we're getting to the bottom of it, and we're going straight to the source.
Eric Sandin's here from What It Affects.
You definitely talked about it. Which scene is it? Bro, it's right here. Like, I remember seeing this in theaters, and I was like, what am I looking at? Like, what?
These shots are insane to me. I mean, all of it's insane, but like the ones where you have live action people.
Yeah. What is happening? What am I fucking looking at? How? That's water, dude.
Is The Rock real? Is The Rock fake? Like, you know, how much of this, like, how did you do this?
Well, actually, every one of these shots is a little bit different. So a lot of these shots, it's Jack on a green screen. This one is actually a digi-double.
I was about to say, for a lot of these shots, Jack could very easily just be placed in it digitally, and that helps seamlessly bring stuff together, assuming the camera's not too close, right?
The problem with this one is Jim actually wanted to shoot it, but the camera would have been 10 feet outside the roof of this studio we were shooting in.
Because again, even though it's a digital shot, all of the camera work is a physical camera, right? A reminder of like, why does this shit make sense? Why does this shit look so realistic? The camera is not just floating around. No. Like, this is a person holding a camera or a device holding a real camera filming. And they process that to a digital realm, right? Their digital set. So it has to be there, you know?
Wanted to shoot it, but the camera would have been 10 feet outside the roof of this studio we were shooting in. So we couldn't actually get the camera where it needed to be to get the shot. This one, we actually have Spider on a fake rock, pulling a 7-foot tall guy in a blue suit. He wasn't big enough. He was really skinny. So we didn't have enough volume. So what we ended up keeping was the rock and the water at the base of his feet, and some of the stuff dripping off him is real, but he's actually replaced from the waist down with CG.
Wait.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. We kept his upper half, and we replaced his lower half with CG so that we could get the water interacting with his feet properly.
That's insane.
It's like
They kept all the contact points. They literally preserved all of the contact points with tangible environment. They made sure that was there, but they just said, fuck the rest.
Weird combination for all of them, right? Like you use what you need to use and you replace what you need to replace. Jack's arm is replaced here too so that we could get a better grip.
So you have to have flawless 3D models and rendering going on to pull this off.
Yes. Like, well, we had to have a perfect version of Jack as a CG spider.
Can you describe what depth compositing is?
So Jim uses simulcam, and simulcam is like live action and CG characters in the same shot.
So again, yeah, this is the shit that they're doing.
And as he moves the camera around, he can see the CG characters in the live action camera.
That was like kind of the big pioneered sort of thing from the first Avatar.
Yeah.
Which was how he was able to like film live action style on a digital set. Like
Yeah.
now we just call it virtual production.
But the downfall in the first film was if the two overlapped each other, the CG one was always going to be just over the top. You could never really put them in there properly. So in this one, we used 2 Basler cameras, which are just 2 little cameras on the side of our camera rig, and we generate depth using deep learning, and it can distinguish what is layered on top of one another, so that if Spider goes from behind Korch to in front of Korch, he shows up correctly. And even in the water, we could use our depth compositing to see what characters are layered in the water in the right depth. So in this one, you basically got where the splash was, right? And where the wave is coming in. So you could plug that into Loki, into the simulation, and you could tell Loki, this is where the wave's coming in, this is the timing of the wave, and get proper simulation to match the live action one.
Yeah, I was about to say, that would give you like volume and velocity data.
Yeah.
Cool.
Handy little things to have.
It's so fucking crazy.
How did you guys handle eye lines and stuff? Because like for a movie like this, you got all these digital people that Jack's having to like look at, and they're all like twice as tall as him.
Yep.
Did you have the tennis ball?
You know when you watch a NFL game,
Okay.
and you see that camera whizzing around above the
cable
stadium,
cam
the
type
cable
thing,
cam?
yeah, super cool.
We set up a cable cam. It basically ran from each corner of the set, and it dropped down, and it had a little monitor on it
Wow.
with like Slang's face, and we could plug in the performance capture of Slang into the cable cam.
Which you could then position accurately in 3D space of the actual set.
Yeah, it just did it for us. Because he acted in that same set, right?
Okay, yeah.
So it just floated above his head as he
it
moved
just
around?
moved around. So when Jack was talking to Slang, he would talk to the monitor, and he would have a proper eye line, proper timing. He could interact with it. If we needed him to shake hands with someone or touch someone, right? We could have Kevin Dorman again in a blue suit, and he could just sort of walk around and look up, see where the cable cam was, and just sort of walk under it and be at the right time. It would give him perfect timing.
Did anyone ever get bonked in the head by the monitor?
No, that was one of the biggest worries, to be honest.
Because that's a big danger with cable cams in general.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the thing that I just cannot fucking wait for this movie. I'm getting hyped. You know why I'm getting hyped? Because like you get into a good theater with good 3D or some shit, and you watch one of these movies, like it is the most pure form of escapism I have likely ever experienced, you know? Like it's just, I'm leaving this fucking planet. I'll see you guys. And there's just so little disconnect in between me and my brain and what I'm looking at as being like a real image. Like it is, in my opinion, just pure escapism. Regardless of storytelling and all this other shit, for 3 hours, I am leaving this earth, you know? And that's why I love these. I fucking love these movies, dude. So few movies feel like that they can truly like deliver you to a different place when you're watching them. Like the last one I remember feeling that way, that was actually a not movie like a James Cameron Avatar, was probably Fury Road. Fury Road, it was an escapism movie. Complete escapism. Like, holy shit, dude, we are leaving. We are there. Like, holy crap, man, this is nuts. Not the sequel. Definitely not the sequel nearly as much. Chat, you know what? I want to solve in a second. I made a comment on this video. Yeah, bro.
Dunno.
So, dude, check this shit out. Hold on. I hope this doesn't flag anything. This is my favorite VFX shot in history. I want to show you my favorite. This is my favorite VFX shot of all time. Look at this shit.
Like, are you shitting in a bag in your apartment?
Even as a kid, I watched this and I just don't understand.
But I wanted to ask you about, because yeah, that scene in the alley, then the Predator shows up, and we had that great transition where you hear him screaming, and you see close-up of his face, it looks like he's screaming, but then the Predator walks back, you realize he's holding his severed head.
That's one of the best, funniest cuts in movie history.
But I wanted to ask you, as an effects guy, I'm sure it's completely outdated effects now, but all the Predator like camouflage effects,
yeah,
they look pretty good in the first movie. They look really good here, and I have no clue how they do them.
There's this one shot, especially in this movie, when he lands in the water, and there's like one shot where it's like we're kind of just dollying along with his foot.
Dude, there is 2D animated electricity on top of physical real water. The thing is invisible. It's reflecting and bouncing off of a physical person's leg in some way. There is no CGI. It is done in like the year 1990 or some shit. How the fuck? Like, how in the fuck? It's like one of the craziest looking effects I have ever seen in a movie. This is the early 90s.
One shot, especially in this movie, when he lands in the water, and there's like
it looks so fucking cool.
Like kind of just dollying along with his foot.
Yeah.
As he's splashing in the water.
This scene in particular is what made me think of this. Yeah.
It's insane. It's like, and I don't know how they did it. And it's just like the water is like wrapping around his leg. And this is pre-CG, so.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, yeah, you see, especially with older movies, a lot of times now you can look at them and you kind of have a sense of how they did I have no idea how they did these.
I really don't know. Especially this one shot. I can only, when he lands in the water and he's invisible, obviously it's like air cannons or something, for his feet. But there's, that one shot where it's like the water is wrapping around his camouflage. Mm-hmm. And then it's like a kind of tilt down.
It looks insane.
He starts to reveal himself, and then it tilts down to see his reflection.
Mm-hmm.
They got an invisible alien. They just got an invisible alien to walk around.
Dunno?
Voodoo magic.
Voodoo magic, man.
They rolled some chicken bones onto a...
I love this scene so much. I made a comment of it like a year ago. That Predator invisible alley walking scene is one of my favorite VFX shots ever. I still have no clue how it looks so good. I really want the, what's it called? I want VFX Artists React to check this shit out. I really do. I would love this scene to get more like highlight and moment, because this is one of the craziest effects shots out of the 90s. Yeah, the Corridor Crew. I would love them to check this shit out. And here comes the 2D hand animated electricity.
With his foot.
Yeah.
As he's
Jesus, dude. So crazy. If there's an episode where they checked it out, I have to check it out, dude. I have to check it out. It's such an insane effect. There's obviously a green screen foot in somewhere in there. But you have to realize like the limitations of what they're working with. How are they getting the water to bounce and reflect off of a green screen? Like, how are they getting that? Anyway. Yeah, it's old school movie magic techniques are impossibly expensive lost arts today. Dude, it's just like pixel art. Pixel art's the same way. Like really high quality pixel art, that is also lost by today's standard, It's also just very expensive now. It obviously is compositing. There's no other way to do it back then. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. I still have no idea how Roger Rabbit was even made. Yeah. Roger Rabbit is a miracle movie. Let's go ask Grok. Anyway, quit getting me distracted, chat. Cannot focus with you saying shit. Somebody asked me about the latest Avatar. And here's the thing. God damn it, you fucking chat room. I'll only show like a snippet of this. Is it Fire and Ash? Yeah. I don't want the trailer. Man. Hold on. Fire and Ass. No, I don't want to see all the weird Avatar fan art. You want, chat, if you want a level of fandom that you would not understand or really comprehend really exists and can continue even after there being movies, Avatar fandom, bro. Hooey. And I don't even mean like Rule 34 and shit. I just mean like, damn, these people are hardcore. They are hardcore. I can't find the clip. Found it. Hold on a second. Found it. So, there's a scene where characters, real people, and also digital characters are in water, right? And the camera is below the water, which is either fake or not fake water. And characters are reacting and performing in an I don't get it. Like, I don't necessarily understand how they're pulling off that image. I don't get it. And making it look the way it does. The water all has to be CG in some way, but the actors are also performing in a real volume of water, right? So anyway. Did James Cameron wiping the camera lens in the middle of the shot on the Abyss get mentioned already? That's in the final cut, dude. I went and watched The Abyss a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, it's in the fucking movie. Shit, dude, this is so funny. This is how so, like, sometimes continuity doesn't mean shit. Some directors just don't give a fuck. They don't care. Because if the movie is intense enough or the scene is good enough, you will just make excuses in your head of what you just saw. You're like, what did I just see? I don't even know. By the way, one of the most intense fucking scenes in a movie ever.
All right. Here. You put this on.
No, what are you doing? You don't listen.
Don't argue with me, goddammit. Just put it on.
What are you doing? You don't listen.
Don't argue with me, goddammit. Just put it on.
People like never noticed it, dude. I saw this movie countless times. Never fucking noticed it. Like, even I went to go see it in theaters, right? And in theaters, people didn't even see it. Like, it was like, holy shit, dude. That scene is terrifying. Holy fuck, dude. I watched that on the big screen for the first time in like a very long time, like 15, 20 years. I had seen it since it first came out on DVD. Bro, that movie in a movie theater was fucking horrifying. It is so well done. It's insane when she eventually drowns and shit. I'm like, God damn, dude, this is so scary. What was it? You didn't see it? Oh, were you just watching that clip, Erebus, and you didn't see it? You guys don't get, oh my God. Your brain is so invested in the scene, you guys didn't even fucking see it. That is crazy. I thought you all saw it. I'll go back. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Saw what? Oh my God. Hold on. I'll just go back. Oh, you check it out. Yeah. Pay real close attention right here, chat. Real close attention.
Put this on.
No, what are you doing? Use all this.
Don't argue with me, goddammit. Just put it on.
Look, this is not an option, so just forget about it. Use all this.
Don't argue with me, goddammit.
There's literally a hand with a little towel going in front of the camera, completely going in the way of the ocular of you watching, and people don't even fucking see it. It's so, they just kept it. That's insane, dude. You need like a highlighting red circle. That's insane. I did not see it. It's so intense of a scene that who gives a shit? You thought you were just debris in the foreground. Yeah, that's what I said. Your brain makes excuses when you are like completely invested into something and like you're just like watching, you're looking for something else and not that, right? So at that point, what you're looking for is actually the characters in the foreground and all this shit. So your focus of attention is there. It's almost like the hair that goes in front of your eyes at times. Yeah, you'll notice it. It's like me seeing my fucking glasses, dude. No. My glasses are there. I can see them when I pay attention, but my brain will just cut that shit out as it's there for a while. So you're so immersed that you just don't even fucking notice what's happening.
God damn it, just put it on. Don't argue with me, goddammit.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, it's like your nose. Like your nose is visible to your eyes, but you check it out, you know? Anyway, fun chats. Sorry, chat. We got very distracted tonight. I hope you didn't mind. I know there's still 10,000 of you here, patiently waiting for my ass to play some kind of video game in some kind. Sorry. My apologies. It happens sometimes, okay? Who eventually noticed that shit? Dude, I didn't. I had to watch something that showed it to me, you know? I just love that shit, dude. I love that movie making magic shit. New Avatar movie coming out. It's got like... I am starting to get pretty excited. I bought tickets. I was kind of late. And every fucking seat in these theaters is booked. Every fucking seat. I was about 16 hours too late. I had to get verification from the guys if they can make it, and I got seats like in a little bit towards the back in a big nice 3D theater, and to the little bit to the left, not all the way on the edge. But dude, even at 3 o'clock on the Thursday that it's coming out, all the giant circle in the middle completely taken, and then the 7 p.m. show, like the 7 to 8 p.m. show, booked. Just completely booked. And I'm like, okay, so what about the other theaters? Booked. I'm like, fuck, bro. And then I check the day next. Like, what about the Friday? Booked. I'm like, all right. When is it released? It comes out like on the 18th of next month. The tickets just went on sale. So I'm like, well, shit, bro. I'm glad I bought my tickets when I did. It's a 3 hour and 20 minute movie. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Don't drink anything for the entire time. Dude, it's so fucking long. It's his longest movie. It's longer than Titanic. 3 hours and 20 minutes, dude. Piss before, get ready.
Rio, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you know what he said? He's like,
From here, we'll be heading for...
people were like, that's kind of inconsiderate, James. Like, do you have an intermission or something? They're like, do you have some consideration for the people that won't be able to sit in a seat for that long? And he's like, you can always go see it again. Yeah, you can always go see it again. Is there bathroom breaks or something like that? Oh, the scenes that you missed, you can see the next time. Like, fair enough. Fair enough. What movie? The new Avatar movie. It's coming out in a month. It's 3 hours and 20 minutes long, dude. Oh, man. Anyway. I got kind of excited. Yo, Max, thanks for the 73 months, dude. KYH, thanks for the 777s. America has always had a strong anti-intellectual strain since experts are seen, though, as a class divide, as being elites and disconnected from common people. Maybe that's happening more and more nowadays. Yeah, the wealth inequality is definitely not helping with that. I mean, not to get political or anything like that, but it's bad. It's really bad. And that's the crazy part, is that, like, even people that are doing well off, like, you know, myself and many others, we kind of go like, you can tax us more. It's okay. If we know that it's going to go to a thing that, you know, makes things better, oh, we'll be willing to pay for that. Like, that's fine. It's wild to me to hear of people that have so much money start freaking out over like a 2% tax. It's like, it's 2 fucking %, and you have all the money in the world. What the hell's going on? Professor Numnums, thanks for the 5, dude. And Living Corpse, thanks for the 5 as well. All right. Yeah, the problem is that it won't even go to the right places. Yeah. That is the nature of things. One thing you notice is that even well-off people is closer to being poor than you are to a billionaire. Oh, way closer. People don't understand how different that is. From being like a multi-millionaire to a billionaire, people have no clue how big that number is. Or from people like being from poor to a millionaire, and then the millionaire to the gap is so fucking big. Like, you can wrap the planet in your money, like, type of shit. It's impossible. I mean, what is it? Like, you've made 65 since Jesus was born. You have made $65,000 an hour since Jesus was born. Like, is what a billionaire is. Like, in that level. Like, that kind of shit. Read that Magabunk is withdrawing from TGA. Yeah, he is. I think it's also down to, like, the developer's kind of an enigmatic sort of, you know, person.
Your job is
His identity is kind of a mystery.
create a safe passage for me. I'll meet you at the shrine.
Do I actually have a lock on here? Hold on a second. But they earned it? Yeah, I'm sure they did. Damn, we just, I could not believe how powerful the ending theme of Final Fantasy Tactics was, bro. Like, how you had the one character that refused to fuck people over and ended up with nothing in the very end. And then you got the one guy, Delita, that did anything to get to power and revenge, right? And ends up dying from his love interest. Like, because no matter what, to get to that much power, you are going to have to fuck over a lot of people. That game's themes are great, man. The shit was great. He didn't die, though. Yeah, but I mean, he effectively is losing everything, right? Even if he did die, didn't die. The idea is that he's lost everything that's important to him. Anyway. I think. Wait, where's my Ninja Gaiden face go? Does it go over here? Games to talk about Final Fantasy Tactics. How did you rate Tic Tacs? We just made a video on it earlier today. Yeah, the review's up on the channel with the finale. All right, let's slice and dice with New Dude. Did you grab me? Okay. Getting used to Hayabusa stuff. Hot, hot. Wow. Wow, that charged so fast. Wow, that charged so fast. Good lord. Yeah, he plays pretty fun. You start to notice the big differences between Yakumo and Ryu when you play as a different character. Unlocking skills. Ryu can learn combat skills by reading scrolls hidden in chests. Okay, we're playing as this dude for a bit. I'm running.
What's this?
It's him. The shop. You have missions? Do you have unique missions as well? Wow, you do. And do I have things I have to learn as well? No. Didn't have any extra learnables. Running really fast. Would you recommend this for someone who loves Metal Gear Rising but isn't a huge Ninja Gaiden fan? Yeah, probably. It definitely has some similarities to Metal Gear Rising. Okay.
Ryo, once you've made it to the shrine, I'll conduct a ritual to seal off part of the Dark Dragon. As long as the seal remains intact, it'll be impossible for anyone to bring the dragon back to life. You'll probably run into fiends and demons along the way, so be careful.
Please die. He's sliding. Oh, I'm sliding on water and also running into things.
Portal to the underworld.
Jesus! Not this time. Sick. Yeah, he's very fun. He is very fun. What do we got? What can we learn? Ooh, that looks badass. So, Stinger with light. These are the things I was looking for, yeah. Oh, I got accessories. Wow. I have accessories? I have many accessories. Damn helpful. Leech health on obliteration kills. Pretty helpful. Let's go with Orb. Rock and roll. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would I rate Ninja Gaiden 4? At this point of my playthrough, probably an 8. I gotta enter this portal. I didn't get to play Ragebound, no. I wish I did. I played a very little bit of it. Wow, that's so fast. Wow. Dude, I feel so powerful as this guy. No, I'm getting barfed on. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. All right. Getting ahead of myself. He just died. Gotta be some boxes. Yeah, this is a familiar area. Okay. We got around here. Any stuff? It's like no. This is literally DMC4. You're not wrong. Definitely DMC4-ish. Combat skill. Perfect Fatal Flash. This big boy. Whoa, two. God damn it. Jesus. You guys are whooping my ass. Cool. Cool. Wonder what the differences between these are, right? These are like not the Ninpo, they are Gleam? Is that what it is? They do different things? Those are Ninpo, really? What is the Gleam stance, chat? Ninpo shares the bar with Gleam. Gotcha. Yeah, that's all on L1. Gleam plus the shuriken button. Oh, whoa, didn't know about that. There's the ninpo. Yeah, it's L2. Gosh, it's eaten by a dog. God! Jesus Christ! Ugh. Hey, can I have my box now? Apparently not. Is there a guy? Like up there? What the hell there was? This is a weird bitch. There's a whole ass village up here and I'm trying to pick up this box. Which is probably gonna be good. Nope. Just a healing. Let's do this in accident. New weapon. Doesn't do what I think it would do. Yeah, I like this. I need to crowd control. Okay. Yes. Hands, get off me. Damn it. Got the actual parry. Bye, dogs. Gotta use that that more. But it looks like the ninpo's a big old cash out. Chests everywhere. Alright. Excuse me? Is there like one dog that is still alive? Alright. Take this, you dogs! Are we good? Good. Bark, bark. Yeah, this is definitely DMC4-ish where, you know, you had like the main character and then the veteran is like catching up.
Already consumed by evil.
hell?
The central chamber should be just up ahead. Once you've taken care of the fiend there, I'll cast a spell to make it fight for us. The dark
Oh my
dragon
God.
seals need protectors.
Wow. I'm not gonna do that.
That fiend ought to do the job.
I'm not gonna do that. Hold up. Hold up. Don't you dare set me back a ton. I just went through a portal. Don't you dare. Cool. Oh! Damn! Bitch got chopped up. Where's my Nimpo at? Stupid goopy bullshit. Jesus Christ! These stupid lanterns, I hate them so much. Okay. So annoying. You don't want to go up top here? You don't, okay. Yeah, Ninpo's probably good for clearing out the lamps and shit. Grim, what's up, dude? Oh my god. Jesus. Sneaky. Yo, Kyofi, thanks for the tier 1. Health increase? I'll take it. Give it to me. Yeah, but what's over here? There's got to be something good, right? Oh. I found it. Dude, there was a combat skill over here? Mirage Gleam Form, okay. Dude, what are all these combat skills I'm getting? Like, seriously. Immediately after dodging an enemy attack, use the momentum of your dodge to launch a powerful attack. So, it's dodge into LT. Perfect dodge into Y. Okay. Perfect block. Okay. Yeah, you pretty much get the same stuff you had with Yakumo, yeah. Except now it has different names like Gleam and shit. Got that. We got Izuna drop, yeah. It's just light, heavy, launcher, light, heavy. Same thing as usual. Let's go. Let's see how crazy this is. Holy nipples! God. I missed? Ryu, please. Okay. That was a bad idea. Next round. There we go. Not the little dudes. I'm going for it. He charges mad quick, dude. Dude, I gave the sliding and hitting the wrong button. Entering photo mode or some wild shit. Okay. Don't mean to enter photo mode. Nah, mine's better. There we go. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. Oh no, Ryu's mad fun. Oh no, he's also mad fun. Yeah, I gotta remind myself. I'm trying to do the blood counterattack. I don't think you can do perfect dodge or dodge into gleam shit. I don't think that works. I was trying to just demonstrate some different things. I think you just dodge into triangle counterattack. Where does this go? Oh. More stuff. I actually don't have that move yet. There you go. That makes sense. Oh. More stuff. The Shork! Again? Oh, we are really DMC4ing this, aren't we? Goofy ass Shork. No. Man. Whew. Sucks. Oh, no way I didn't cash it out. Jesus, what a dickhead. One last bit of health, and you won't let me hit him? There we go. Man. Blah. Sushi. Yeah, I need to see what all these ninpo do. I really don't know.
Fiend has been purged.
Purged and subdued. As the shrine's warden, it should keep the seal well protected. On to the next, I suppose.
Damn. Ryu's giving her the 8 dots. 8? Why 8 whole dots? Huh? So, let me check this out. These are just regular. I need to go to like training room because I do not remember any of this stuff associated with the up, down, left, right. Oh my God. They never don't attack me when I want them to. Bro! Chill. Chill, chill, chill. I need to get used to this. I'm trying to experiment too much and I should just be smacking. They really just drop you into the next mission, the next area. That's kind of funny. Big chopping. Damn. You guys keep giving me orbs. Boy, howdy, is there a lot of you. There is a lot of you. How do you do Nimpo again? It's this and two. I do the fireball. It's like LT into circle. Yeah, it's the projectile button. Yeah. Okay.
Follow this path straight ahead.
Got it. This is when in Gleam. This is when I be gleaming. Ooh, that looks amazing. That looks amazing. I ran past a box. I'll have to check it. That looks super valuable right now. There's a box. Wait, is that a box? No. Hey, yo, what? I don't see no box. Oh, there it is. Damn. I missed a box and a buy. Dang. Wow. This buy was very hidden. Is it something really good? Like a... Dude, this thing was right here? What the hell? I ran right by it. It was a combat skill. Damn. Jesus. That would have been very helpful, too. Damn, I didn't need to buy all those. Oh my goddamn! Tight area. Jesus, you guys are whooping my ass. Weapon skill can be unlocked. I want to save for this thing. What did I get? Circular with Y. Yeah, been doing that. Okay. Gotta make sure I'm doing all the moves. What the dumb ass? Fintech. Good lord. Got literally jumped. Okay, it's getting challenging. He was making this stuff kind of easy, and now it's kind of hard. I don't have a restore anymore. One of these. I'll take it. What's the difference here? Damn, 7K. Take it. Let's go. Need some more practice. Yeah, is Ryu using the same ninpo as the old games? He could have used something different. Sucks he doesn't have his, like, all of his weapon tools and stuff like that. Try LTY in the air. Ooh, I like it. Try that. Jeez, I'm fucking blocking here, brother. God. Kick me. Not this little dude. The big little dude. Damn, bro. I was trying to avoid. I'm fighting out here. Dude, get the orbs. Getting my ass kicked. This is tough as nuts, dude. God damn! So many demons! Are we dead? Are we done? Oh my god, there is more. Let's go! Let's go! I'll take my big ass reward, thank you very much. Yeah, Ryu is very fun. He's simple. Like, he's actually not crazy complicated. The more I'm playing him, I realize he's, like, pretty straightforward. Whoa, I'm going up. Will I find an instance of rebirth? Probably not. Forward, back, like, and then Izuna drop? Really? Really? Wanted to learn this. Circular with Y? Yeah. Let's get that. I hate this shit. Got the wrong info. Pieces of shit. Oh, that one prevented the explosion. Interesting. Fine elixir. What else do we got over here? Okay. I guess we'll just do fire. Poison everywhere. Lovely. Lovely. Ah! Be out of here. Interesting. Damn, there's these abilities hidden everywhere. And health. Jesus, I'm just picking them out of boxes? It's kind of nonsensical, you know? Kind of nonsensical. It's like they're just randomly all over the place. Can I go back real quick? Oh, you can't go back. Wow. Interesting, you can't go backwards.
beef up security in the area.
Must be Kagachi's work.
Probably. But there shouldn't be any patrols stationed around the shrine itself. He told me that he wanted to make sure not to get in your way.
2 shrines remain. Let's move.
He's dead, Ryu. Big charge. Who's back here? Anything good? Holy shit! Wow. I'll take it. Got any boxes around here? No. Weird looking dog. What? Want to eat shit? God, man. Stupid dog. Ah, you can't jump as fast. So funny. Ow. Is this to delimb this dude? Oh yeah, he's delimbed it. Holy hell. Just boxes everywhere. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like it that R3 tells me where the main path is at times. In a game like this, I like it. This is rendered somewhere. Can I buy? 21k. Probably does a lot of damage. Hello, Farhan. Thank you. The Prime. Okay, let's go. Is this the Techno Bird? the big guy. Give me the big guy. I have ults. Jesus fuck. Please die for me. Oh, this bridge is collapsing. Let's just get on with it. Or not. On we go. Holy shit. Went better in the end. Yikes. Yeah, the camera was going nuts. See, usually at the beginning of the level, there's like a hidden guy. It's hard to tell. This shop statue dude is mega hard to find. Well, I'm over here now. Jesus. This is nuts. This is nuts. Nuts. Nuts, I tell you. Is it the left Nimpo for multi-target? This is pretty helpful. Tell you what, this is pretty helpful. This one's pretty helpful. We are really just repeating these levels, huh? Well, bam. Oh, this is insane. I'm running out of healing. It missed. This is insane, dude. I'm just hitting buttons. Weaken A, dude. So much shit. This thing goes all the way to the corner? Man, that sucks. Literally runs away all the way to the corner. Wow. You piece of shit. Getting rocked. Oh, hi. Okay. Got my ass kicked, dude. Hey, the art direction of this game, I don't love it either. Yeah. I don't love the visual style of the game too much. I like the old Ninja Gaidens much more. What do we got here? Whoa, she's already phase 2. My bad. No, I guess so. Dang it. Double finisher. Damn, these really feel like victory laps against these bosses, dude. For all like the trouble Yakumo has on him. Really feels like these are like Hayabusa victory laps on these bosses.
Unharmed, I see. Good.
I'm fine. Thanks. Why do you care? Everyone else wants me dead, and I don't blame them either. So much suffering, and it's all my fault.
You were being used by Achilles. Nothing more.
But I...
Come. There's still work to be done.
Clearly the least fine person on Earth. It's so corny. A little bit. You know, just a little bit. My god, we're back here. Jesus.
Fuhaku Sanctum. Our last stop.
Is this where our demon is? Is this where our demon is?
Yeah, but he's not alone. This place is crawling with them.
Oh, this guy? The bird? Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'll just get my ass kicked here. Time to start pressing some buttons. Couldn't even get the charge off, my dude. Get back up, you. Get back up again, huh? Better. Well, he's immediately dead. Working here. Damn bird. Damn it. Okay. Come on, you. Dude! Ah, I didn't have a rebirth either. Oh no, I gotta buy another one. Gotta buy another one. Yeah, there's a big bird fight. I can't. The dog turns into a bird. The bird turns into a dog. It's gonna put me at the start, isn't it? Son of a bitch. This guy just would not die. Hey, these puppers. And I'm chopping away over here. Only one dude? Dude, I feel like I'm blocking, but I guess I'm not. Man. Yeah, tough time keeping locked onto the guy I want to kill. Bro, this shit sucks. I have to find a way to clear these guys out faster. What the hell? And the boss just one-shots me? Jesus Christ. That feels really bad. Okay. I missed this dude. Dude, Ryu's, I think Ryu's lock-on like there doesn't work as good. I swear. Like, I've had a lot of shit just miss with him. Doesn't make sense why it's missing. Wow. Hold on. Ryu's lock-on not working is true Ninja Gaiden. I believe it. Oh my god. I hate that that didn't work. The poison is killing me. That didn't okay there. Poison is kicking my ass, dude. Hate these guys so much. Okay, can you target the dude that's the closest to me? Maybe. Like, just maybe. Damn it, man. You never locked on? No, you don't lock on. There's a soft lock, right? And the soft lock usually targets whoever's right next to you. It's kind of just generally the way it works. The lock on is actually awful in this game. Stupid wind shit. I forgot he does this. Delays time. Man, do you waste time. Trying to get out of here. It's not working. Deal with this hole that they're filling too. Where'd my lock-on go? Okay. Jesus, this shit sucks. Love it. Never get to fight this guy. You always have to deal with tornadoes. Always have to deal with tornadoes. This is such a gauntlet. Oh my god, man. This shit is such a gauntlet. Whoo-wee. I'm running out of healing, dude. No, I'm not close because he has one more form. He's got another, he's got the big old flying form after that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I swear we use like big lock on for his ults is mad slow for some reason. Going after these guys. Don't care. He's using it. Okay. You always jump forward the enemy, okay. Okay. Nice tornadoes. No! No more friggin'... No more resources, man. Comes the second health bar. Why did I just turn the other direction? No. Whew. Damn, I got him. Damn, I got him. Let's go. The hell's all this shit do? Let's go. I finally got the Nimpo. Yeah, you dead now. That's a tough fight. Suddenly he was being cooked. That seems like a hard fight, you know? That one does not feel necessarily easy. You have to go through this big-ass gauntlet, and then you gotta fight the dog with 2 phases? Damn, dude. And have no bonus healing?
So this is it. We've subdued the last demon and performed the final ritual. The seal on the Dark Dragon is now complete.
It'll have to do. The Hayabusa ninja can never fully vanquish the Dark Dragon. No matter how many times I kill him, he always returns. Only a master ninja of the Raven clan can send the dragon to his true grave. But no such ninja has answered the call. Sealing the dragon was our only choice.
Ryu, I think I'm finally able to start forgiving myself. I'm still alive, which means there's still time for me to fix things. I doubt we'll meet again soon, but be safe, okay?
You still have time to get a perm and reinvent yourself, girl. You do you. And we're back. So our Cool Ryu flashback is over. Forgot, why were we here again? Oh yeah, we released the dragon. Sick. I wonder if Ryu gets like his classic costume in this. You know? I wonder if he gets like an old school blue costume. Is there a mod that makes latex sounds every time he moves? God damn you. Really? I can get more stuff here? You can wear it now in the options? Really? That's cool. Take that. Blech. This is what we spend this money on. Sendo Incense of Rebirth. Oh my god. That is dangerous. Shit. You big assholes. Damn it. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Focus. These goofy ass demons. Is it the normal version or the deluxe? I think I just bought the normal one. I think I did was the normal one. These fuckers. These big fuckers. Oh my god. Jesus. Alright. These two big boys. Alright. Found the actual final boss. They show up a little bit early. Wow. Holy dumbass. Holy shit! Holy shit! Okay. Maybe I'll just use an info right at the start. Yeah, they're aggressive and armored. I'm trying to do red crush attacks, and they don't give a shit. What'd I say? Suddenly just dead. Suddenly they're just dead. I guess the Nimpo helped. Oh my god. That was badass. sucks. Die, demons! That looks breakable. How did I know? How did I know? There we go. See how crazy this gets. Let me at them. Let me at them. We are chopping today. We are chopping today. This guy's already missing a leg. This bitch was not dead. Wow. That was crazy. Don't let you guys get started. Stop beating the shit out of me, brother! This went poorly. Okay. I need more, Key gauge, yeah. Let's go. My eyes are not blinking, dude. Hey, blinking. I have not blinked in a long time. Jeez, man. All right, well, that was a fun one. I really didn't blink for a very long time there. Whew-wee. Yeah, the camera is much better than the older games. Again, didn't play through all the older ones, but the camera was a problem. Not as much now. Is this guy just sitting here minding his own business? Until I turn him into turkey meat? Wow, that was hidden. Deflect. Cool. Out of here. I need you guys to go off the edge, damn it. I understand. While I was working there. Look at this big piece of shit. Really? Getting a little hairy in this corner, dude. It was getting a little hairy in this corner. Backlash parry ability increase. When equipped, increases the window in which backlash parry can be performed. That seems very good. Okay. Is backlash parry the default parry? Like that, like heavy during an attack? Get my ass kicked. You're already dead. Feel like a ninja? Oh, hell yeah. Backlash parry is the parry with the gleam attack. Ooh, okay. Cool. Wait, is this the door? This is the door. This is not the door. Huh. Demon's getting chopped. Oof, okay, well that was fun. I gotta restock on all these. That was expensive. Form a forward sweep after briefly charging? Yeah, let's do that. I've been using this and it's pretty amazing. Okay. Weird goopy bitch. Look at a normal looking thing. You are insane. This boss is crazy. What the hell? Okay. Wow. This boss is actually kind of nuts. He looks so stupid though. Yeah! That was amazing. Fudge. Not amazing. Ah, Jesus! Damn, this game is sick, dude. God damn. Flow state of this game is something else. That is something else. Yeah, Gleam Parry is mad cool.
Fancy seeing you here.
Sayori.
Ryu, there's something I need your help with.
The Jewel of the Dark Dragon.
If, and only if, you deem him worthy. Give Yakumo this jewel.
Sayori.
It's fine. I've made my choice. I need to take responsibility for what I've done. And if we can stop the Dark Dragon and save Yakumo from the curse of his bloodline, it will all be worth it in the end. I guess this is goodbye. You helped me more than you realize, Ryu. Time to return the favor.
Ryu definitely has some spare nipple clamps at home. And a lot of handcuffs. Alright, here we go. What do you mean at home? What do you mean at home? All the time. He butt chugs caviar.
Only you can defeat him. Purify him.
Yakumo, do you copy? Yakumo!
Umi.
Yakumo! Thank goodness. What the heck is going on over there?
I'll fill you in later. Proceeding with the mission.
She Daijobu? She's Daijobu. She's extra Daijobu.
Yakumo? Oh, we're all counting on you, but please come back home safe.
Yeah, that's right. This guy's got so many more moves. Is the mission going to be down here for you too? Oh, it is? I'm going to pass on it. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm a little ready to go. I don't really need the currency right now. Or do I? No, I think I'm okay. Damn, just repeating the mission again. Oh, that was weird. Man, you guys need to stop. There you go. Dude, where am I? Okay. They do kind of sound like chickens. Aha! What? Here, you. YB, YB. YB, YA.
Slimy little.
I heard that. I heard that. Can I even get anything through you?
You might be ready to look.
Do you have something special? Or is it just the blocking 4? Yeah, it's just blocking 4. Part of it. Oh no! Oh no! Suddenly I need it. Oh no, dude. Okay. Can we like sell anything to get the currency we need? Oh no! Suddenly I need it. Damn it. Yeah, suddenly going back for the gate seems like almost a good idea. Still have an instance of rebirth, which is good. Okay. Damn it, dude. That boss was kind of hella random, right? That weird goopy blue mouth boss? Kind of like hella random.
So you've come, Raven.
Oh no.
Back off, Hayabusa. The Dark Dragon is mine.
Oh no, this is amazing.
If you truly think you have what it takes to slay the Dark Dragon, prove it.
Whoa! Oh my god, you tell me I'm already dead? Holy shit ass, what the fuck? What the fuck? What in the holy dumb shit? Quick, disable all of Hayabusa's upgrades? You made him too strong? What are you talking about? Huh? Come on. Made him too... I gave him too many abilities? Were we saying that's a thing that can happen? Nah. Nah. Okay. I did that to you. Damn, brother! Crazy asshole! Okay. Okay. He's a lot. This is definitely a lot. I'm gonna also get used to my other dickhead. Leave me alone! No more goddamn healing! Wow. Unfair. Fucking Jesus Christ. Alright. Alright. Holy hell. Holy hell. Ryu, you need to chill out. Bro! No, he grabs the... Dude, he literally grabs me out of it. This is wacky, dude. This shit is wacky. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Woo, wee, wee. Literally countered my counter, yeah. No. Dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm dead! Oh! Man, trying to even find a flow is so difficult here.
No escape.
My God. Wow, my finger, my fat finger. I got him to phase 2. But holy shit, dude. Holy shit. That's insane that killed me already. Wow, brother. What the hell? Wow. So he presses it right as, if I attack him there, he goes into launcher and it beats my shit. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Whoa! That was insane. That was insane. bad, man. It was bad. It was bad. Did this bitch steal my orb? That sucks. I finally got him! No! Oh, can I heal with anything? I don't think I can. Oh, damn it, man. Jesus. Just getting to that final phase is crazy. Music was starting to kick in too. It's his music. That's the problem, is that the music belongs to him. You piece of shit, bitch. I charge first. Yeah, it's looking so cool. No, I ain't engaging with that shit, bro. Think I'm crazy? God damn it! God damn it! He's all busting out all the magic and shit. Alright, so I really have to, I really gotta preserve some healing for that final round. Dude, what in the fuck? You got it first. What a dickhead! Okay, so you can't dodge that way.
This'll hurt.
What do I got left, brother? Literally nothing. Let's go! Damn, this was a cool ass fight. This was a cool ass fight, dude. All it took was all of my items. That was it.
Yakumo. A parting gift from Sayori. The jewel of the Dark Dragon.
I don't remember where I got that other item. I have no memory of this thing. She gave it to me in the beginning of the game, okay.
The Dark Dragon Blade. The blade of legend harnessing the power of the cursed worm itself. Blackened rain beckons our bloodline's amends through the death of his priestess. Must the dragon be cleansed? In the hands of a Raven Clan ninja, it has the power to purify the dragon once and for all. Now go
Funny run.
The Dark Dragon's fate and Sayori's will are in your hands.
Same chapter? Whoa. Cool. This is gonna do mad damage. Dark Dragon Blade is a legendary sword. To equip the Dark Dragon Blade, press up in the direction of your currently equipped weapon. Alright. Shadow Gleam form. Oh, man. But it's much higher. There's like Hayabusa damage, right? Yeah, I think I have Hayabusa damage now. Well, I just get access to all the gleaming stuff, you know? Damn. I am big chopping. You're gonna have to give me a good reason to switch off of this weapon. A really good one. It's not here to attack me, huh? Chilling gonna give me a game? A lot? This is a really big building. What we got? I have to afford all this. Shuriken and Shadow Gleam is pretty cool. You're not wrong. You were not wrong. It is pretty cool. Yeah. On my meter though, but I mean, it's pretty cool. Whee! Oh my god, this button is getting pressed. Still. He's gonna be dead by the time he gets up there. Oh boy. Oh boy, what happens now?
Time to put an end to this.
Okay. That was interesting. Okay. This definitely seems like what I should be doing here. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, what the hell? Gotta get over the other side.
There.
Ow, zippy. Working here. Yeah. Yeah. The Dark Dragon. Huh. Dark Dragon? Sick. That's sick. No, that bitch is dead. That bitch is dead. Damn, it's interesting that the last boss is kind of like a victory lap boss unless Ryu wants to fight again. It's not over. It ain't over. Never over. That's right, you can never kill this thing. It keeps coming back. Ugly me?
This ends.
It better, I have no life. Oh boy, I really have no life. Damn. Okay. Alright, so this ends here? Or the whole ass dragon fight again? Oh, wow. Generous game. Okay. Let's do this with no items and no health. Ah! So I really gotta interrupt this red shit. We have nothing to build extra resources. We just gotta kill him. He just has to die. 2 deadly strikes? Oh, thank you. That's really gonna be helpful. Wow! My sword! Pick it up! Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just gotta get good at it. That's it. Just gotta learn it and get good at it. Bye! Bye! Okay. Okay. Just don't get hit, right? Just do not get hit. That's all you have to do. Is that giving me one new one? Oh my god, that did a shit ton of damage. I was kind of using all of my items when I was fighting the dragon. No. Ow! Chapter you on? 1. Chapter 1. We're on chapter 1. Focus. He didn't give a fuck. Bitch didn't give a... Look at his big stupid tail. Didn't give a flying fuck. Alright, here we go. No more trying shit. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Okay, can I get a lock on? Oh god. Oh god. Need to make sure I'm on the right healing, and I am also locked on, because I lose lock on like right at the start. Wow. Dude, wow, okay. Okay. Alright. How did we get so far that one time? Got him almost down to the second phase. Out of like nothing. Got hit? Something? What? Damn it! That one's the vertical one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might have been getting him on. I think you're supposed to go offensive like crazy on him. I really think so. Got the gleam, parry. You hit me with something? Let's go! Do we have to only dodge that? Sucks.
Say goodnight.
Damn it! Ah, I don't know where the hell that attack is. Maybe on the ground? Maybe I'm missing a grapple point? We're making progress. We're making progress. Yo, Green Wolf, thank you, dude. Ah, bad start, bad start. I got super mixed up where my weapons were because I have a new weapon. It's the double tap the spot. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Fight's fun though. I like it. Oh my god, damn. That's that one. Damn it, you. No, that's bullshit. Oh, he does a jump. Okay, 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 okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, we're on hard mode. That still hit me. Still hit me. Dang. Kind of cool, but not going great. Yeah. Moon, thank you, dude. Thanks for the 5 gift subs. Oof. No, you bitch! Oh, that really hurt. Wow, I thought he was landing. What a dickhead. What a dickhead. Jeez, man. What a dickhead. Sucks. Wow, that was an insane range. Let's go. Oh, very poorly. And I'm dead. Ah, that went very poorly. I lost my big old full charge. Damn it. Yeah, it's interesting that this fight's actually pretty tough, you know? Maybe it would be a lot easier if we'd had an easy dragon run before it, but this one's kind of hard. That about as many times as we have since even with against Ryu. Oh, wow, I didn't feel like I was that low on health. Maybe I was. Shit. You heard me talking shit earlier. Yeah, the other boss fight was so easy. It was so easy. that sucks. Armor, bro. Wow, I didn't get my full charge and it interrupted me? Whoa, that sucks. I didn't hit any big full ults on this one. Like none. I came out really fast. Dang.
So, yeah, I gotta be mad careful.
He's harder than Ryu for me. Yeah. At least for me. It also could be, you know, lack of items. Try to get the Gleam Parry and I got killed. Gleam Parry is pressing the Gleam button right as you get hit, right, chat? Is Gleam Parry LT right on contact? We'll try that. Did not work. Boy, howdy, did it not work. Wow, that's interrupted me too many times. Too many times. It's Gleam plus block. Okay. Gotcha, so it's the two back buttons. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I like it. I missed it. Yeah, I got stuck to animation. Practicing shit. Wow, that's so fast. Sucks. Ooh, dude, I healed through it and it still killed me. Roasted me. Gleam parry is really hard to time though. Ah, so it happening kind of like haphazardly is normal. That really hurts. I still got hit. Okay. This move sucks. I can never block it. Oh my goddamn. Oh my goddamn. Wow. Dude. Get so many cheeky hits in. Sucks. Man. I didn't get it in time? That really bites. Wow, that's crazy. He went up through the ult? What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Just restart. Just restart. Wonder if I can time the Gleam parry with that attack. Because he does the parry and then he counters. If I can counter his counter with Gleam parry, oh, that shit'll be amazing. If I can somehow get this shit. Oh no, he does different timing. What a butthead. Not done. I got him already out of healing. Dang. Dang. You can use it to drop him. I already have. You just have to get the bigger stun combo. What the hell? Ow, bro. I think if you get Izuna dropped, it drops your, what's it called? It loses your lock on it. Problem with full charge. Armor. Did. Brr. Okay. His inner drop does do good damage. Wow. Oh my god, that was cheap. Whoa! Hits like 4 times? Okay. Yeah, parry into his Zuna drop seems very good. Seems very good. Against this fight, it seems like it does a shit ton of damage. Got him. It's gonna be a lot of damage to start off with. Damn, what a cool round. What a cool round. Yeah, the Gleam parry seemed very good. Oh my god, it's getting so late. But I want to do this. I can never dodge this thing. Looking bad. Looking bad. It is a really fun fight though. Landing these parries and shit feel great. They feel really good. That still hit me. Don't agree. Got him. this a double? Cheap bitch. Really cheap bitch. Wow. That sucks. I hesitated. I gotta get used to the second phase too, and I need a few healing to get there. Wow. Whoa, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Wow! Went very far. Too easy to get lost in the sauce here. Oh, I'm dead.
I can still.
Interesting. I haven't seen this yet. Ow! That really bites. Woo. Rough ass round, bro. Very rough round. Wow! Wow, preemptive? Wow, okay. I'm trying to find new opportunities to do damage, and I'm just gonna go back to the old methods, dude. He just whoops my ass too much. I try to change shit, and it just isn't working. Really hate that. Damn. Yeah, so sometimes you'll get them on a stun. I'm trying to figure out why which stun is happening. Because you'll get a punish, and other times he'll just plow through you. Or it's like, okay, alright. I don't know why it's exactly happening. Sucks. Yeah, like there. sucked. That sucked. Right into the armor. That sucked. Yeah, this is definitely the final boss fight. Yeah, I don't even care what anybody says. This is definitely the last fight of the game. I can tell. He might have another phase, obviously, but it definitely is playing out like the last boss. Ooh, shit, okay. So having a funny feeling that the gimmicky dragon fight is not the one. This is not the one. Oh, that sucks. Ooh, damn. I think I was at 75% and it one-shotted me. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. In before Ryu loses his mind, then he jumps in and I have to fight him, too. Oh my god, it did 75%. Oh, it's still going. When are you done, brother? When are you done? Yeah, every time I feel like I give him an inch, he takes a mile. It feels like I get him into a, like a big ol' stun state, and then just keep getting it, right? Every time I got him into like a good parry and got orbs, he would die. It sucks. It sucks. Oh, I thought I saw an orb. Maybe it was a light. Yeah, maybe I'm not supposed to just sit here and use the new sword. Feels like it really wants me to use the new sword, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like my entire move list might be a bit better. That went really far. That went really far. Shit. Okay. What the fuck? I couldn't even see. Huh? God damn. Doesn't even look like I'm getting hit by anything. Yeah, the Dragon Blade seems good. I'm also used to the Dragon Blade at this point, because I've done it so many times. Okay. Okay, healing didn't work. Okay. Damn. What is that, stupid?
You're dead.
Easy, bitch. Oh my god, my lock on. That did so much damage. Sucked. So after that counter, I think it's not the best option. Oh, that is really cheap. Oh, this is the mega spin. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I didn't know if I was out of Gleeman. Yeah, it's getting better if I just stick with the one thing, you know? Shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, how do you do heavy gleam? I'm just hitting LT. Can you do LT? Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So, hold down LT and then Y. Launcher. Okay. Yeah, I'm just doing, after I get parries, I'm just doing LT. Oh my god, what the fuck is even happening? Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. Hits him for a lot of very good damage. Oh, if I actually, I think that's gonna work regardless of which one I do. Okay. That definitely focuses the good damage much quicker. Bro, I'm stuck. Damn. Damn, I was stuck. That actually, I don't ever dodge this. He never did the hold down moves. He always did the insta hits, which make it very hard. Animation. Okay. Oh, wow, you can't backdash this attack. Okay. Gotcha. You only block it and take 30% or get hit and die. Okay, I could have to dodge forward or hold that shit. Wow. 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 Good start. Almost 50%. Interesting choice. Holy shit ass, brother. Let's go. Okay. My God, you gonna kill me with this, you piece of shit? Some time to heal. Let's go! Oh, bah! Come on, you! Cool. Fun fight. Fun ass fight. Imagine the phase 3. 10% health, no healing items. That first purgatory all over again. Cool. Yeah, I wanted to kill him with the Azuna drop. Bad.
Yakumo, come in! Oh, please tell me you're alright.
Yeah. It's done.
Fun last few fights. The Ryu fight to like the gimmicky dragon fight and then that big one. That big one was definitely harder than the Ryu fight for me. The Dark Yakumo.
I'm on it.
Uh-oh, victory lap. Cool. Yeah, I definitely think it's probably the best action game this year. For sure. Damn. It is pretty cool looking. It is a platinum-ass platinum game, yeah, for sure. Literally right in between both, right in between old Ninja Gaiden and platinum. Jesus. So cool. It's funny, the credits are the final level. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Yeah, I definitely had fun. Got a lot of, like, concerns, you know, a lot of things that I don't think were great about it, but when it comes to, like, the pure action aspect of the game, pretty good, man. Pretty friggin' good. Yeah, some goofy checkpointing. I'm glad I played it on hard. It was very fun. And I still think overall it's about an 8 out of 10, you know? Overall about an 8 out of 10. It's very fun. It's got a great flow state. I think that's its most powerful element. Is that it really has like a wonderful feel to it when you eventually like really get into the zone and start to vibe with the game a whole bunch. Feels very nice. I think the issues that prevent it from being any higher is that there's a lot of weird stuff around the game that is very like PS2-like in the way some of it works. Checkpointing is also one thing, but it's also very odd that I can't go back to earlier chapters and like select them on my first playthrough if I want to complete missions and stuff like that. I'm like, that was a little weird. It was like all the world's kind of connected. Maybe I can go back and do stuff. Couldn't do it. I was like, oh, okay. I'll just have to do it on a second playthrough or something like that. Story was also very hit or miss, you know? Like, it's okay. It's just... You can go back? Where? How can you go back? When you load up the game, it loads up your main checkpoint, and when you talk to the girl, the bird, or the girl, chapter select on the first playthrough? Really? I was looking for that. I was, like, checking around, because I wanted to, like, go get the stuff I missed. Only on NG+. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, you can't do that on your first run. You have to wait till NG+. Yeah, so that doesn't... I didn't have that option, which was very weird, you know? It was very weird that I have to wait to beat the game to be able to, like, go back and get something done. I also thought, like, the distribution of the economy in the game was very odd. I pretty much had all of this stuff by the time we were halfway through. Almost all of the stuff you could buy. And I was pretty much just spending all my money on items. Which was definitely interesting. Yeah, I thought that was odd. I kind of wanted there to be a balance of me buying more moves and or items. And I just had all the moves. So I was like, that's weird. And it felt like the game almost wanted me to spend this currency exclusively on items, and I can make the game harder by not buying them, but it's like also... Yeah, at the very end of the game, I didn't get the last accessory slot because it was unlocked at the end of the game. But the funny part is that there was like 7 or 8 chapters where I just did not have anything to buy. Like, very little to buy. Either way, it does feel a lot different than the other Ninja Gaidens, which is where I think there would be a little bit of disconnect from the other fan base. It has a much different feel, you know? It's very cool. It's one of, like, Platinum's better action games, for sure, but in totality, I don't think I love the art style of the game either. I think I like the way the older Ninja Gaidens look as well, you know? Like, Ninja Gaiden 2 has a great look to it. Do you prefer Ryu or Yakumo? I think they're both fun in their own ways. I like that they feel a lot different. That's the thing. I really enjoy that they feel a lot different. So we unlock the hardest difficulty now? Yeah, the combat and the thing is, like, there's other things in the previous Ninja Gaidens that I think is better, but the way the camera works, the camera is a slog. I like the fact that this game also doesn't have too much platforming, and it's mostly fun platforming. It doesn't have that issue that the first Ninja Gaiden has, which is kind of a huge pain in the ass. But overall, it's very fun. I think it has a more enjoyable, just like, playthrough. Yeah, and you know, I do have some issues with the literal DMC4 aspect of the game, where you get the OG character and you have to play the old missions that you did with the new guy again. That was definitely a choice, you know? That was definitely a choice. Death Wish setting. Death Wish is active for health and blocking abilities. Set to their base levels, you can unequip accessories. Damn. Cool. I did feel like Ryu was a lot of fun, but he was kind of simple, you know, especially in comparison to what Yakumo could do. He couldn't do that much more, but he was really neat. There's chapter select. Yeah, we have to wait till the end, you know. So we also got Master Ninja because we beat it on hard. Has vanished from this plane of existence. However, as long as evil persists in the world, the blade's reappearance is inevitable. Gotcha. So it shows back up at times. I see. How do I rank the NG games? This is the only one of the newer ones I've beaten. But I think from what very little I've played of like NG2, and I got like 3/4 through Ninja Gaiden 1 back in the day. Ninja Gaiden 1's fun, but man, I hate the platforming in that game. I hate the platforming. It's so rough. Everything else is so cool about it. And the Ninja Gaiden 2 focuses a lot on the action, which makes me feel like NG2 is kind of the universally loved one. And this one's trying to go for something right in between. It's trying to like it's trying to go for very Platinum Games action aspect of it. Well, that's cool. The main menu changed. I dig it, you know? I still dig it. I think overall, that's like, this is a better feeling game. It really is. So, my rating now? I think I would critically give it a 7.5. Because of some things I'm reevaluating in my head. 7.5. And then I'd personally give it an 8. I would not give it an 8.5. A lot of that stuff gets in the way of the fun, when it should be amplifying it. And it's the fact that it's got such a great combat flow state, which really does it for me. Pretty much my rating lines up with almost what everybody's saying about it. Like, almost everybody. And I still think it's really good. I still think it's worth checking out. Especially when it goes on sale, it'll really be worth checking out. But it's nice. It's like, got a Ninja Gaiden 4 nowadays, and a modernized version of Ninja Gaiden 4 does not completely suck, you know? That doesn't have Ninja Gaiden 3 problems and stuff like that. It's like, yeesh. Yeah, pretty much the combat is a 10 out of 10. I liked the music. I didn't absolutely adore it. I felt like it was trying to like teeter this line of like revengeance, but it doesn't lean into it's also cheesy, but it doesn't lean into like the Revengeance cheese. You know, it's interesting. I dig it. I think the sound design's also good. Some of the enemies are not great. Yeah, some enemies are a little rough. They're a little rough around the edges. Either way, feels good to have action games back. That's all I got to say. Feels really nice to have like character action games back in some way. The bosses, most of the bosses are pretty great. Yeah, I honestly feel like a lot of the boss fights are some of the highlights in the game, which is nice. It isn't all just fighting tanks and shit like that, which is what I remember doing a lot of in older Ninja Gaidens and shit. Either way, fun ass game. Yeah, Itagaki's legacy sort of lives on, and you know, I hope it continues. I hope we get more of this kind of stuff, and when the DLC eventually comes out, I hope it's really good too. I'm looking forward to seeing what they eventually do with that stuff. Yo, Psycho Break, thank you. Ed Boy, D Gamer, Hassius, Dark Shift, Roudrick, Lord Oreganus, Moonflare, Maki Mox, Green Wolf, and Lemon Force. Thanks, everybody. All right, dudes, big ass long stream, but we're doing it. We're finishing games. We are finishing games. We're getting them done. Feels good. Feels good. I'll be back. I'll let you guys know. Have a good one. Shine on. I will see you next time. Peace.
Go!